Smoking on cooking on cancer, smoking on cooking cancer, cooking on cooking on cancer, cooking on cooking on I don't trust nobody people all I take when I feel before. My bitch is bad, bougie, cooking up dope with the Uzi. My bitch is bad, my bitch is bad, bougie, cooking up dope with the Uzi. It's bad, pleasure. Party with you, party with me, fight with us. Hello, everybody. So I'm doing a Freaky Friday. Yes, I am. What's going on, DeAndre? I figured since nobody else was live that was worth me being in their presence, I would just go live and do something that I know everybody would like to have fun doing and learning some things. I'm about to teach some of these men who need the lesson and some of the women as well, because it's aggravating listening to people break women and men down to things like their pockets, how much money they make, or their body shapes, or how many pounds they weigh, you know. And the reason I think that is that way is because people don't understand sexuality, sensuality, like they really are lost. They don't, I bet you if I ask most people, these young people, the definition of sensuality, they don't know. Okay. They don't, and that's why they don't understand how to attract a man or a woman. You know what I mean? Like they'll rather argue with one another or get their mate mad at them so they can have some real intense sex. You heard of that, what they call it, anger sex, that makeup sex. That is some bullshit. I've never had makeup sex. Because see, I never had to get my husband or any guy I was dealing with, I didn't have to get him angry in order to get that passion from him. I didn't have to do that because I already knew how to get that passion from him in other ways, right? There was no need to make him upset to where he would pull me in the back of my hair, you know what I'm saying, and pull my hair while you having sex. He didn't have to be mad to do that. I knew exactly how to bring that out of him. And so I think that's what's going on right now. We have the men and the women. They just don't know. Okay, they just don't know. Now I did see, hey, Miss Cajun Rays, how you doing, sis? Girl, I see a whole lot of fuckery going on in YouTube streets. You know what I'm saying? I said I'm not gonna be a part of it. I'm just not gonna be a part of it, especially if I'm blocked, bitch. Okay. I got a whole bitch blocked. She done blocked me because she angry at some shit that she done. And because you know, I mentioned it, y'all know I don't hold my tongue unless I think it's, something that if the person don't deserve it, then I will hold my tongue. You know what I'm saying? I'm not holding my tongue for no bitch who tried to do no sneaky shit. Okay. What's going on? Let's see. How you doing, sis? I could not be over there fucking around with what you call not one more moment. Okay. Jessica X, I'm okay with Jessica X. I guess, you know, I don't want to hear her explain shit. And I definitely don't need her to come on my channel so we can have fun. And so I'm not gonna go into the bullshit just to bring her in my area just so we can have a fun time. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to do that, and I'm not gonna do that neither. Um, So we just gonna have us some little fun over here. I don't care if it's 2 of us, 5 of us, 20 of us. It don't matter the number. Okay. I refuse to bring the fuckery over here. Now, if she want to come over here and talk about sexuality, something she probably know nothing about, or if she want to turn on that webcam finally, because motherfuckers is giving her a little bit too much power to be an invisible bitch. They need to start acting like the bitch is truly just invisible, like you don't see her. You know what I'm saying? Miss Page and Rage. So before I go into what I want to talk about, I do want to mention that I saw that Bayou Bunny was talking about the hypocrisy in the area, and I think we all kind of agree with it. The black the black men in the black manosphere really don't care about anything that Jessica is talking about. You know what I mean? Because there are other women who've been in their space who has the same talking points as they have. You know, um, and they don't really, even though they show up and listen because they do want to hear a black woman, you know, uh, get spoken negatively about, and they do enjoy it when it comes from a woman. But Jessica, even herself, claims that she's not talking. She claims that she's not talking about black women. Okay, she says she's talking about all women. I don't know, and I don't give a fuck. What's up, Sat Passe? How you doing, baby? How you doing? Anyway, why is my pictures? Oh, are my pictures rolling? Let me see. Uh, didn't stop. Let me see what's going on. I have to put it on where it'll do a. Yeah, look. Okay, I think I have it correct. No, I don't. That's it. Did it change? Wait a minute. Let me see what's going on. Um, A loop means a loop means that it goes over and over again, but it should be the same picture over and over again. So let me check. Okay, it did switch. Okay, good, good, good. Okay, so it's switching up on me. Of course, I have some pictures of some, black um, males and females. You know what I mean? Because that's what my focus is on. Um, I put up some pictures of the man being the kind and the woman being the kind, right? Whatever y'all want to call it. Which I don't understand why black men would be upset at a woman calling herself a queen, because a queen only deals with kings, right? And a queen only births kings. See, so for them to be against a woman, consider herself to be a queen, is ridiculous. But these men will cut off, right, their nose in spite of their face. And for those who don't know what that means, it means they will hurt themselves just to hurt somebody else. They're okay with tearing down a black woman, even if it hurts them in the long run. See, the one who end up being more effective negatively when you beat up on black women is black men, right? Because no matter what, everybody knows in a sense that black men aren't really controlling black women. Like, it's never been that way where y'all controlled us in a negative way, right? We've always worked together, to be honest. There's always been, you know, whatever she's doing was to benefit the family, the husband, the wife, the kids, and everything he did was also to benefit the family, the wife and the kids. That's how we always been. That's why when they wanted to tear us apart, they targeted the family. They targeted a thing that we held really close to us, was our partners, our children. When they got angry, they would sell off one of our children as a punishment. Now, if we didn't feel like, we wasn't so close, and family wasn't everything to us, we wouldn't have cared. They sold our husbands. We wouldn't have cared, right? But that we did care, we do care. Unfortunately, right now, though, we got these idiots in this thing called Black Manosphere who don't understand anything, and that's why they're angry. So I decided to give them a lesson, but I'm gonna put the link in the chat. So anybody want to come up, you can come up and we can have a conversation. But we're gonna talk about this thing called uh it's not so much about sex, but it kind of deals with sex, is sensuality. And if you want to know what sensuality is, I will give you the definition. I'm just hoping that some of you take heed to what I'm about to tell you, because it's beneficial to you. For you men who don't know how to get women, I'm about to give you some. I'm about to give you some information, baby, that is very valuable. And you're gonna hear it. You've heard what I'm about to share with you from men, other men, and even in the Black manosphere. The thing is, though, they didn't explain it to you the way I'm going to explain it to you, because they don't know themselves. You're going to hear, you've heard men try to sell you colognes, right? They try to sell you colognes, and they even talk about the way you dress. And they made it so basic, and even tried to use it against Black women. Like the way you dress, how is that going to hurt Black women? Well, these fools have figured out how to do it. You know, well, Tasha K wasn't dressed up enough. Ooh, look at this, look at this. He's dressed up to tea, and she's not dressed up enough. And I'm thinking to myself, so that means she's less of a, like she's doing less of a job, less of a person. Anything that comes out of her mouth is less worthy because the way she's dressed. And does that make sense? It really don't. It really doesn't. But anyway, let me put the link in before I continue on. And we just gonna have us some fun. So how's everybody doing? So when the men talk about colognes, right? In case you didn't know, that in itself, perfumes, colognes, the soaps that we wash up with, even the soap powder fragrances that we use to wash our clothes, that is a part of sensuality, because it appeals to the senses, and we do know the senses. There's six senses, right? pull up. I'm gonna pull up some information. Black is beautiful. You see these pictures I chose. I have a lot of Black photos. Let me grab this link real quick though before y'all know. Wait, girl, she start getting confusing over here. I got too many things open on my desktop. Okay, let me see. I go here, grab the link. Y'all welcome to come up. And of course, y'all know the conversation will evolve. Copy, there we go. Here we go. Black is surely beautiful. What the hell is this? It's the link? Holy hell. Oh, I think maybe that's that shit is long as hell. Wait a minute, y'all. Let me delete this. I've never seen my link be that long before. Maybe it's a new thing. Look like they're giving out a number too. For those who might not have, like your internet is bad and you want to call into the show, you can actually use a phone. Okay. Nella usually calls in using, that might be the actual link though. She calls in, yeah, that link is long as shit. God, seen it that long before. It's putting a phone number in and everything. I think it's too long. The goddamn thing is 506. That link is long as hell. Why? Wait a minute. I've not seen that my link that long before. Give me a second. Let me go grab it again. Invite. Copy. Invite link. I think that's what it was. Okay. I think I copied an invitation. That's what it was. Let me see. Here. It was 500 something characters. I did say 500 words. Okay, there we go. Hey, Bonds. Everyone happy. Same to you. Same to you, Queen of the South. How you been doing, sis? You been doing good? I decided instead of dealing with the drama, we just have some fun, talk about something different. So I didn't prepare because I wasn't prepared to do this, right? I have to work tonight. I have a few orders that I have to put together and a few other things I'm working on, but I decided I was going to do this. So let me grab um, some information. Okay. Uh, I was joking when I mentioned six senses. I was did I say five or six? No. Anyway, let's go and do this. I'll share my screen. Oh, okay. I had to unmute my computer in case somebody come up. What it says? It says no, I don't want to subscribe to anything, but I do want to share my screen here. Make sure nobody try to come up. Okay, good. Share screen. Mhm. It's sad that I have to be so literal, but somebody would tell me I'm wrong, that I'm lying, that I don't know what I'm talking about. Like this is what goes on, you know, just so the men in Black Manosphere can dispute anything that I say, right? That's what they'll say. She don't know what she's talking about. Okay, so for some reason, instead of people just being happy and knowing that they have a chance of actually attracting a woman without having a lot of money in your pockets, listen, it doesn't matter what some of the women say. Some of the women will say, "Look, I'm only dealing with a dude who makes six figures," right? And if she says that, that is her option, right? But the chance of her actually getting with a guy who makes six figures is not very high. Okay. And because the men who do make that type of money, once he realizes that the women he's dealing with only want him because of his money, he treats them that way. He starts realizing because he makes amount of money, usually because he's the one flashing it. He's I've had men flash their money in front of me. Like literally, I'm not joking, right? If I go to the club, I've had men throwing money on me in a regular fucking club. Just because they're trying to get my attention. I'm in the club with my nieces, right? My nieces and their friends. They love for me to go to the club with them because everything's going to be free. We're going to, first of all, they go to the club with me, we get into the front of the line. Number two, we getting in for absolutely free. All clubs are not free for women, especially after a certain time. Now we get there early, then yeah, they tell you women get in free before 10 or some shit like that, before 11 or some shit. But after that, the women gotta pay just like the men. But if they go with me, they notice that we don't pay for nothing. We don't pay, we get to the front of the line if it's a long line. We get, you know what I mean? We don't have to pay to get in. And then they'll put us in an area, that's noticeable. And I don't know, and let me say this. I've always been what y'all would consider a big girl. But the men, when they see me in person, they don't consider me fat at all. Today, yeah, it's a little different. I'm a little older, you know what I'm saying? And I'm going through some things right now. And then the COVID, and I haven't been doing what I do to keep, in shape for the last year. But besides that, yes, what the men consider, what the big things on me is the things that men like. I'm just gonna put that out there, right? And so men on here, they'll call you fat, they'll call you all kinds of names. But what I found is that most of these men in person, they don't talk that way. The ones who don't have they, I'm not even gonna say that they don't have the balls to talk that way. What I will say is this, that in person, most of us are behaved. We're well behaved. Okay. If we don't like someone, we don't share that we don't like them. We would just go about our fucking business. We don't have to jump in somebody's face and tell them, you know, I don't like you and you fat and I would never date you. Nigga, what you coming telling me you're not gonna date me for? Look at all these other men around. They don't have no problem with dating me. So that's what's important for us as women to understand. It's also important for you men to understand that too, because the younger ones, the younger ones are looking and they think they're learning something that is valuable to them while they're on the internet. But if they think that what these grown ass men are saying is true, these men are going to be hurting black women and they're going to end up getting hurt or in jail. Okay? That's what's going to happen. Women can be flippant at the mouth online. That doesn't mean that she's going to be flippant at the mouth in person. Okay? And you motherfuckers need to stop looking at movies like Juice and all those movies they put out in the 80s and 90s to make us start disliking one another. Because in real life, that shit was not like that. I watched the movie, but when I went back to my regular life in my neighborhood, people wasn't acting like that. And so in the movies, they put out this one, like in a neighborhood, there may be 5 people who act the way that they're showing us in this goddamn movie. Uh-oh, y'all. My Let me charge up my computer. Wait a minute. Think it's upstairs. Y'all give me a second. Hey, babe. Oh, sorry about that, everybody. Yes, I had to go grab my charger for my laptop. We don't want it to die. Okay. Anyway, here and here. I do have to work. I do have to work. But anyway, I'm gonna go through this. Let's see. Okay, so that's why I'm putting this up. Let me make sure. Am I sharing my screen? I'm not sure. I might be, may not be. Yes, I am. Okay, so as you see here, we're talking about our senses. So when you talk about sensuality, basically that's all it is. It's senses. The things that people notice about you that can sexually arouse them, right? So number one, we know based on how a person looks, you might be interested in someone sexually through the way they look. You can also become sexually aroused by the way someone sounds. Like Jessica X for example, right? You don't even know what the fuck she looks like, but you know that she sounds appealing. And it's weird because this thing called sound is more profound than sight, to be honest, right? Most people just don't notice it. Like for instance, ladies, we can see a man and we might think, he's okay. And as soon as he speaks with that deep, sexy ass voice, you could be like, damn. Like we could literally be like, whoa, our ears perk up, curiosity sets in, and then we want to know more about it. Don't even matter how he looks per se. As long as he isn't really a just dead set turn off, if he's something you can say, okay, you know, it's not perfect, it's not, it's not too bad. He got to have something else, and that's usually how most of us are. Most of us, when it deals with the opposite sex, realities are as simple as this. There will be some things that you might not, you might not think it's so great, but you can deal with it, especially when there's other traits that they may have that just turns you the fuck on. You know what I mean? So Jessica X is perfect for this. Nobody knows what she looked like. Whether she had ever put out a picture or not, it wouldn't have mattered, right? And the reason we know it wouldn't have mattered because nobody knows if that's her photo or not. And that's a part. And so these men, there was a picture that put out, one or two pictures that were put out, and these men are relying on the fact that that is her. But they really don't care, because if they did, they would have been like, look, we need to see you before we give you any money. She's not saying anything different than other women are saying, so we know it's not her talking points. In fact, she's saying the same thing the men are saying. They want to just put their money into a man, but that's not how it works. But anyway, let's bypass that. Sight, sound, and then smell. Now, this is the one that Kevin focuses on. See, Kevin, this is how we know that he's not too intelligent. He focuses on some of the things that really like are like, like smell. Think about this. Well, yes, I could put on a nice cologne. I could go upstairs. My husband just got in bed. He just jumped out of the shower. He's in bed. And I could go upstairs, jump in the shower, spritz on. Like I have a few colognes. It's nothing very expensive, ladies. I usually do Bath and Body Works. In fact, some of my shit even comes from um, Walmart, right? I really don't put money into things like that. I wouldn't suggest anybody pay 50, 80, $100 on no goddamn cologne, but it's your money. Do as you like. But the sense of you is no more important than other things. Now, if you happen to be failing on the sight, like you don't look, you kind of might be below average on the looks, and then your voice might not be all that. But for you men, sound is very sexy. You may not even know that your voice is sexy. Some of you, not all of you motherfuckers, some of you motherfuckers is just lose in that area. Maybe you win in other areas though, right? You lose in that area. It's okay. Because you got 5 chances. You might not look you might not look what y'all call square jaw. I don't know what the fuck that is, but y'all made it up, so I'll go with it. Okay. Uh, Niggas made up this shit. No woman has ever looked at a man and said, you got a square jaw. That's some fucking man made up bullshit. That that reminds me of Johnny Bravo kind of shit. The realities are, first, I was a grown motherfucker before I even knew who Johnny Bravo was. That's number one. And number two, what the fuck? Why y'all keep referring back to cartoon characters and shit? Then y'all act like y'all made up some shit. Like this is some new shit. No, nigga, that's the shit that the people who made the cartoon characters, they made up your talking points. Dumbass. But I digress. Okay, so you may not have the certain looks that a woman might go for, right? And let me say this: we all have different um, requirements. You know what I'm saying? Like the truth of the man, we all have different requirements. Some men like short women, and some men like tall women. Some men like, light skinned women, and some men just don't. I've run into I've run into men who like light skinned women, and I've run into those who just don't. You know what I mean? Like on some real shit, I've dated people. I dated a guy who he up front said he wasn't even interested in me at all, just because I was light skinned. The saying, oh, all light skinned, or all light skinned women think they're pretty and they act conceited and da 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 da. Well, I'm not that way. but he assumed I would be that way because I'm light skinned. I was like, okay, it's one of those things I had to learn. But I dated light skinned men, and I'm not interested in light skinned men. Just off the rip, right? I know I prefer chocolate, baby. Chocolate. The darker, the better. But that's not what I married. I mean, I wouldn't consider my husband. I would consider my husband to be a regular black man, But I'm seeing there are men who are chocolate. Okay, just thinking about them, I'm like, yes, baby, yeah, Okay, that's the sight for me. But anyway, what I'm basically saying is that we all have our preferences, wherever they come from. It don't even matter where they come from. Truly, they got young men who like feet. That stems from when they were young. You know what I mean? He was a young boy, probably sitting under a table filled with women, doing whatever they were doing, right? Like in my family, my mother had, she would join little groups with other women. Like I remember her doing Tupperware parties where it was a group of women. I also remember her uh, doing with Tupperware was the things for the kitchen, the containers, and then there was home interiors. Home interiors were like the paintings and the wall hangings, the little things that went in the curio cabinets and stuff like that, right? That was home interiors. That's a group of women. Um, then my mother used to play cards. And so that was a group of women and men, but mostly women. And so here it is with somebody, let's say my brother. My brother, if he was into feet now, we probably could trace it back to him being under the table with all those women sitting around the table and he just looking at feet. Right now, my grandson, he gonna be a shoe. My grandson is only 1 years old. He'll be 2 in August. I already know that he's gonna be into shoes, right? I already know he's gonna be into shoes. He like getting shoes, looking at shoes. He puts on his own shoes. He's only 1 years old. This boy is smart as shit. But ever since before he was walking, he was going to shoes. His father's shoes, my shoes, his mother's shoes. Okay, so some things are hardwired into you in a sense, starting back when you were a kid. So men who are into feet, if they do the research, they'll realize that somebody in their family kind of picked up that they like feet early on. Okay. And some of you, they probably picked up that you like shoes early on. Anyway, so you got 5 chances to do something with yourself to attract the opposite sex or the same sex if you're into the same sex. Whatever floats your boat. I'm not against it. It's your business. Okay. And that's for you, Kevin. I know you like men. Anyway, I'm joking. I'm joking, y'all. Anyway, so sight, we already picked up on that. Sound, I already touched on that. Smell, what Kevin touches on that before the glow up, or whatever y'all want to call it. He was talking about colognes. He was trying to, of course, he was trying to get in your pockets even back then. Because see, if you ask me, I can tell you what to buy and it wouldn't cost you more. It depends on how many you purchase, but it wouldn't cost you more than maybe $10 to $15, right? And it will last you a very long time. Instead of dealing with perfumes, you would deal with or colognes, as you put it. You would deal with oils, essential oils, which are the base of all these perfumes and perfumes and cologne. So if the person is trying to get in your pockets, well, they're gonna try to sell you something that's expensive. So because the more they can sell it, the more money they get to put in their pockets. I'm not here to put no money in my pockets, and therefore I'm trying to give you some wisdom and give you the truth. I have nothing to benefit from your ass getting with another person, except the nice feeling I get from listening to people repeat some things that I've said, which proves that you've been listening to me. Um, and when I see couples come together or couples stay together, you understand? That's my purpose on being on YouTube. Otherwise, I can go to fuck over there in my little sewing space and take care of my fucking business. Okay. That's what I could do. Because I'm not on here uh selling shit. You know, I might make something and somebody might ask me about it. But I feel weird saying, hey, y'all want to buy some of my shit? Here you go. I feel weird. My stuff usually in person sells itself. So I don't really have to, and I don't have the time to make a hundred of them. So, if maybe if I increase my business and hire some staff members and shit like that, I'll be able to keep up with making 100 or something and getting it done, mass producing. But I don't mass produce. And I'm not selling nobody else's shit. What I sell is because I made it with these own two hands. Okay. But anyway, I digress. Let me go back to what I was talking about. So I would suggest some essential oils. Now, listen, I have a hookup. I have a guy who, tomorrow, in fact, tomorrow Saturday, I can go there and grab some very popular essential oils. You men, when you men and you ladies, listen, ladies, men like the way we smell good, cool, whatever. I'm a naturally smelling good ass bitch. So I'm gonna tell you, I don't have to do too much cologne, but every once in a while I might want to go out. I'm impressed when somebody says, somebody smell good. And then they all look at me. You know what I'm saying? I feel good. It makes me feel good. But and I'm like, oh, thank you. And I go by my motherfucking way. Make me feel good for the rest of the day. But I'm okay if they don't tell me. As long as no motherfucker tell me I stink, then I'm good. If somebody tell me I smell good, I never had to. I guess I never really did. Focus on the smelling portion of being sensual. Because ladies, I told y'all when we do this class with just women, I'm going to teach you sensuality to another level. This is just lower level learning. Just to give you the examples of what sensuality means. But I can teach you how, ladies, the sight and the sound, the touch, baby. Oh my God. But anyway, that's a whole nother class for women only. Okay. So let's get back to it. So smell that usually deal with your natural smells. If you find that your natural what they call it, pheromones, right? If That's why the oils are great. See, I can sell essential oil to two different men, and when they put it on their body, it will not smell the same. Okay, because what happens with the essential oils, it gets with your natural pheromones, your natural smell, and mixes with it, and now it becomes a different smell. So two men, same essential oils, and both of you will not smell the same. That's a fact. And that's why essential oils are when somebody have on essential oil, I'm telling you, they put a dab, I tell them exactly where to put it, right? For the men, you put it in different places than you will if you're a woman. For women, you want to put it where you sweat the most. And you just want to put a dab. That is it. Now, if anybody interested in some essential oils, I can go and pick some up. I do have a hookup, baby. I have a hookup, okay? Um, and test it out. I promise you. In fact, what I would say is if you buy an essential oil from me, if you don't want to buy that shit again, or at least another scent from me, I'll give you your money back. That's how good this shit is. For real, for real. Okay? And it's for real, for real. I have people, in my family, that's what I ended up giving them for Christmas. Not this year. I think it was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I purchased some essential oils, gave them out to my little cousins, and some of my little cousins, like my second cousin and third cousin. And they was like, hey, PT, uh, you remember that cologne you got me? I was like, nah, that wasn't cologne. Yeah, that, Where can I get some more of that? Where can I get some more of that? You know what I'm saying? So here they go. They got me sending them shit. I'm like, y'all don't have any in Louisiana? And he don't even know what to look for. So, every once in a while they call me up and they want me to send them some shit. I'm like, cool, I'll send it. No problem. But anyway, so smell. Now taste is usually used once you've gotten the person. Okay. That's why you'll hear where the men and even our elder folks would say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Okay. If a woman could cook a certain thing, it don't even have to be what she know how to cook, but if she has just this one thing that she knows how to make and she makes it well, and what I mean, when she put it out for him for anniversaries, birthdays, or whatever, whenever she gets in and decides to, hey, I'm gonna make something this night special, she goes and create that thing. If it has, you know, a certain taste to it, um, yeah, that's a way to keep him. And that's why they look towards women to cook, but it's in the same in reverse. A man who could cook to win a woman's heart. But if he just cooking and everything else is a fail, I don't know. It depends, right? Some women are just like, hey, I'm doing all the other work. He can stay at home cooking. He good with it. You motherfuckers get confused about he must be throwing down some dick. Well, dick is good too, okay? Dick is good too. But you don't know if that's what it is. People just assuming. This man just knows how to cook. Now, see, my dad was a cook, baby, okay? And my mom wouldn't have never, like, just alone on my dad's cooking. The roles had reversed in my mother's and father's relationship as they got older. Where I remember when my mother did all the cooking, by the time I was out the house, an adult, had my own family, I'd go back to visit, and my mom hadn't cooked. By the time my mom passed away, she hadn't cooked in the kitchen in 20 damn years. I was like, when she was like, "Ma, I don't cook." I was like, "Mom, I want you to make me some something." I'm like, she said, "I don't cook no more. I cooked 50 years ago." I was like, "What? Your dad do all the cooking." You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it was. And I'd be goddamn if anybody would go and tell my dad that, oh, you simping. You mean to tell me she don't cook no more? What you doing? Well, my dad used to get up, at like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, be to work by 6 something in the morning. He would work. When he got off work, he would go if he had to go to the grocery store to get whatever he decided he was cooking or whatever my mom said she wanted. He would go get whatever is needed. He would go home and cook, sitting there watching his football, whatever he's doing. You know what I'm saying? That's what my dad did. And I know most of you, if y'all had a chance to sit with him, y'all would have been like, wait a minute, what? You mean you work and you do the cooking? And he wouldn't have had no problem with it. Because see, my dad enjoyed cooking, just like he enjoyed going to work, just like he enjoyed fishing. And he enjoyed even doing that for my mother. And right now, I have a husband who basically turned out just like my dad. And it's weird because in the beginning, I never thought that. I did see some things in my husband that made me think of, hey, this is a man based on what I saw growing up, meant to be. But yeah, my husband is at that level where he ain't worrying about shit being fair. This 50-50 shit y'all talk about. Shit where, well, if he go to work, she got to make the bacon. She needs to be in the kitchen. That shit is gone. And then I hear you motherfuckers say some stupid shit like, well, Bob, it's different. You got him when you were younger, and now y'all older. And I'm thinking, what and that makes sense to you motherfuckers in the world where everybody has options. See, just like I got a lot of options, so does my husband. In fact, I would venture to say his options are probably a lot larger than mine, mainly because my husband is out there every day. See, I'm mostly a homebody. Truth be told, I'm a homebody. Okay, and he's out there. meeting and around, surrounded by people every day. Where motherfuckers, if you don't live in my house, you may not see me for weeks at a time. I've gotten to so bad that I don't even go out. If I'm going, I might go to the fabric store maybe once a week because I'm addicted to buying fabric and shit. And I don't even do that. This shit coming in the boxes. I'm ordering my fabric now online mostly, right? And other than me going to my doctor's appointment once a month, I don't get out of my fucking house. I'm over here pale than a motherfucker. I haven't been out. Okay. But anyway, so I would venture to say that he has more options than me. And then other people might say, well, Bob, you're a woman. You have more options. I don't have any more options than he has. From the way I feel. Now, other people might look at him and say, wait, yeah, look at him. Okay. But Bob, look at you. And I'm like, but what do you mean, look at me? To me, my husband is the shit. To other women, he may not be nothing but shit. To me, though, he's very valuable. Okay. And yeah, he's very valuable. Your motherfuckers, though, when y'all think in this black manosphere, when y'all think of it from a surface level, a level in which you're not even on for real, right? Because to be on a surface level, motherfucker, you need to be that dude who, when women look at you, she be like, damn. But you niggas are the worst. By the time you niggas get doxxed, you are the laughing stock of this motherfucker. See, I noticed one thing: the handsome men or the men who are confident, whether they feel they're handsome or not, really doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter if I think I'm pretty or ugly or fat or not fat, slender, thick. None of that shit matters, right? It only matters to the person who I'm dealing with. So it don't even matter what the fuck your lame ass think, nigga. The only person I'm concerned about is my husband. And see, that's what's wrong with you motherfuckers. You are wondering what everybody is thinking about you. If you're looking to be in a relationship, hopefully it's with one person. And even if everybody around you thought you was unattractive, but there was one person who thought you was, you know, that you was doable, you was attracted to them, that is all that fucking matters. You motherfuckers want to sit up here and make it like it's supposed to be a mass, like everybody supposed to think that, the woman is beautiful. Everybody don't like you, bomb bitch. I know that. In fact, I've always known that. I've always known that. I didn't grow up with a sense of, thinking every man gonna want me. In fact, it was the reverse. I never thought that I was cute. I never thought that I was attractive. Growing up, I just like in my family, beautiful women every fucking way. And I just thought I used to look at the women and be like, damn, I want to be like her one day. Ooh, I want to be like her one day. Ooh, I want to be, you know what I mean? And that I'm just surrounded by attractive people. I'm not even just in my family, just like in the neighborhood. You know what I mean? And I've always saw something in somebody where I thought, damn. You know what I mean? Like I had an aunt, she was dark. They used to call her Black Day, right? She was my uncle's wife, but they were girlfriend and boyfriend for years and years and years before he married her. And it had nothing to do with this shit but y'all talking about, uh, well, would he marry her though? Motherfucker, if you put it in a home, paying the rent, the mortgage, or whatever, nigga, what this shit is, why y'all think go and get a legal document means more than him taking care of her? In fact, it's reversed. Because anybody can go down to the courthouse and get married, right? You can do that. In fact, I know a little it's illegal, in a sense. I know some people who would like a green card and they would love for you to marry them. You know what I'm saying? They would love for I got a cousin who I was gonna hook up. I was gonna hook her up. She was gonna get paid decently. And all she had to do was marry this dude. Just marry him. That's it. You niggas them claim on YouTube and want to reverse the facts. Act like you know some shit, you stupid motherfuckers. So you think like I'm saying, you know this book that he's writing, but I'm gonna talk about it another day. I'm not trying to go in on him yet because I'm gonna try to see if I can interview him. Yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna try to do. Interview him about his book. You see what I'm saying? So I'm gonna leave that alone right now. But what I will tell you is this: a motherfucker will tell you I'll play, like I'll play with her, but that's it. Nigga, you already said you're not looking to get married. So with anybody, so by you just saying you'll play with a bigger woman, but you won't marry her, is fucking ridiculous. But to the men, they probably thinking, yeah, that's right. I'll play with her. I'll take my pants off for her. I'll take her to dinner. I'll even let the bitch move in and take care of her and all the kitties. But I be goddamn if I marry her. And y'all think that's anyway, I'm gonna leave that for another day. Okay. If he don't let me interview him next week sometime, then y'all know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just do what I do. But until then, I'm gonna leave it alone. Okay. Anyway, so let's get back to the senses. Okay, so we touched on sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. Touch is where we at. Now, taste, like I said, there's mainly when I think about taste, from a standpoint of getting a person. Now, there's other ways of tasting. I ain't gonna talk about that, even though this freaking Friday. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna talk about that because usually that comes after. But it also could be very, if a man be like, damn, like it tastes like, you know what I mean? She tastes good and shit like that. Yeah. But we're gonna talk about that maybe a little later. Maybe, I don't know. Now let's get to touch. Now touch is see, so there's some men, and y'all seen it in movies. I've had it done to me. A lot of you ladies have also had it done to you. That damn mosquito, I'm about to get it. I'm about to get it. Dude, motherfucking mosquitoes be biting me and shit. Cause goddamn flying in my goddamn house. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, so touch. Now, like I said, ladies, it's gonna be something I'm gonna focus on the class when we get together, just women. I'm gonna touch on sight and I'm gonna touch on smell. No, I'm sorry. Sight and touch a lot. So I'm not gonna touch on that much here, but what I will say is that touch and sight, I'm gonna show you how to put those two together to turn every fucking man in the restaurant. You could be sitting in a restaurant with just you and your girls. I'm gonna teach you how to do certain things that will get almost every man in the room looking at you. I'm not even joking. And everything I teach will be guaranteed to where you could go out and test this shit out yourself. Thing is, that's for women only. And because if I put it out there, the men will catch on. But it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? The men will catch on, but I'm gonna teach you how certain signs, certain things you do, it's sexy to men. Like when they see you doing it. Let me give you an example. How about twirling your hair? Like you ever seen a woman and she grabs a piece of hair and she just twirling it around and she's twirling it and she's just sitting there, just doing whatever she's doing, working or eating or whatever, thinking, and she's twirling her hair. Now, believe it or not, you as a woman, you probably don't even think nothing of it, right? You don't even you see her doing it, but you don't think nothing of it. But the men, though, the men, when they see her doing that, they're looking. I don't know what it is about it. I can't explain it, but it is one of those sight things. It's just something that men were taught. And I'm not sure what it is. I guess I would have to ask a man, what it is that they were taught. And it stems back from them being young, you know, or teenagers. I'm not sure. But when they see a woman twirling her fingers around her hair, they think sexy. They think sexy. And I can't tell you what it is. I just can tell you that it works and that it is what it is. It is a fact. I can't tell you where it stems from because I'm not a man. But it, it's been programmed in them to where they don't even notice it themselves. They don't even notice it themselves. Okay. Um, it's one of those things though, right? I'll give you another one. So on when we talk about the human body, there are certain areas that are perceived to be sexy when it comes to a woman, right? We already know the normal ones, right? That would be her lips. For some reason, if she got a certain type of lips, men think that's sexy. If she has breasts, breasts is what men consider sexy, right? Just naturally sexy. Then the butt area, right? These are the regular, normal areas that most men, when they see it, a certain type of butt, certain type of lips, it differs from man to man, but they think of sexy, right? So, I mean, women who are trying to attract men, there's some things I can teach you to do that will attract men. You see what I'm saying? Like, for instance, licking your lips a certain way. And I'm not, you don't want to be too raw with it unless you want to be raw with it. Like a woman who just like looking at a man and be like, come over here because I want to fuck you. Well, there's a lick, a certain type of lick. Of course, we've seen that. But then there's also another type of lick and things that you could do that men will be uh, it turns them on. Or at least it gets their attention. I'm gonna keep you ladies that, right? These are just the simple things, and no matter what, me putting it out there, uh, just letting the men think they need to sit there. And have you ever sat in a restaurant and you don't even know why you started looking at this one woman? Like you don't even know why. Because she maybe she wasn't that hot, but she was nice looking. She was okay. You know what I'm saying? But something about her turned you on. Well, she may have known some things that I'm teaching now. Maybe she was twirling her hair, or maybe she did lick her lips a certain way. You know what I mean? So that's the way that be like, nag God, come over here. I wanna fuck. Kind of look. That's when you're looking at him directly and you're looking a certain way. Now that's you know what I'm saying? Other people may not notice it because you attracted to him only. But then there's another lick where, you may see some guy you want him to notice you and you do it differently. You just want his attention. You know what I mean? And there's things you could do besides just licking your lips. But uh, you just bring what I would call attention to those lips, especially if you know you have beautiful, sexy lips. Now you ain't got no lips, then you got to move on to something else that maybe you have. How about your butt? Now the butt thing, when it's obvious, that's obvious. Women go and get big butts and putting pads in their pants and shit like that. I would rather you. I could recommend some pads, but go and get surgery. That's a whole nother thing. I don't know much about it, and so I don't want to. Um, I don't want women to think you got to go alter your body to get a man. You don't. There are men who are okay with women who don't have what they consider big butts. Okay. Um, so you know what I mean? Now, if that's something you feel you have to do to make you feel comfortable in you, I'm gonna be honest. I recommend you go and seek some therapy. But if you are over a certain age and you feel like, okay, because some people just want to do it because that's what's being done in their area. So some people just feel like, okay, you know, I I got everything else going for me. I'm just gonna go get that done. You know what I mean? They might be in the industry where that just something that adds to who they are. I'm not against it. I can't promote it. I don't know nothing about it. Y'all will have to we have to talk to somebody who knows more about that. But I'ma still say, even a woman with no ass, like a woman, a white woman with no ass, she's still getting married, right? And she's still able to use her ass as that asset because it doesn't matter Whether you have a big shapely butt, a ghetto booty, or even a thin booty, it's still called it's called one of those erotic areas, erogenous zones, right? No, 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 no. That's not the word. Mixing up my words. But anyway, it's still one of those central areas, right? It's still one of those central areas in which, if you just, you want the man to notice it, you dress a certain way, what I mean, you put on some heels. From my understanding, the heels have the butt lift. I have a big ass already, so I ain't never, and I've been wearing heels forever. If I would have known that the heels was making my ass look bigger, I may have, found another way of doing things. Because goddamn, okay? Look like somebody went live. I didn't know. Let me see. Anyway, I heard verbal just clown. Who? Anger man. Wait, what is on? What? Like I need to run over there. What's going on, Mother Earth? 6 days. What's going on? Is that what it's? Let's see. Man, they got the shit going over there, Donovan. Oh man. Anyway, I think I'm blocked over there because I was over there speaking to all you motherfuckers. Nobody spoke back, so I figured I must have was blocked. But why you bunny blocked me a while back, and whatever. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I'll talk about it another day. That's why I decided, I wasn't gonna participate. If I'm blocked, bitch, I ain't coming on your shit. Because if I go up there, it's gonna be a lot of bullshit. And I said I was gonna relax today, but I will go over there. I don't want to though. Because I know Bayou Bunny gonna be my target. Anyway, um, so what else? Where we were? We left off with the let me go back to sharing my screen, or whatever that was I was sharing. Um, Here we go. Um, Touch. Like I said, so touch is something different. That's so what I mentioned earlier, and I didn't get to it because I started rambling. You know how the guy when he walks up to you, how you doing, and he grabs your hand, right? Ladies, he grabs your hand so soft and tenderly. Then he goes and he even puts his hand around your wrist, right? And he's how you doing, and he just does it so what I'm saying. And some ladies fall for that shit, right? Because what he has done is he's touched you. He showed you that he could touch you in a sensual way. He's showing you that he knows how to take care of you basically just by handling your hand. That is why he does it. And the men who knows how to do that right, he tends to pull more women than not with that. To me, it never worked for me because I'm just like, has it worked for me where I would look at him and be like, okay, okay, but I took my hand back from him, but at least he still got my attention. Yes, he did get my attention, right? I just don't like people in my space like that to be grabbing my hand. So I might have just took my fucking hand back from him, but he still grabbed my attention, and that's what he's trying to do anyway. He's trying to grasp your attention long enough to get your phone number so he could come and throw the D down. Now we ladies, because this is adult hour, we have to understand some of the things these men are saying is true. The thing that when they go too far with it, when they make it seem like it's always that way, men are trying to fuck. This is true. Men are trying to put their penis. They're not out here looking to marry anybody. Now, does that mean they won't get married? No. But even when you're dating, or some women, for some reason, based on society and the perimeters they put on us to tell us what a good girl is and a nice wife is and shit like that, they have taught us to look for certain things, in our lives. So here we are looking for husbands. That's what we're doing. And that's not good though. You don't set out dating looking for a husband because even when you find him, it's not gonna work out well. It's this thing called natural, the natural selection kind of thing of not naturally, you don't naturally get selected to date because you actively date. But what does come naturally is this progression to marriage. That can't be forced if you want it to be successful. If you force it, then you're going to have a lot of bumps along the way. And then depending on how you handle those bumps depends on if you're going to stay married or not. Okay. But the natural progression of relationships that fall into this area where now you feel like, hey, we know each other, everything there is to know, the good, the bad, the ugly, and I'm here with you. I'm here to rock with you, for the rest of the way. And now that's where marriage comes. But for a woman, for women, including myself, I'm not saying that, you younger women are doing this, uh, you're the only ones who did this. I'm telling you, the society teaches us this. We've all done it, including myself, right? Dating, or in the back of my mind, I'm looking for my husband or the man who's gonna take care of me or I'm gonna take care of him, kind of shit, right? Um, but yeah, y'all don't have to do that no more. What I suggest is that you just have fun getting to know you. And that way, even if you date a guy and y'all break up, instead of being a messy breakup and it worked out so bad, you know what I mean? It could be just something that you learn. You learned a lesson. Now, if the nigga was doing all kinds of dirt, lying, and cheating on you, shit like that, and burned you like some of the dudes that come on and admitted to doing up here, uh, then yeah, you might have a nasty breakout. I've been a bust a bitch in the head. Niggas coming around burning me. Nigga, there is no reason for you to be lying to me to where you got to give me some shit. Cause see, if I know you're fucking around with others, I'm cool with it. We're gonna put on a condom. But see, men to be very motherfucking selfish. You get with a woman who's willing. She's first of all, most of us as women, we are already in what y'all would call kind of like a swinging lifestyle already with some of these men. And we, for some reason, we are okay because we know, oh, men will be men. He might be cheating, but he comes home, fuck up out of here. See, that shit would have worked with me when I was younger, which was cool. Because, see, the truth would have been, I would have been doing my thing, he doing this thing, and everybody who is involved would know to protect themselves. Knowledge is power. If a man you dealing with, if you know, and he tells you, hey, I'm out here just having fun, but I rock with you, I like to get to know you. And as long as he put everything on the table, you could decide whether, you know what I'm saying? I didn't pay for this shit. Let me how you turn this shit off. Oh, I think I just had to click somewhere where I got to click. Yeah, okay, there you go. Anyway, um, so I've always been kind of open in a sense, right? I know though that that's not normal, especially in my day. Now today I'm not sure what's normal because I'm getting a lot of feedback and it's kind of confusing me in a sense. I hear the music with the women, and I think that's what the men are hearing. But what I'm seeing, which isn't the same thing. I understand that music is just entertainment. Movies, music, all that shit is just entertainment. What is really happening in the real world, right? Now, based on what I've noticed in the real world, it's one thing. Based on the music, it's another thing. Sometimes when I listen to you young women, it's a whole nother thing. That's why I'm confused, because I'm trying to figure out which one of y'all telling the truth. You know what I mean? I put away the music and the movies. Okay, so now I'm going by what some of you women are saying versus what y'all I see y'all doing. That's the conflict for me. Is are y'all also not being honest? You know what I mean? Like, so women are the same today as they were in my day, right? I'm only one generation away, right? Y'all not most of y'all are not old enough, or even you're not young enough. Is it, yeah, you're not young enough to be my children, but Well, no, well, I'm getting it wrong. You're young enough to be my children, but you're not young enough to be my grandchildren. There you go. So we're really not that far apart, right? If you're in your 20s, you could be my sons and daughters, or younger, 20 and younger. But if you're 30 and over, then you're not young enough to be anything but one of my cousins, one of my younger cousins, right? And so I just need that to be clear, because sometimes some of you speak as if my generation is so far away that I can be like your grandmothers, your great grandmothers. No, I'm not with your grandmothers and your great grandmothers. Okay. Now, what I will say though, I noticed that some of these motherfuckers on here are ignorant as fuck. Because when they start talking about bomb back in your day, and they start talking about when women got the right to vote, nigga, I am not that fucking old. So that's when I started like to start thinking, what the fuck is wrong with these people? You know, and I already knew you were stupid, but I didn't know you were fucking stupid. You know what I mean? And I already knew the black manosphere was lost, but I didn't know you was fucking stupid and a ditch and a loss. Like I didn't know you had all of that fucked up shit. You baby, you stupid as fuck. Okay. So this is my thing. I Now, since COVID, I haven't been out, right? Actually, I would say that I haven't been out active the way I've been in the last 2 years. I'm not even gonna just say 1 year. It's probably been 2 years, right? I hired somebody to take care of the kids on my dance team, so I haven't been active. I only do the paperwork and make decisions from right here in my house. I haven't been active with them. And but until before 2 years ago, I was out here with the children, dealing with them and their parents. Very active in communities. I'm not even talking about the community I live in, right? I go into other communities and offer services and was doing a lot, right, for the community. And I did not see what some of you women are saying. I do see women, they still like black men or black boys, right? Black men and black boys are still on our list in the black community, even in some of the white communities. They do tend to like black men. I know when we on here, we want to insult them because of the fuck shit they're saying. I get that. But the realities are that black women and girls tend to like black men and boys. And other races of women tend to like them when they're young as well. A black man, a black boy with some swag, he is high on the I want to fuck him list. Okay, like young men, like like my sons, they're on that list where if they wanted to go out and come back, they can pull a woman, probably and I didn't teach them that, so they don't do that. I have one son who is very relationship oriented, right? If he's not in a relationship, he just don't mess around, and when he's in a relationship, he don't cheat. You know what I mean? And because of how he looks, though, people, it might be perceived that he's cheating, but it depends on what you consider cheating. Because if you consider texting somebody and shit like that as cheating, then maybe, so I'm not going to push that to the side for the thoughts. But I would say this, though, if I considered my husband texting another woman as cheating, I'm going to have a hard time in life. My husband, just for his job, they got women texting him. You know, he is in charge, so he got women texting him if they gonna be late to the job. Like I'm running late. They text that to his phone. You know what I mean? This is not back in the day where men everything was handled directly through these regular phones, like either the business phone or the home phone. People have access, and they texting him saying, "Hey, I'm running late." Da, 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 and shit like that. These are women because my husband is in a woman-dominated industry, the medical field. He's the boss, so they texting him. I looked through his phone. I can go get his phone right now. Any one of them, he has two of them, and I can go and read different women texting. right? And only when I get in my jealousy mode, which I do every once in a blue moon, I'm a woman. I get in my jealousy mode maybe twice a year, you know, and usually it's something that kind of just spark my jealousy mode. No telling what it could be. It could be just that I might be going through some mistress shit. It could be anything. And you men, as long as you know that, you'll recognize it and then you'll have an understanding. See, everything just because a woman knows something is happening doesn't mean she can stop it, right? And I had some guy say, well, Bob, if you know, if you recognize, I think it was the general who said this. He said, Bob, because we was talking. And I was like, well, yeah, we recognize we're doing certain things. It might be there after the fact. Remember, I think he had mentioned that he not gonna be with a bitch who get mean that time of the month. And I tried to explain to him that those things that she's going through is really chemically induced. Most young women and even older women are on birth control pills of some sort, either the shot, a pill, or something, right? And I tried to explain to him that that chemical that's doing whatever it's doing is affecting us mentally, it's affecting our bodies, our emotions, because it's a chemical, right? And I tried to explain to him that because he said that she recognized, she would tell him, I'm sorry that this happens every month, you know, and she apologizes. But he said that, well, if the bitch knows that it happens, then why can't she stop it? Well, that I tried to explain to him, well, that don't make sense. Just because you know you're doing something don't mean you can stop it. You might recognize that has happened. You may even recognize that it's happening. Like I might say, well, damn, because I realize I'm mean, I'm snapping at everybody. Then I start saying, damn, I just snapped at him for nothing. Let me chill. Chill might mean I need to go to the other room and I'm gonna have to let everybody know, hey, just kind of stay away from me right now. It's that time and we don't, kind of thing. But it's not like she could actively stop something that she herself has no control over. If I just told you that her chemical imbalance is going on with her body and her brain, what make you think she could override that shit? The only thing she could do is notice that it's happening. And she may not even notice it during the time. You might have to inform her, hey babe, you recognize you snapping at me for no reason? Now if she's a decent woman who's about knowing who she is and figuring shit out, and she might say, oh, I'm sorry, and she might put two and two together and try to figure out how to do it, stop it, but she's not gonna be able to stop it. All she can do is apologize to you. She might be able to go to the doctor and inform them, hey, I noticed that I get real snappy, that time of the month. And could it be something going on with these pills? Could we change up? The doctor would change up if he or she can. But the fuck shit to say that just because somebody knows it's happening means that you could change. That's almost like saying, I know I'm poor as shit. So that means I need to stop being poor and let me go and be rich, bitch. And I know I'm saying that, and it's funny the way I said it and shit, but that's basically what you're saying. He was trying to say just because she knows she's doing it means she can control it. And I just told him though that she is physically, mentally being controlled by a drug, our emotions. There's a lot of things. You could be depressed, know you're depressed, and that doesn't mean you're gonna get healthy, motherfucker. You understand? Just because you know you're depressed. I recognize when I'm depressed. Sometimes it might take me a while to figure it out, right? It may because I get on here, I chat with you all, I'm sewing and doing all the things I want to do. That doesn't mean I'm not depressed though. That just means I'm busy. That just means I keep myself busy. But I recognize I'm in depressions based on some of the things that I recognize that I do or don't do anymore. And then I say, okay, I'm trying not to get on any drugs. I haven't taken any drugs for my depression in many years. I think I've been off of medications for depression for, let me see. It's probably been about 12 years. Well, because I stopped just taking the medicines altogether. But um, sometimes they get, sometimes they get bad to where I feel like, okay, I just don't want to be on the drugs. I can use the drugs. The drugs kept me like perked up and shit like that. But I didn't want to be on them drugs forever. Okay. And there's all kinds of drugs that affects all kinds of things. When y'all say black women are fat and black women are being too, we're too combative and shit like that, a lot of that comes from the fucking drugs we on. And at the same time, y'all complain about a woman getting pregnant and talking about how she can have so much control. And the very thing that controls this thing that y'all call, that y'all claim she should be on birth control is the same thing that got us being combative, that has us gaining the weight, that has all kinds of things that's going through our minds is drug induced. And then so when a woman realizes that she needs to take a break from some of these drugs, then she gets pregnant, and then y'all be talking, well, that bitch didn't talk to me about her stopping her birth control. She didn't tell me nothing. Nigga, it ain't none of your fucking business. Now, it's one thing, if y'all married and shit, and y'all have a relationship where y'all talk about everything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if y'all the best of friends, and y'all just talk about everything. When she can sit down and tell you, well, you can eat, because most women don't want to hear it when it comes about our bodies, birth control, and our periods. Y'all don't want to hear none of that shit. But now you want to blame her because she didn't tell you about it. Get the fuck up out of here. Okay? Who said that on the panel? By the way, when I say things like this, it's referencing something that somebody said. Like, for instance, the first incident was the general when he was telling me about, the woman he was with and he not wanting to be with a woman. I said, yeah, who does certain things. And the second incident example that I just gave came from Mr. Fantastic. He was talking about the bitch didn't tell me she was getting on birth control pill. The bitch didn't tell me. But number one, the bitch, like those titles that y'all give to your significant other, y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Because it says a lot about you. And I'm not talking about you just using the word bitch. I use the word bitch. You can use the word bitch. But when you talk about your bitch, I'd be goddamn if y'all ever hear me refer to my husband as the nigga. But he's my significant other. So when I think about him, nothing negative come out of my mouth as I'm relating to him. I never even slipped up calling him a nigga. And sometimes y'all know I use that N word often with these little niggas. Y'all know that. But not once have I ever slipped up and called him that because I don't think of him that way. Okay. And when you're talking about your significant other, your beloved, the person maybe you might be angry at him now, but you know that the chances of y'all getting back together is high. Or even if y'all not gonna get back together, you ain't got to disparage the person you chose. It's not fucked up that you chose them. It's not even fucked up that y'all broke up. Any of that, none of that shit that's just natural shit. What's fucked up is the way you talk about it to others. And y'all niggas don't even recognize that. You fuck boys, y'all fuck boys. You get on this bitch to disparage motherfuckers you chose. And to us women, you look like bitches. And I'm gonna tell you this: any woman who look at you other than a bitch is a bitch her motherfucking self. She either coming at you for some money, something she think you could give her, or that bitch is trifling. Now, I'm not gonna mention no names, but let me be very clear: there's some trifling whores on this shit. It's true shit. It's trifling. You understand? They trifling. They think they're way up here. Them bitches are below feet. And see, this is the thing that trips me out is when they act like they supposed to be up there, but everybody except them recognize that they ain't shit. And so by me being so nice though, I don't tell them they ain't shit. I just figured, bitch, you've been smelling shit for like 5 years straight. If you ain't figured out that that's you, then that's on you, hoe. I ain't got to. I'm not gonna announce it to you. I'm gonna just say, hey, how you doing? You been good? Okay. Why I cover my nose? Cause I know you ain't shit. Other people know you ain't shit. I ain't got to. I ain't got to always announce it. I figured, shit, she good at being ain't shit. And I'm good at her being that shit. I don't give a fuck. Okay? These niggas around here talking about you in the back chats, the top chats, the under chats, niggas claiming you coming to visit. Like, fuck up out of here. Like, you gonna be a YouTube hoe. I don't even know how you be a YouTube hoe. And a YouTube hoe is the one who the men talk about, almost like they all sharing you. You know what I mean? Like they know that they can bounce you off to the next nigga. That's a YouTube hoe. It's almost like they over there. I don't have a basketball. Let me see if I can get back. You know how you bounce a ball, click, 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 and one of the guys, he got the ball, he dribbling you. That's you. Like she the ball, right? He bouncing her and shit, playing with her, you know what I mean? Yo-yoing with her, up and down kind of relationship. And it's all YouTube, by the way. And then when that nigga get ready, he said, hey, bro, you know, I know so and so. Here's your girl, you want her? Yeah, let me bounce it to you. Bam, and then he do one of them one bounce, you know, he do a right hand just bounce and pass it on to the next dude. That dude bouncing around with it. Bam, 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 bam. You know, some of these niggas, they so stupid, they double dribble and shit. You know what I mean? You be calling foul on their asses. But her dumb ass be like, nah, 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 nah. It's okay. And you know what I mean? She don't be caring that they double dribbling with her and none of that shit. And you know, they foul and shit going all out of bounds and shit with her. But she don't give a fuck, you know, because she just do what she do. She just do what she do. And they double dribbling with her ass, trying to pass her under their legs and shit. Missing. These niggas don't even know how to dribble the fucking bitch. But what they do know how to do is pass her on to the next guy. What's going on, Mella? Let me see what Mella doing. Y'all can see where I'm looking. Where Mella at? Mella, you y'all know I'm crazy, y'all. Bitch should have got double dribbled and shit all around YouTube. And I'm just like, I ain't gonna announce it to her. I figured the bitch know. Okay. Hey Mella. Let me see. Am I muted? Why I can't hear you? Can I see your name? Let me see. Give me a second, y'all. Gotta figure this out. Oh, because I'm sharing, that's why. Let me stop sharing. Mella, say something. Nope, still can't hear you, babe. Still can't hear you. Anyway, so
Hello?
the bitch, there you go. Hello.
Oh, hey, hey, baby.
Hey, how you doing, Mella? My friend, what's going on, sis?
Every time you live, I just stop by to say hello and is it
Tell me
me
shit.
you're looking for type of shit. I don't know. I have an affinity for you. So when I find out that you're live, I try to speak, even if I ain't got nothing else to say. How are
Hey,
you?
sis. I'm fine. How you doing?
I'm okay. That's an interesting title you got up there. It brings back old memories.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I'm over here just spitting a little bit on sensuality, and then you know I get off kilter and start talking about some other shit. But I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back. I was talking about I was talking about a bitch getting double dribbled on YouTube. You know, I'm only talking about you. I'm not sure if no, I ain't never hear
They
no shit
they
about you, but
they getting what?
getting passed around YouTube, like a basketball.
The pass around holes of YouTube. Wow.
Yeah, it's not even that many of them that I know, but I know there's a couple. And what's weird about them is that they think that shit is cool. I don't know if they think it's cool or they just don't give a fuck. But people, the men talking about it, and then when they see in their face, when they pop up and shit, and I'll be thinking to myself, girl, are you serious right now? You know, giving them money and they in the back chat talking bad about her. And he gotten so bad where even one of them, one of the dudes, he will openly mention her name if somebody tried to down him. Well, well, I had so and so. Now if a man is so willing to say that he had you, almost like you was a whore, you know what I mean? He don't have no respect for you. Cause see, even let me tell y'all something. Even if I was a hoe, let's say y'all heard I was a hoe, I was doing all kinds of shit, right? I was fucking many men all over the internet. One thing I am confident about is that none of you motherfuckers will never know about it. There will not be a man who gonna come, who I dealt with, who gonna come online ever and tell people. Now, I did think about if I end up becoming, let's say I became famous, right? Then niggas gonna come out, some niggas gonna come out the woodwork if they think they could get a book deal. I'm gonna get told on like a motherfucker. But until then, bitch, y'all ain't gonna know shit, okay? Until then, y'all not gonna know. You know why?
Oh,
Because there's a level of respect that anybody I've ever dealt with that we have. You know what I'm saying? There's a level of respect and it's always there. It has been there. I can show y'all chats between me and my first boyfriend. He hits me up on Facebook. I can show you. I can let y'all read what he says. Yeah, he always, how we first met and how he thought we was gonna get married. He still referred to my mother as his mother-in-law. I mentioned we never had sex because we were young when we dated. And he always thought we were gonna get married. you know, and but the thing is, every single I don't think I have any boyfriend ever that it turned out bad to where we were just, there may have been time where when it first broke up, I just stayed away, stayed away, stayed
mhm.
away. With time, there comes some healing, and now you could come back and they come finding you, say hi to you, ask you how things be done. You know what I mean? But the only dude I ever threatened I had to beat his head in was one. But even now, if I showed y'all the text of him reaching back out, it was all good. He just was mad because I got married to my husband. That's all. Anyway,
I
what
don't know.
how you
I don't
feeling? I
know.
know.
Like that going. What you say?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, that going back to old boyfriend stuff. I tried that when I was in between marriages, and you know, the when that much time has passed between you two, it's just not the same. It's not going to be the same. Um, like I heard you mention before I logged in or dialed in. I heard you mention about how men call their woman bitch, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they mean it in an endearing way. That's what's tripped out, right? That's what's tripped out about it. They well, my brother, God rest his soul, uh he was just famous for calling his women a, a bitch. Like, that's my
Mm-hmm.
bitch, that's my bitch. That type of shit. And I said, how could you call her? You said you love her. Why you calling her a bitch? Because she my bitch. I do love her. He really meant it.
Yeah, but
But my
that's
brother
different
was
than.
hood.
Yeah, no, that's different. So they are the men who just permanent men, the women that way. I'm talking about the ones who angry at it. Like I mentioned the two, yeah, these bitches. They not saying it like official, right? Official one of the dudes who
Oh,
he refers to women as bitches. But see, he not saying it the same way. And even if he was referring to a
she.
bitch as a bitch,
Don't let
he even
official fool you.
fool me
He's
about what?
a sadist, man. He talking about putting collars on women and stuff.
Yeah, he's into BDSM. Yeah, I'm good with that. He can't put a collar on me, but I put collars on men. How is it that I can put them on men and
Exactly.
he?
Exactly.
I
What makes him
shit.
think he's not talking to the dom? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, he's
It's
a
like
dom and I'm a dame, so we understand one another. But there would never be anything that that we can,
between us, right? Exactly.
yeah, there'll never be nothing.
That's why I
Yeah,
don't. Yeah, I don't take a lot of the rhetoric of YouTube men too seriously because if I did, um, you know, I mean, I'm just woman enough to know when someone's being um sensitive versus when someone is actually trying to make a serious contribution to a conversation. I know the difference,
Hey
you know.
BMT. Hey Al Nixon. Let me go through. Let me see. Who else? We got Sweet Tea. What's going on? We got Cat 505. What's going on, babe? How you doing? Um, let's see. Ebony Man, how you been, baby? You been good? I I'm hoping everything good with you. Queen B, what's going on, sis? KDM, what's going on? How you doing? Anyway, everybody's welcome to come up.
You got all your loved ones in here tonight.
Yeah, they just come and check it through. I know they got another stream going on. That might be you know, but I just can't do it.
Controversial.
Yeah, I felt like
I don't know who else is live tonight. I would check into it, but I'm probably not interested.
yeah. Well, Bayou Bunny was over there live. I'm not sure she still is. I think she was, and she started talking about the invisible one and knowing that she would come over. So I'm quite sure they over there talking. Um, Bayou Bunny has me blocked. She probably don't even realize she got me blocked because this the funny thing. Now, she has me blocked, which means she can't see my text. But she comes over here
Right.
and she says hi to me. And when I text her to say hi, she probably don't even know that I'm texting her to say hi. You know why? Because the bitch got me blocked. And this is what I'm talking about when slow hoes, they so slow they don't even recognize that they blocked you. And then they probably pissed off because you ain't talking to them. But they just don't know you talking to them because they got you blocked.
Yeah, it's a lot of misunderstandings out there, and I just had to. I remember one woman was accusing me of quote unquote ignoring her, and I just had to type in the chat. This was something. This wasn't even on the panel. This
Mm-hmm.
wasn't like it was some spicy conversation on the panel. This was in the chat room. Because quite frankly, I'm too lazy to be typing hi to every individual. So I just say, I love all y'all. How y'all doing? That type of shit. Just a big old fat general greeting. Just a big old hug for everybody when I come into the chat room. Because I'm not getting ready to sit up here and and navigate my thumbs speaking to everybody. It's nothing personal. But apparently she wasn't accustomed to my efficiency, and she wanted a personal greeting or some shit, and she was like, how come you mad at me? I was like, what? Excuse me? I think how did I respond to that when she said, why you mad at me? It was like, why you mad at me, Mela? And I think my response, more likely knowing me, it was, what do you mean? Or I'm not mad at you. That's probably how I answered it. So next thing I know, she said, well, you didn't speak to me in the chat. You fucking sick.
Wait a minute.
I thought to myself, are you goddamn sick? I said, okay, some of these people just need a hug. So, look, and my response typing into the chat was, giving her specific attention. Has it occurred to you that I probably walked away from my device and I didn't see your greeting? Because I literally didn't. I literally didn't see her greeting. And but I'm pretty sure that I greeted everyone in the chat in one efficient text message. Because,
Mm-hmm.
like I said, when you get to be my age, you don't feel like going through all them damn uh things.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes a live stream will be on bomb and I'll leave the phone here and I'll go to the restroom. I come back and I'm still listening to the live stream. Sometimes I have the what do you call it? The chat room off. I'm not even looking at the chat room. I that's just me. So I get what you're saying. She probably doesn't remember that she blocked you for some type of little argument that y'all had, and now, it's not really painting a good picture to you when it comes to her. You know what I'm saying? It's like if I really meant something to you, wouldn't you have recalled? That cause you know what would be insulting if she said, "Oh, baby, I forgot. I ain't even know." You know, it was like, "Oh, okay, you forgot, huh?" That's the one word. That's the one thing you cannot tell me. You cannot tell me you forgot something. Cause next thing you know, you gonna tell me you forgot my birthday. You gonna tell me you forgot, you know, our anniversary or some shit. You know what I'm saying? And I mean that for men. Women, they get a pass, whatever. I'm not fucking y'all. I'm talking about, I remember my first husband tried to act like he forgot that we had dinner plans for my birthday. Man, I was so slick mad at him. I put the sexiest thing I had on, and I went to that officers club because we were stationed overseas. I went to that officers club, and it just happened to be soul music night, like a soul R&B music night. And I went there, and I just enjoyed myself. And he came busting in. What are you doing? I said, I thought you said get it to go, because the scenario, whether you're interested or not, I'll tell you real quick. The scenario was we had plans to go to the officers club for dinner, because on that particular day they had, the surf and turf, like the lobster and steak, right? And and all the fixings and stuff. And the officer club was the only decent building on the damn base at the time. It wasn't really too many, quaint restaurants on that in that area because of how isolated it was an island. So it was only so much you could work with. So he came in from work.
Girl, what is he talking about? Okay, let me slow down. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't even listening. I apologize. I was over there trying to
Oh, my bad.
figure out how. No, it's not your bad. It's my bad. Cause I was listening to what people was like. Verbal went over there and did her thing over there on Bayou Bunnies to shut it down. I'm like, wait a minute, she shut down the shit. But
Oh
it looked like,
shit.
girl, it looked like it got tough. What's going on, Grinch? How you doing, baby? How you doing? How's everybody doing? I
What
was
the
like,
fuck
what
is
the hell?
going on over there? Yeah.
Trying to understand how she how I got shut down. See, see, this is the thing. You can't have strong people come up on panel, and then unless you can handle it, right? So angry man is a strong dude, right? Strong thoughts. Most people know angry man. Verbal is y'all. We know verbal. You know what I'm saying? On this side, and deal with. We know verbal is a strong. She's like the bad cop to the bomb cherry. She's the bad cop. I try to be the good cop.
Yeah, she's the
Now,
commander.
yeah, so y'all listen. If you know me, and those of you who know me, if I consider verbal the bad cop in this thing right here, that means she ain't taking no prisoners. See, I will relax depending on who the person is. If I'm cool with them, I'm cool with them. They ain't say nothing bad to me, so I respect them. Verbal don't give a fuck. Okay, she verbal say everybody can get it, and I'm like, okay. Um, but this is my thing. It's not about verbal, nor is it about anger man. It's about Bunny. Bunny, how you gonna let your you not supposed to stop it? You were supposed to just roll with it, deal with it. But if you're scared of what people might say about you and how, because it's true, certain men don't like being disrespected and they'll attack you based on somebody else. So I see what Bunny probably why she stopped. I just don't understand. Like, how you gonna be? You can't be a content creator and be scared. You know what I mean? What she got? She had Jessica X over there. The anger man popped in on her. So the men gonna go over there and see
This is
what ain't no
happening
big.
now.
No, and she ended it. She ended her shit. But you see, I would have been over there too, supporting her if I wouldn't have been blocked. So fuck her. Okay,
Oh
fuck her.
goddamn.
Yes, listen, I take shit personal because I don't block people. Like I legit, if somebody's blocked on this channel, that means somebody blocked you. And if you let me know, I'll go and unblock you. I really don't do the shit here on this channel much. You know what I mean? Like I go live and then I end the That's all I do.
Mhm.
I don't go and look at no stats. I don't go and look and see what happened to who, what, when, where, how. Listen, I don't know, and I don't even give a fuck. But this is what I'm saying. If you tell me you're blocked, I'll go and unblock you. If you don't tell me you're blocked, I don't know that you're blocked. But I personally don't block. Okay. And my point is simply this. The bitch blocked me. Okay? And I don't
And
know
you know
why.
what? She probably forgot. Like, there was one incident where she just decided she couldn't trust anybody and she blocked everybody, right?
But
And
right, and
then
I get, oh, that's
gradually
what you
she
did.
started.
But you, uh-huh. This is
Well, I
nothing.
know, I know. She took their rent. She took people's wrenches. That's what she did. She didn't
Oh,
block. But I don't know why she would block you. I don't know why.
I have no
I
idea
would
because I
like to
don't.
think she forgot.
Yeah, but did even her forget? That's it. So I don't really go in people's spaces where I'm not invited. So I've never really been in her space. And even when I go over there, I usually would say hi. So for her to block me with some petty bullshit, and I don't even give a fuck, right? But I'm just saying,
Right.
I'm voicing it because I don't fuck with her no more. Wait,
God
okay?
damn.
I don't fuck with motherfuckers who block for no reason and then gonna forget that you blocked. That's even worse. Make them forget. I'm just joking. No,
God damn.
nah, it's not that serious. I'm just mad. But I her shit would have been the shit going all night long. She had the right people over there, and
It could,
you know what I'm saying.
yeah, with the right people over there, this shit could go for
And
hours.
everybody over here, they was over there because she had Jessica X, the anger man popped up, and he gonna bring his people. So it, I don't know why she ended up trying to figure it out. But slow hoes do
Mm.
slow shit. What's going on? We got my brother Cat 504 and L Nixon. We got two brothers up here. How y'all doing tonight?
How you
How you
doing,
doing,
man?
brother?
What's up,
Hello.
Danielle? How you making out, nigga?
I'm
Good.
doing
Hey,
Hi,
hey,
good.
hey,
Hey,
all the
I was
handsome
on
men.
that panel, Bob chilling. I was up
Kev,
there
Kev
before
was on
Anger
there.
Man.
Wait,
Kev was on there when everything was good, and then he
huh?
had got off.
Yeah, I was
But
on there.
but
Oh, okay.
verbal came up, and she was doing good. Everything was peaceful. Even when Jessica signed off, they was talking about the hypocrisy when it comes to Kendra D and how the guys are mad when some one person is saying something, but then they're okay when Jessica's saying something, and even Jessica was saying, like she understand that, the hypocrisy and all that. So it ended real good. Even when Verbal was up there, it was all good. Then
Uh-huh.
Jessica dropped down, and then the Angry Man came up to dispute something that she said, and she was like, "I was only talking about the girls. He wanted to talk about boys." And it went from there. That was it. And Bayou was saying how she's not with the drama no more. She's trying to be peaceful, and she was trying to get them, to kind of talk it out and be peaceful about it. And that didn't turn out too
Well,
good. So she cut the stream right right while they was arguing.
who was who was arguing though?
Verbal when she was going in on Angry Man,
Mhm.
Oh, I see.
and then she just cut it. We like, what? What happened?
Yeah, Bunny has done that before, but I can see the no, I can't. I'm gonna be honest. It's not good business wise, and it's not like let people handle things out because they probably would have talked it through. Both Ingerman and Verbal probably had good points, and they probably would have talked it through because Verbal don't take things serious, and she, like she said, verbal assassin. He says everybody can get it, and
Well,
I do understand why she would give him that push, right? Because unfortunately, here on YouTube, that's what we women got to do up front, so the men will understand. Don't go there with me, and then we kind of relax, and then and the conversation could be had. But yeah, Cav on here, baby. These men will wear your ass out if you're a woman. They come
but
at you regardless whether you're right or wrong. You know,
she
and
made a good point.
My favorite line is, "Why you in a man's face?" I'm
Well,
like,
I mean, she
last
made
I
a good
checked,
point.
what you say? What you say,
Google.
L?
She made a good point
What?
that could be for both sides. You know what I'm saying? Like they were talking about the hypocrisy and stuff like that, and then she was basically
Mhm.
saying when she's talking about one thing, like she was focused on the girls, not that you know, and it was about education and the disparities in girls and boys, which,
Mm-hmm.
you know, there's some on each side, but she was only talking about the girls because she mentioned her daughters.
Mm-hmm.
And he came up and he was like, I don't want to hear that. These boys go through this and this and that. Yeah, we know there's statistics about boys. We know that. But that wasn't the time. It's kind of like when you're quiet and you have nothing on your mind. And
Mm-hmm.
then like, you know, when a man's wife come up and say, well, can we talk about this? Because she has it on her mind. That's not the time for you to start picking up or bringing up stuff because if you didn't bring it up, if you had nothing to talk about, let her talk and tell you, you know, the issues she have and y'all can go on about your way. But you know, sometimes be like, well, since you brought it up, let me bring this up. That ain't the time.
Right, right. I see your point. Yeah.
Mhm.
And I do see
Yeah,
Bunny,
it
you know,
went from
saying,
there,
hey,
went to cursing. When it went from there to cursing each other out, and she just cut it off. I think she did that after that. Yeah, they went back at it. You know, angry, how angry man gonna handle it.
yeah, I think both of them would have. I think because both of them are, you know, sensible people, both angry
Hmm.
man and verbal. And if she would have gave it a little time, let them cuss each other out for a minute, and then because I can watch angry man at work, right? He could be cussing you out, but then he'll say, "Okay, back on topic," and then he'll get right back on topic. I've also seen verbal do that, so I think, you know, with a little more time. But if she don't want that on her channel anymore, I get it because through experience, I guess she's saying, look, when that type of shit happens, it usually come back at her. Because, like for instance, angry man might go do a stream and he gonna mention her, even though she didn't do anything. Then there'll be a whole group of men who gonna go over there and mess with her. You know, that's what the men do. Now I'm not saying angry man himself doesn't do that shit, but them men in that sphere, in that area, they petty, like bitches. You know what I mean? They out bitching bitches.
Well,
Women like myself, these niggas out bitch me, brother.
yeah,
But you're
I
right.
would.
They both have good points. And when
Yeah,
I got up there, I was just like, you know, when you get into the manosphere thing and everything, you don't have to be one sided. There's a middle ground between all of that stuff, you know.
yeah.
Well,
So I was telling them as a just a as a supporter and stuff like that. Not much of a content creator. You know, I like the content. You know, I support the content, but a lot of times I miss like a lot of them early on. I've been listening for a year or so, but you know, I used to chime in and it was just beefing all the time. You know, took me
Yeah.
a while to even catch on what the hell a manosphere was. Right. I was like, man, I was looking for the everyday black folks that we can chit chat with and chop it up with, since we could never do that on mainstream media.
Yeah.
So now we can pass that information, like I was telling you back in like the old Southern days. Now we can talk, communicate. But
So
I don't think that the whole. I guess I'm, a little too much older for that. With that modern day dating thing, that's a whole different ball of wax.
that's what they claim, but it's not. It's really not. They keep telling us that though, because they want us to seem like we stupid and we don't know. And oh, you've been out dating game for so long, and I'm thinking, dude, what? Listen, what more? What has changed except the fact that they're doing it online? You still got to respect people. You still could be cheating even though you're online, right? They consider certain things cheating, like texting somebody else. Uh, they don't. They do it. They're not doing it in person like we had to. So who
well, I
Yeah,
had
and
it
mean,
cheating
more
could be just
difficult, us or
entertaining
them?
somebody who
I think
interested.
now with the modern, like when they talk about the modern day thinkings, young men and women are they're all a little different. Like, you know what I'm saying? The way they handle relationships are a little bit different in modern times, especially for young men. They just don't do the things that young men used to do back in the day. Just like even young women, like a lot of times, like this stuff is online, so a lot of them get it confused. That's why when you hear them calling in, you hear them talking about all this stuff and how they don't like this and how they hell bent on this and that, and then you ask them how many relationships you've been in. They said three. Well, what the hell are you talking about? You don't even have the experience. Well, what I heard Oh, who are you listening to? You know what I'm saying? Like young men, who are you listening to? You listen to bitter men? Like go out and
Hmm.
find for yourself. Like don't let them mess up your dating experience. You haven't even hit that yet. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
then like we talk about the 50-50 conversation of both sides. They got that messed up. You know what I mean? It's like, yes, at a certain age, yeah, we can talk about that. But ain't no way in hell these 22-year-olds should even be having a conversation about 100% provider or whatever. At 22, who the hell can pay for
Right.
100% of anything? Like,
Right.
stop listening to these older people. Like, y'all messing yourselves up. Unless you want
Yes.
to go date
Right.
one of these older manosphere dudes, then you good because they got you. But no, the 22-year-old you dating is not going to be able to provide 100% everything. Have money in the bank, have money for vacations, and,
Hmm.
and and pay all the bills and still be good.
Uh-huh.
He
Hold
had
up,
to work three
everybody.
jobs.
Hold up. Hey, Harris family, what you got to say?
It's Cajun raised.
Huh?
Oh, what's going on?
Oh, girl, y'all was ready to remove you, girl.
What is going on?
Hey, Doc.
Yeah. Okay, so well, anyway, I ain't gonna tell you why, but I'll tell you later. So how you
Okay,
doing, sis?
I'm good. How everybody doing?
Okay, so
I'm good.
when you came up with your name, did you want that name to come up? Are you good with that?
No,
But change it. You want me to change it, or you can change it?
if you don't mind changing it, please.
Okay, what you want it
I
to
heard,
be? Cajun. Oh, okay, Miss
Just
Cajun.
Cajun raised. Thank you.
I heard Cajun on the panel. Was it 2 or 3 days ago?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was
Listen,
with platinums.
Okay.
listen. Oh, hey, I really enjoyed
Thank you.
you. I really
Okay, I
enjoyed
changed it to Miss Cajun. I just put Miss Cajun.
Thank you, Bomb.
Okay,
But you
yeah.
know what though about that stream though, it was funny how they were talking about like hypocrisy and stuff like that. And you know what? It's funny because a lot of us can be guilty of that, right?
Hmm.
Because whenever it's for one side, everybody's good. Like when they're talking about Jessica speaking for the men and some women not liking it, right? And then vice versa. But when you think about it, a lot of times when I'm on the panel, right? Like my thing is this. I could be talking about women because I'm a man and well, I'm married, but men have relationships with women. But me, I'd rather focus. I try to be balanced, but if anything, if I got to say anything constructive, I'd rather focus more on getting the men together because I'm a man, right? So, yes, I'm with men, but if you know what I'm saying, but if we on the same page or we vibing like that, then I'd rather focus on the men that's out of order. You know what I'm saying? Because, for men, iron sharpens iron. So I can't hang with a bunch of guys that's gonna give men a pass when we got these young boys coming out and they don't have their stuff together. So I don't have time to be
Right.
focused on the women because young boys need to get it together. So me, I might get on the men, right? And when I do that, the women are gonna be okay with that. You see what I'm saying?
I
They're gonna
agree.
be okay with that. And some of the men are gonna push back. But see, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like I really don't care if they push back. So sometimes you'll have women who some women will be like, well, I'm with the women. So they'll stand up for the women, right? But you'll have some women that's going to be like, hey, I'm going to handle the women. I'd rather me say something to the women than the guy saying something to the women. So it all depends on how you come from. Everybody not gonna like your stands, but if you're gonna make a stand, hey, do what you gotta do, stand in it, you know? So it's all a little bit of hypocrisy depending on, if it don't benefit somebody, sometimes they're gonna say something about it. Me, I don't give a damn. If I hear women talking about men, if that's not me and I'm working on myself, it won't even bother me at all.
Mm-mm.
Even if I see all these whatever in the chat, I don't take it personal. I really don't.
Mhm.
So
Right. You
it all depends on how you see it.
you've come too far to take it personally. That's you know.
Exactly. I'm too busy working on myself, and I understand. Not everybody
That was
said
kind
the
of my
same.
point, Errol, when I was on the panel. I get the manosphere thing, I get the dating issues, I get the age caps, I get all of that stuff there. But I was under the impression it was about building communities.
Exactly.
Okay, if it's gonna be about building communities, that's fine. Uh, like I had to ask some of the brothers on that. Well, how long you gonna keep beating a dead horse with the high value shit? You got to get to the blue collar, that's like I was telling on the panel. Um, like I was telling you, Bon Cherry, the other day, if some of y'all heard me. Well, I've dated and I've raised kids that weren't mine. But I've also coached little league football. I made sure that when I decided to raise these children, uh, that I knew I was going to do a service because it was going to be in a real bad shape if I didn't. And there's nothing wrong with that. With reaching back, the way some of these dudes talking, like they wouldn't be a big brother, a coach, or they wouldn't take their, little nephew friend with them or something like that. If you go build a community, ain't not, you can marry a woman without children, but you can also help something out. You can reach out.
Well, speaking of like when you hit that when you talk about that high value, right? So, I made it a point to stop saying stuff about, female content creators
Hmm.
who seem to have issues with guys, right? And I start actually going back and listening to their stuff because if you hear sound bites, of course, they can say some stuff that you like, okay, well, I agree with that. But if you're catching like, the big sound bites, of course, you're not gonna, you're gonna go with that and run with it, right?
Mm.
So when you talk about a high value, right? You know, a lot of people ran with that and they're really stretching that thing out bigger than what it is. And I really don't understand because even from the same person who made that a big thing, he made it a big thing because certain people keep focus on it and they keep calling the shows. So of
Right.
course, as a businessman, he's going to run with that,
Yeah, he gonna
but,
count it. That wasn't even
Yeah.
his thing. The man
but,
sold cologne. And,
but
and,
if you mention it, but if you listen though, he said, right, a lot of people missed. Sometimes he said, why do you need a high value man? And he's also said the blue collar, he said it many times, the blue collar man is the backbone of the community. A lot of them have their own businesses. And when they work, extra hours or whatever, a lot of them make six figures and above. So he was saying, shout out. He's shout them out. But
yeah.
it's the people who ran with the high value and don't even know that he even spoken about blue collar. So and
Yeah.
that's the same with other, like I said, with the female content creators. I can't go with one or two things that I don't like if I haven't listened to the same thing. And that's what I did in 2020. I started to listen. Even to people like Candace Owens, I really didn't agree with her, but if you listen to people, you can find some type of commonality. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
like, you have Malcolm and you have Martin. You know what I'm saying? They didn't listen to each other. Look
We
what
were
happened
on
at the
two.
end.
They were on two completely different sides of the apple at
Yeah.
one.
But when it
And
comes to
we're
certain
talking about
subjects,
Candace Owens, until she starts saying some dumb shit like we need to get
yeah.
rid of Black History Month,
Oh, yeah.
that's when she lose me. But
But
when she talk about conservative values and what is going to help black families and getting off the system and that kind of thing, that she on point with that because as a society that's going to help us out. And
yeah,
we later on, most people don't even realize that what a lot of blacks were conservatives before MLK. One of the
yep,
only reasons, if not one of the main reasons, if not the only, we started voting for Democrats because of John F. Kennedy was going to, pass the voting bill, and we all then, we moved to the Democrat vote back when they were Dixiecrats. But
yeah,
he got the voting bill, so
yeah. But if you're gonna really have beef with people on YouTube, which I'm be honest with you, I really don't I really don't have time to be focused on somebody on YouTube and be obsessed to a point where like I said, I didn't agree with Tommy. I didn't like Tommy. I just stopped listening to him. Just that simple. Because
right.
he not going away. So why am
You
I
know
going
what
to
the
let him?
Tommy Angle is Tommy Angle.
Yeah, he's
He
still
gonna call it
around. So
out from
why?
the hood level and he gonna stay hood, just like in the calling out Kev. He gonna
Yeah,
call
why,
him
why
everything
would I
he
let him?
can.
Why
But
would I let him
that's
bother me?
kind of petty after a while, man. You're not
Yeah,
now like women bickering and calling each other out when they do that. Like, dude, it's not that big of a deal. I'm with you. I stay on my own personal mission.
Yeah, but if I keep screaming his name out in a couple of places, basically what I'm doing is I'm helping him grow. So you just
Mhm.
the way to get over on people is just stop talking about. It, period. You know what I
Right.
mean? Move on and go to another space. You know what I'm saying? But if you're gonna talk about people and once they get out there, when they come on the panel, and if you waiting for it, please do your research. A lot of times we don't even do the research. We hear a little bit here and there, and we get on there and we look crazy. So in order to do your research, that means you got to listen. You
But
know,
honestly, I'm sorry, Mr. Nixon, I don't mean to cut you off.
you good.
But honestly, when you go to all these different channels now, everybody's talking about it. Is even if the subject is not about it,
Mhm.
it comes into it later, and then it becomes the subject. So then they're like, "Oh, I have to take my video down and change the subject now because, yeah, I did. This wasn't the subject about KS, but now it is."
Yes, yeah, hot topic.
They,
I
it,
guess
it comes
like
up in every
it's a
channel.
hot topic.
You got to put out a disclaimer. Hey, no name
Right.
dropping. This is the rules for the night. We're gonna stay away from this, and that.
Right.
Look,
It's
I had to drop you down. You messing it up.
yeah. I just wonder why our the black men and black women why we're not getting along right now, and I just don't get it. I sit and I just look at everybody's channel, the women's channel, the men's channel, and I just don't get it why we can't get along right now because they're more talking about not promoting marriages, not promoting to have children. Well, then guess what happens to the black population? It starts to disappear.
Exactly. And you know what? When you sit down, because me and my wife had sat down and talked to our kids, right? And if your kids can actually be honest with you, the stuff that they tell you, it'll mess you up. It'll make you be like, damn, you know what I'm saying? We need to do
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're saying. These kids, hey, a lot of them don't want marriage, they don't want kids, some of them don't want to know how to cook, some of them just, and now it's it was a lifestyle that most people, you know, didn't take on like, I mean, this is a happy thing. They knew what was going to happen with it. But
Mhm.
even the LGBT community, you know what I'm saying? Like that wasn't something that they like, is an easy thing. They knew what was coming with it. But these kids nowadays,
Mhm.
it's popular. It's a thing to do that. It's a thing.
Yeah.
They want to put rainbow emojis and everybody's. It's a thing now. It's
Yeah.
popular. It ain't even, what I'm saying? They're not even thinking about all the stuff that the real LGBT people had to go through back in the day. Because
Well,
now
that's
everything
out the
everything
window.
goes.
That's out the window. Like I was talking to one of the ministry dudes, and he was like, "Well, y'all dropped the ball." I said, "Well, what you mean? How we dropped the ball? We just having casual conversation, you know? Like I just think the older dudes dropped the ball, man. Y'all haven't been through shit, you know? I like
Well,
we took a hit on a whole lot of stuff, man. Everything from the prison system. You know, me coming from Louisiana, I'm always saying, I tell people all the time, um, they change laws every day to keep us in jail or put us in jail in the South. So that hasn't
That's
changed.
true.
And you also have, like when some of the women say that black men need to step up. Okay, well, once again, I'm in the South. We still got, like you got a sign, what are they, sign G, that one. We're not producing a building. Well, I have my family has our 20 acres. I think we got 20 to 30 acres out there in Mississippi. But you have a lot of black farmers who still catching hell. They sold them some bad soybeans, which mess up the soybean crop. And not only that, they're getting priced out at the grocery stores. You also have, so they got a whole lot of things, and the basics for building is farmland. But I don't, things like that. People talk about building, but they're just talking about a relationship with, just with the couples. But there's a whole lot more to building than that.
well, I think what these guys are talking about, right? These young guys are talking about,
Hmm.
and if you take a look at the most noticeable thing is you take at how us older guys, especially the guys who came from like hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Like I came from like really doing hip hop, right? To
Right.
these young kids when they saying drop the ball. You can even start with that, you know, with these guys, these little kids and these 360 deals and the companies trying to get in between them and us because every time they one up on us, we had to figure out to get around stuff in the music industries. And then they get up and then we back and forth, you know, and now they got this 360 deal. Well, they don't want these young kids to talk to us because
Mm-mm.
we have fought the battle until, there's not too many record labels left. You know what I'm saying? And we found ways to get around a lot of stuff. So now you look at the music, right? These young kids, they get up there. They like, well, I ain't a rapper. I'm just a rock star. They get on the song and not like back in the day when you figure somebody else is hot getting on the song, oh, you bringing your A game. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not about
Mm-hmm.
to be outdone on my songs, but these kids, there's no competition. It's just money. They just write something. They just throw it on there. They get on
Right.
TV and a cipher. They laughing and joking because they don't take it serious, right? So then when we get mad, but they looking at us like, well, you didn't teach us none of this stuff. You didn't hand this stuff over. You know what I'm saying? So what can you say to us when y'all didn't do a good job passing that down? When I say that, when it comes to if you look at, like my mom, from her, all the good music I got from her, I had a big crush on Sade growing up. But these young kids are so
Absolutely.
disconnected, even with our music and some of our culture. We don't do Black History Month like we used to.
Right.
We have dropped the ball. Hell, there's Spanish kids who don't even know how to speak Spanish.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
so so we have dropped the ball when it comes to that, and I can see why some of us dropped the ball, right? Because while our kids need us at home, we're too busy arguing with each other on YouTube.
Right.
I'm,
Exactly.
and God forbid if they listening, So at least at least if I'm gonna say something and my kids happen to get a hold of it, I'm gonna speak like if they do find it, they'll be okay with me saying what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
That is definitely true. I just feel like, how like back in the days when they said that television actually influenced the children.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
now you got the YouTube that it's influencing the older people now with all this arguing and beefing
Those
and
talk
stuff back.
shows and drama series over the years influence a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
It's,
And I
I
think
mean, you
that
can.
just changed the dynamic from dating.
yeah.
I mean, you got your parents, your household is your influence, and then you
Mm,
got after a certain period of time, you lose that to their peers as they get older, right?
right.
And then and then, of course you got to add the environment. That's another variable. But okay, even if you move to a better neighborhood, and even if they get out of that stage where they're moving to their peer environment. Now it's different because their peers is just not the neighborhood. Their peers is the whole entire internet. And
Mm,
these kids is something like I was trying to tell my wife, she was talking about suicide rates and all that. So they still be the same. And I told her, no, that's a lie. If there was 10,000 kids doing it, add social media in it.
yeah.
You raise those numbers up because these kids, if you look at the adults, we bring our pain and we bond with people and all that. You can be easily influenced.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
so I hear all the time by people in my family. Why are you on the internet so much? Why you do this? Why you do that? Why you do that? Listen, I started this whole YouTube thing years ago because my kids were doing it. It's to a point now when we have conversations, I know what they watch. And I'm talking to these young YouTubers. Half the
Mm-hmm.
time I'm telling them, hey, so and so got a song out. They like, oh, really? And I'm beating them to it. I know what they talking about. I'm asking, do you know what's in the song? See, these kids can't even translate their own music. And I'm saying, they said, well, it can't be bad because it's on the radio. So I'm breaking down what
All
they
right.
saying, and they looking
That's a
at me
problem.
like, wow. But see, when I was their age, I knew what they was talking about. These kids, some of these kids are clueless. Like
We knew what
there
they
was
was
a
talking
Shabba
about
Rank,
in R&B.
yeah, there was a Shabba Rank song on Ting a Ling Ling back in the day. Now I listen, I'm from Trenton, so I hang around nothing but Jamaicans and Africans, Puerto Ricans or whatever. And I'm sitting here like, do y'all know what they're actually saying on the radio in broad daylight? And they playing this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But talking to my kids, my wife is like, well, I don't really have time to be, all that type of stuff. And I'm like, well, you better. And I asked her, I said, do you know what the icons, pizza, and hot dogs, you know what they stand for? She said, no. I said, well, to pedophilias, pizza means girls and hot dogs mean boys.
Wow.
These people know how to get at your kids because they know some of us, we're doing our own thing. So when my son was young and he was in the talent show, this lady behind me was like, "Oh, that's my son." So I'm like, "You know what that song mean?" She, Soldier Boy, crank that. I had to break it down to her. She was like, "Oh, hell no." Yeah.
Wow.
So even music is
I'm with you on
always,
that, man. I pay attention to my daughter's dealings too. When
yeah,
she gets online, and they like I say, it's a wide open market. There's a lot of ways to make outside sources of income. She likes playing Roblox. She's 9.
oh
Okay,
yeah,
she
that
will
Roblox.
learn coding, Roblox coding, and we got her on Twitch. You know, that way she could, she learns how to design her own characters now. But I'm
Yeah,
with you
but
on
we,
that. A lot of people, I'm old school. Send a kid to school for them to teach them grammatical skills and everything, but a lot of your teaching should come from home.
yeah,
Mm.
So
but
just
that's the thing though,
hey,
Kev. When
every
did
day I'm explaining something on my and like you with your children, I'm sure, they start feeling free to ask questions, and you
yeah,
want to keep them on that path of asking questions, and that leads them to their teenage years. That's a good thing.
but here's the thing though. Back in the day, music always had codes in it. I mean, but the easiest ones was Rick James singing Mary Jane. Like we
Yeah.
white horse, we know what the I mean, there was always code in these songs. So I mean, so we think that we get older and it stops. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Yeah.
still going on. And if we not like, what's the name? What's the Nelly song, Country Grammar? You know,
Mm-hmm.
that song was talking about going down to that street and letting it off. That doom doom, that was shots. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right,
it's
ready to
always
let it
been.
go.
They just got smart with it. They followed the
Man, but see,
formula.
they can glamorize any type of music now, man. Just a nice beat, and you make a hit, and they play it in the club. It don't matter what they say.
Yeah, because they always coded that stuff. It's that song they got right now that people are doing the Junebug challenge to. Listen to the lyrics in that song.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, but grown
And
people
that's why I
don't
was,
read it, so
well,
they
that's
don't even
like
know
when
what they talking
give
about.
you a prime example. When Cardi B or Megan Stallion song come on, you can't block, and it comes on the radio. It's them children can understand exactly what some of them can understand what they saying, and it's kind of blatant. But I think it's one of those things you're not gonna be able to hide for too long in today's modern music. But yeah, they are a little more behind than we are with it. We caught on.
Yeah. I think we got to start sitting down and but if you too busy screaming at your kids and you
Right.
got too much stuff going on in your life, you need to take a look at that and calm down because some of your kids gonna come to you when it's too late because they're afraid to talk to you.
That's right.
They're gonna find out from the streets, and that's not what you want. So we got to get to a point where the kids can actually sit down and talk to you. Like my oldest daughter, I talk to her all the time, and I let her know the things that I was going through when I was young. I thought about all the stuff my parents were going through and different things in the neighborhood, and she was like, "Okay, I understand," because I feel like this way sometimes, whatever. And just to see them like Wow, I didn't
And
know that you
that's the
went through
key
that as a
word there.
kid.
When they
But yeah,
say I feel this way,
yeah,
that means you're doing a good job. When they talk about how they feel, that's excellent,
yeah.
especially
Well,
for the girl.
we can't be super parents and act like we never did nothing and we never did nothing wrong. And that's where we mess up. Like, yeah, I messed up a lot. That's the
Right.
only
I
way
say I went
my
through the
20-year-old
whole
can do better.
nine with my
But
daughter.
there's a way to say it though.
Oh yeah, most
You don't
definitely.
just spill your guts to your child. It really it's about teachable moments as opposed to you know you confiding in them. You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
Well,
find that a lot of parents are making their children their friends,
oh yeah,
and
most
I
I'm
think
definitely.
like,
daddies,
that's
Mhm.
not a good
daddies,
move,
daddies always
man.
kind of
The
straight up.
better move is to guide them.
Right.
That's the better move. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I'm your pops, but look, we good, but I'll still beat your ass when you get out of line. Don't get messed up.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one, Mel, because I have a family member and her daughter is the family member, she's 40, I'm 47, 40, she's 49, and her daughter is 22. So her and her daughter have been like talking, more like friends instead of mother and daughter. Well, then we had my family back home in Louisiana. They had a family gathering, and just what my family member told her daughter, yeah, she blurted it out in front of everybody, and it was not appropriate for her to even say it. And it was about my mother. And yeah, she was like, I told you that in confidence. Like, why are you even talking to your daughter like that's your friend?
Right, right.
She's not your friend. You were supposed to guide her better than that, and did not even talk to her in that way because it was unnecessary.
Mhm. I just blame it on tunnel vision. Some people have tunnel vision. They don't recognize that their role is to lead their child as opposed to being their friend.
Right.
That was always quirky to me. It's like you changed this child's diapers and all of a sudden, so what? You gave birth to a friend? That's what you saying? It's like, what are you doing? That's
Right.
hilarious.
I, I can understand when you have those moments where like with my kids, it's like you talk to them, you let them know, hey, I don't want you to feel afraid to ever come to me, to talk to me, confide in me about anything. But we're not gonna be buddies, where we hanging out together and we talking stuff like, oh, about your friends or whatever in school like that. That's fine, but you do have to that, you put out that olive branch basically, but you do put rules on it as well.
Because
Listen,
depending on what type of child you have, they're going to start asking you about your deep personal business, which they
Right.
have no business knowing.
hey,
Yeah, but we
listen.
ain't gonna
And
do that, boy.
then next thing you know, you are an example in a conversation that she's having with her, who are supposed to be her peers. Yeah, because I remember when my father did this. I remember when my mother did that. They told me themselves,
Yeah.
Listen,
Right.
it's
listen.
like you're
Go ahead.
supposed to always make sure you're viewed in a damn near perfect light amongst your children. They have to, feel
Mm-mm. I
they
didn't do
have.
that. Of course, it was always appropriate. But like when my 16-year-old daughters grew up, growing up, I told them where I was at 16, frame of mind. I just try to keep it up the pace with them. And I do think a lot of things are important coming from mothers, but I think um, my daughters did appreciate the logic and reality coming from their daddy, and I think it's just a different thing when it comes from the father.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I talk nothing but logic and your surroundings, things like that, and try to keep them thinking, you know, and just yeah, with just some logic, it's point A, point B, your choices. These are your options. You make the best choice for yourself, and I bring them up with that. Now, my oldest, my adult children, they know all the juvenile, they know all the struggles, a lot of the struggles I've been through. I waited until they got older because I was putting them, I was also walking them through their own personal history. from mine on down to their parents and my mom's struggles. And being in the South, I had to tell them how, their grandmother grew up, and like give you a prime example. There was my mom was almost grew up like in a color purple situation, very abusive situations, and so was my grandmother. So I had to walk them through that, and then me going into the juvenile system and what that did and the chain effect that had. But the grandmother, the mother to me, and where the cycle was broken. So I pretty much get straight up with them so they can learn everything, the whole history, and she appreciates it. But it was always age appropriate.
Yeah, with my sons, well, all my kids, I pretty much tell them about, things that I did and how I did them wrong. And the reason why I can do that is because, you know, they see, well, my oldest son, they see progress. Like they've seen me work to be an example and they see me work hard. So like I watched my dad. I watched my dad go from having a gambling problem, like him and my mom, arguing, to fist fights, all type of crazy stuff. And I
Mhm.
seen him fix his credit. I seen him, climb the ladder of success at his job. You know, him and my mom, it didn't end up together, but I saw him, he married my stepmother and had my brother and my sister start doing way good in life, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And right now he's a pastor and my stepmom's a first lady. My
Mhm.
dad came a long way, you know what I'm saying? And I watched that process. So that's the thing with my son. I always wanted him to see me progressing. So if I
Right.
tell him about my failures, he can at least see what I was talking about to where I'm at right now. You know what I'm saying? And that he can get there himself. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to relationships, I tell my 20-year-old a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, and thank God he's not following my footsteps at 20.
Right.
Yeah,
He's way
he's
ahead
doing
of me.
from what you said. He's doing really well. He's doing
Way ahead of me.
exceptionally well. He's a
Yeah.
Exactly.
manager where he is.
Exactly. And that's because, we got, and so when I told him, he started like putting two and two together, because I used to always tell him, him and, he does, him and his mom, that relationship they have to fix. But, I used to tell my son, I'm like, you already learning. He's like, what do you mean? I said, your mom is a woman, right? He said, yeah. I said, well, you're learning already. You just haven't opened your eyes. Your
Right.
mom's in relationships, you see your mom move, you see me move, you know, the lesson that has already begun. We are women, we are men. You got to start watching people.
You
We
have
are
to
your
pay
first
attention to
teachers,
your
good and
surroundings.
bad. Yeah, we your first teachers, good and bad. You have to watch, you
Right.
know.
And then sometimes Miss Cage and I had to get real direct with them. Like I said, I'm from New Orleans. Now, a lot of the issues that we see on YouTube and stuff like that, they got both sides, and yeah, they got issues on both sides. You take one of the daughters I raised, the two girls I raised, one biological, one sister, right? She has a sister. She her mother had a daughter when I met her. Their cousins,
Mhm.
their cousins and their aunts. They got three aunts. Each aunt got four kids, three different baby daddies.
Mhm.
Their mother got four. All the girls got four, right?
Mhm.
I'm really trying to hold it down and make sure that they don't get into that position, but both of them have one already. Regardless of what I do, say, how I move, that environment is an issue. And the frame of mind they have, and even though it's not a horrible situation because the oldest one is 25 and she's a nurse, she's LPN, got pregnant, and she knows all the rules and conversations in her body and pregnancy prevention and everything. I said, well, being a dad out, she was like, well, I'm pregnant. I said, well, what made you want to have a baby? And she was
Mm.
like, well, I just wanted to have one. I was ready to have a baby. And my
Mm.
biological one is pregnant now, due next month. I asked her the same thing. And see, this is the
Mhm.
thing. When I asked them that, it caught her off guard. She said, "Well, I wasn't expecting you to ask me that." Well, that was your choice. And
Right.
see, this is the situation with her. Her and her boyfriend live together, right? They lived together for like 3 years. Okay, and you just decided that, to me, I didn't couldn't get in on her, but that's kind of like a selfish act on her part because the boy didn't realize she was ready to have a child. So I
Mhm.
got to keep that frame of mind out, and in their early 20s, in the environment around them with a bunch of women and females. And I'm not just putting on women. I'm just talking about how the mentality goes in this environment she's in. It's like, oh, congratulations, we knew you was gonna have a baby. It's about time, and that kind of dumb shit. And she was in college, so those kind of fights with fathers, I still have to deal with. You know, so it's
Mhm.
still real out here, but it is what it is. So regardless of even fathers can do the best they can, but at the end of the day, you still got those kind of my daughter's influence come more from the women. Let's put it like that. And with some
Wow.
daughters, and it's a big family on that side, and what they would do, I can notice that certain things they kind of know how what my answer is with the logic. So they'll ask me questions when it's something that they already know. That they don't really know how I'm gonna answer. But those kind of things. So I got to look at my daughter who's 22 and the other one's 25. Before you make 35, the odds are good that they gonna have a baby by another dude, and
Mhm.
that's kind of the logic, because like you gonna stay with this dude 22. I who goes? I mean, it's possible. You know how they be saying, well, it's possible to do this. Okay, but it's highly unlikely. So now I have to re-prepare her to not to feel like she don't need a man, but that she can survive. Because I don't want my girls walking around here like some of these women thinking they don't need a man. Some people took that to the head and they didn't let it go and they passed it on for generations. So
Right.
and I had to give her an example of why not to of needing a man thing. And this is an example I gave during Hurricane Katrina in 2005. Now, I was one of the ones in the convention center with my kids there, and I was working at UPS. Well, we got caught in a storm. Um,
Oh.
we were in the convention center, so what you notice in the convention center, once we made our way there after going through all that muddy water, dead bodies, all sewage water and everything, you got the convention center. It was packed with a bunch of
Well, I like
Yeah.
family, so I need me a woman. I don't know what y'all. I don't
That's
know
the
what.
504 you bored out.
women just like you seen on TV. Push all that. Right,
It's
right.
like been
You need to get
it's
some
just been
sleep. So
mad at him
I
all
went out to
night.
the hotel, stayed in the hotel, but I was like, don't say you don't need a man, even if it's just to repair something.
Hey,
That kind of thing there. But we was able to eat and be all right. And how many people were stuck out, literally begging me, can I go with you with their kids?
hey, hey, Bomb, you
So
listen?
No, I,
Mom got that new sewing machine. I still got the one
I
with the
was
pedal.
about to nod off.
You need me?
Listen. No, no, I was about to say, this would be the time where dude, dude come up and be like, "Oh yeah, yeah, look at Bomb. Bomb got some sexy fingers, Bomb. I know you got a husband, but I'm just saying." Oh man.
Yeah,
none of your admirers on here tonight, Bomb.
Oh
Wait, wait,
Lord.
hold on. I thought I
They
saw him
probably
in the chat. I thought I saw him in the chat too. There, yup. I
he
thought I
welcome
saw
to
him.
come up. Tell him he could come up and join the conversation if you want.
Lord
We
have
we
mercy.
not gonna ban him.
Hey,
We,
hey, listen. I was listening to the Black Woman's Bill, right? And she was talking about the investment community, and Bayou was talking about how they were just saying there's nothing wrong with Black women expanding their options. They still love Black men, but nothing wrong with explaining their options, right?
Mhm.
But then they were saying they was getting hate from the divestment community, but more so the swirlers, turned divestment and kind of like, I guess changing the rules or whatever, right? And they were saying how they were coming at them for having black fathers and black babies. I mean, like, damn, that's crazy. Like, I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, you can expand your options, but I mean, I've seen people like, I don't want no black boys, or if I had a black boy, I'm like, wait, well, you taking it too damn far. That's just
I don't want no black boy because he'll get killed in the street.
you. I mean, no, they was basically saying, and someone go too far and say, I would have an abortion. Like, you might as well put on a white hood, for real.
Yeah, they got plenty.
mhm.
I mean, like, damn. Like, why don't you and some of them angry dudes? Why don't y'all go somewhere? We put y'all on the island and we just see whatever come after that.
Yeah, I know.
you know?
That's just kind of ridiculous.
How about we put that
That
on paper?
don't make no damn sense.
No.
Talking
Can
about
I ask the ladies out there,
they
man,
would
something?
abort a black baby. That don't make no sense.
Miss
Yeah, then
Mel,
you got
That's
Mel,
just
Cade,
I
and
just think
Mel,
that's evil.
let me ask you this question. This is where I'm lost at, just in general. I see, and we talking about outside, not just on YouTube, but outside of YouTube. How many how many groups do are black women in supporting? It's like
you
you
gotta
got
ask the
the
same for the
feminist
guys too.
movement, you got they got a lot of support in the LGBT community, and you got women of color, and you have the black women movement. But I don't see movements, with the men at all. My
But
thing
Kev,
with that is, if you spread yourself that thin, everybody else getting all our benefits except black people.
well, Kev,
hmm
you got men in different groups too, to a point
Right.
that you don't even know like some of the acronyms.
Right.
You got men going their own way. You got they save yourself black men. I'm like, damn, that's a
And
new
not
one to me.
one
How
of
does
them
that
have a
come about?
lobbyist group. Not one of them.
Well, they
Right.
don't. Well, listen, they don't need one. I hope they can get one. They don't need one.
And I bet you they're all talking about growing black families and communities. That's
Well, here's
strange.
the thing. Both
Well,
sides both sides are talking about each other, but if you look
right.
around, you see more black babies on both sides. So it's like that's kind of funny. You're talking about going to the other side, but you keep making black babies with black people. Make that make sense.
Well, this is something else I noticed because a lot of them are also talking about, oh, I wouldn't get with a baby mama and I wouldn't get with her. And yeah, then when you on somebody else's panel, you come up and say, oh, yeah, I married a baby mama. And yeah, I'll get with her because she's big, whatever. And then they're black.
They
They
do.
always say too, they don't want the black woman because she's got so many issues and all this stuff. But yeah, you do want the black woman.
Oh, they still
you
want them. They just don't like the mentality. They're like,
They
I ain't
still
gonna.
do because
Yeah,
most of
yeah,
them can't,
we ain't never stop wanting black women. That was never.
exactly. Most of them can't control themselves if they see you at a gas station. You know what I mean? Like most of them, they like, man, I don't. Damn, she
Black
fine.
women ain't
Yeah,
never
you got
been
to get her
stripped off
number.
the titty. Trust me.
They not passing down because I don't see none of them going to no white clubs. They going to black clubs and they hollering at black women. So I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear none of that. And why pass up even if you even if you like Dominican women? There's a whole bunch of them in Florida. Why you got to go to all the way to the DR? You got some right here. You got to go overseas. And I'm tell you, them dudes overseas.
And partially the reason why I asked that, bomb cherry and everything,
Was
is because one of my Vietnamese friends, we was having a conversation in one of my groups. She was saying, Kevin, what people don't realize is that the only reason why a lot of these minority groups get so far ahead is because the struggle of black people and death of black men. See, they're getting a double minority status and opening up restaurants and stores. And my thing was, I was like, look, I was telling a buddy of mine, we need to start doing that. Everything instead of bickering, We just need to open up a business and our old lady and get the double minority. The men, we don't, black men don't get much or anything, but get those double minority status. But my thing with black folks in general, everybody capitalizes on. And it's like when we support feminist group, well, that help white women. That don't help black communities, with the LGBTQ community. That help that help a bunch of transgender and cross-dressing white men for the most part, in my opinion. But that's not black folks, but those are
You
the groups
talking,
that's getting the hardest push.
you talking about
Like
economically?
Biden just said the new civil rights movement is LGBTQ. We're like, really? And see, they got that push with that, and we can easily go into the Black Lives Matter thing because I think it's a joke. But I think that I've seen more people pull out the black thing like the attack on Ice Cube, you know? And I just didn't understand. I was talking to a friend of mine. I was like, well, you can't, how can you be a feminist, pro black, and be for women of color? Because women of color includes Native Americans, Hawaiian, Vietnamese, Chinese, all Mexican, Hispanic, Latinos, and all that. That's why Biden talked to Cardi B, not Dr. Claude Anderson. So
No,
I'm
he should.
tired of that. Y'all weakening it because they can get anybody with a shade on them and say for people of color and our ass who had to struggle through slavery has to share with them.
Well, I hope he don't talk to her again. I mean, just hearing her
That's what
talk.
I don't get. And we can deal with our own thing, but on the outside, man, we all over the place. At least I think our women are. And then of course you got the ones that really don't care, but I don't get it.
Well, if you ain't vote for him, you ain't black. So, what?
Yeah.
But you know what though? I mean, we as a group, we are like too forgiving
Way too
and compassionate about stuff
Yeah.
because if you
I'm
think
not.
about it, right? If you think about it, look at the other groups, right? I remember when the Jersey Shore first came on. Them Italians was hot.
Mhm.
One of the girls stopped being on the show because her parents was getting threats. Now that's going too far, but they didn't want y'all to see them on TV like that. Like
On
you got
display.
other groups when people act up, it's a problem, right? So I look at it kind of like the military, right? Now when you think of people that don't fit the uniform or whatever or the standard, right? You can say that's the Navy. You know what I'm saying? But the Department of the Marines is part of the Navy, right? Ask yourself, and I'm just using an example. Ask yourself, when's the last time you seen an out of shape Marine,
Right.
right? And they have more pride than the Navy. I hate to say, but they do. But
Hmm.
that's just the difference. They keep more pride, and if they have people who don't fit the uniform, you won't see them.
Right.
But they somewhere, and if they ain't getting out of shape, they're getting out. So we just gotta take more pride and stuff. We make the dramatic and all the crazy stuff popular. You know what I'm saying?
But he
That's why we
loved
have a
drama.
world star
He
hip hop.
loved
We have a baller alert. We have all this, and I keep telling the ladies, if you don't like the stuff that the men are talking about in these music, there's female rappers who are hot, but I mean, you're not even listening to them. I listen to them, but you have alternatives. And the reason why they don't last is
you can
because we
support
still
whoever
support
you
the
like.
stuff that we complain about.
Yeah.
We still support that stuff because the beat is nice. So we go dance to it, right? But you ain't thinking about all the lyrics they saying, but the beat is nice. Hell, I used to listen to gospel hip hop. It's just as good as secular hip hop. We got all this alternative stuff, but we still stuck on the very same stuff we claim that we don't like or that's not good for us.
Oh,
That's
I'm
bad.
sorry. I'm sorry. For me, I don't get it. I can't get with the new music now. I'm just strictly old school.
Yeah, but that's why we tune into like Oprah was saying. Well, she had a problem with people that watching Jerry Springer. I'm like, you do know some of the people that watch you turn and watch Jerry Springer too, right?
Most
Right.
of them. Most of them.
That
And to
people like chaos.
And
Is
see,
entertainment.
I still remember Oprah in the early '80s, and as a young man, oh, with the women standing up there saying black men ain't nothing, they dogs, they ain't no, like god damn. I remember that.
Ah,
I said,
man,
damn,
listen, I
they
ain't even
ain't no good.
gonna
They gay. I heard all that on her show.
lie.
We just turned it up. Murder came along, Ricky Lake came along, and
Yeah,
30 years,
it's
40 years like
the chaos and the drama make the
black men
numbers.
dogs. I'm like, geez.
Yeah, we watched them shows too. Them shows ain't having nothing to have us doing nothing but fight. We watched them. We
Yeah.
watched them shows and everything. People coming home. Uh, what you do today? What you mean? I went to work. Something ain't right. What you mean? I went to work. You was watching that damn show again, wasn't
Oh, you can go back even further than that, man.
you? Hey, hey,
As a child, who don't know, who don't, what black person don't know who Victor Newman is?
yeah. You
Oh,
remember
I
Everybody,
still watch it.
I ain't never watched a soap opera, but I can tell you who was on them and what happened.
yeah.
I'm sorry, I record them and watch them every day.
My mama did too, and then she got on the phone and talked to four of her friends about what what happened
Of
on the show.
course,
That's how I knew it.
that
It
didn't
was
happen
a mind.
right. It didn't happen right if you didn't do that. I used to watch my grandmother do it as well, and my great grandmother.
And you know
Girl,
what?
what happened to David Victor?
You know when men got into it? Men got into it when Dallas came out, when Who Shot JR.
Oh yeah, Dallas. I used to watch Dallas.
I was on Channel 6 where I was from.
Victor was a bad boy.
And then you had
CBS.
yeah, CBS. Then you had my favorite, Knots Landing.
Oh
Uh-huh.
yeah, watch that one too.
And then after that, back in the day,
Girl.
after Knots Landing, then it was Papa John and D, and it was I
Yeah.
think the Jeffersons and what's it, Mel
Mag-
Diner or Alice, whatever one of them shows.
Magnum PI.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that
Magnum
was a line.
PI
We had
and
a
that
good lineup
late
back in the
night
day.
10:30 with
Yeah.
Mash and
Cosby was on NBC.
now
Yeah.
when I think it changed, this is when I think it all changed. See when they came out with who wants to marry a millionaire? And they had the guys
Mm.
and the women lined up. See, when it changed from that, you didn't need actors to make money anymore. You can get the average Joe. Then they got into the reality TV thing, and then
Now that
and then with the Atlanta Housewives and all that, I stopped watching after that. I couldn't see.
Oh, I can't get with
Successful
that.
black women. I'm like,
no,
y'all made it.
I think the MTV Real World rule started all that BS. That was the
Yeah,
first
you
Oh
right.
yeah, the real world. Yeah,
that was the first reality show. That
right.
ruined a lot of stuff.
It
Mhm.
sure
Yeah.
did.
But that game show, that what's that game show? The Honest Truth. That trifling show had to go up there. It was people getting caught, like wives getting caught, dudes getting caught saying stuff like right in front of everybody. Family sitting right there in the front row.
Hmm.
All to win money. And you
Well.
know they was
I
hooked up to a lie detector test.
I could see. I
Oh
didn't.
really?
Yeah, the honest. Yeah, oh yeah, oh they got some clips of some crazy stuff. Like you knew them couples wasn't, and they did follow up. Them couples got divorces
Wow.
because they was asking some real personal stuff about exes. When was the last time you did it? Like
Man,
all
I'm
type of
not going on no show like that.
stuff.
Yeah, like can't do it. Sorry,
Yeah,
Are
can't
you
do
are
it.
I
you
done
really
repented and asked God to forgive my sins. I ain't gonna tell y'all shit.
are you with him for the money or are you with him because you love him? They like do you really love him or is you just staying there because because he makes certain money? They was asking all type of questions.
So you're trying to bring a high value man back into this?
Oh no. But
But see, the high value man thing,
they was
that's
wilding
Kevin's
out.
definition. That's Kevin Samuels' definition of a high value.
Have, have you ever cheated on your wife? Uh damn, I can go for the 100,000 or I could I can quit right here.
Wow. If you have to go, that means yeah, you did.
Yeah,
You
like
just scared.
man, look, like listen, you might as well go ahead because you're gonna need that money to get that divorce. You might as well go ahead.
I'll take that money for one-way ticket.
I'm like, there's no way I'm going on that show. I mean, but here's the thing though, some people go on it and they like, oh, I'm good. I ain't got nothing to hide. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
You know,
right.
but yeah,
Or
And
they
they
think,
like, well,
yeah, they think it can, or they think they can lie. Or they not gonna get to ask the right question.
exact. There you go. There you go.
yeah, that's it.
Like,
That's
you,
it.
you weren't supposed to ask this damn question. Damn.
Yeah, fear factor and all that. You know, well, people put out you was able to make money off without paying that.
You
Now,
be at Walmart. They be like, hey, ain't you the dude from that show? Nah, man, they ain't me.
Really.
Nah, they ain't me.
I actually had a cousin that went on the Jerry Springer show years and years ago, and
well,
he didn't think anybody was going to notice him when he went into the store. Actually, he went into the dollar store, and it was like five people that recognized his face. Like, ain't you the one that girl dog on the Jerry Springer show? Yeah, she did. She did.
yeah, we
I
really
mean,
don't
he
do that.
was
Yeah,
like so embarrassed.
and who's the father? If you the father or not, they just made a killing off that.
Oh man, ain't no way I'm running around, running backstage while the camera follow you.
Mm-hmm.
The damn Maury show, crazy.
I know.
They
That
be
is
up there
really
dancing. Look, they be up there dancing. I told you, I told you.
Doing backflips.
pop locking and everything. It's like, what? You that happy, huh?
Yeah,
They, but I noticed on a lot with that show, they don't really know. They really just don't know. They just hoping that they're not the father because they really don't know.
Yeah,
They
it's very few with some real confidence.
right, exactly.
And my thing is see, with the whole, I personally think that when they go to accountability, these girls is sticking babies on a whole lot of dudes, boy.
no, we don't
I
want to talk
got
about
partners
that.
right now. I give you a Saints football player, outside linebacker. He married a girl. He had to give his son blood, and the blood didn't match. They tested neither one of the kids was his. He divorced him and got spousal and child support because he
But see,
signed a birth certificate. I work with dudes at UPS who sign birth certificate and paying $700-800 a month and can't get out of it. It need to be done with it to some degree.
they don't want to do stuff like mandatory DNA tests. I mean, society makes money off of a lot of this stuff, man. They make money off of, when you get married, and they make money off of when you get divorced, because more people spend money
Make money when you
together,
die.
and then they make money when you divorce. So these people, it's society is good for people to get married in society because hey, that's when the money come in.
Right.
Well,
Just like now, I'm single, but if I don't get married, whatever spousal benefits I got for working all those years at UPS and stock trading don't go to anybody. If my daughter's over 18.
that's my thing. When I got married the first time, I was married to my ex-husband for 11 years. And when I divorced him, we went our separate ways, but I didn't take anything with me. I did the Tina Turner thing. I just told the judge, I just want my maiden name back. He can have everything. And I
And
just
see,
wanted my maiden name back.
I've been divorced before in the military, so I've been married more than once. It's very common in the military. You say you've been divorced once, they'd be like, okay, but normally it's more than once. It's because hey,
That's
it's rough.
what brings me to the point when
Not
I
everybody's
brought up fantastic name on that pen. I got a bone to pick with fantastic, man.
well, no, but not everybody is built for it, and plus, a lot of people do it at a young age. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because but here's the thing you got to think about, right? If you're dating somebody, you could be dating for a while. You can be engaged for a while. But if you're with somebody that you love, and y'all been together 3 years or whatever the case is, and the military say, hey, you got to go to Hawaii. You like, okay, well, I could take them with me, but who's going to pay for their to ship their car? Yeah, they can put their clothes with yours and the pack out, but you got to pay for to ship their car. And then when they get there, guess what? You're covered by medical, but they're not. So
Mhm.
okay, so then you go on
I
deployment,
wear
right?
married.
If they need anything like to be taken care of, they can't go on base because they're not married to you. So that's why a
Mhm.
lot of young kids like that environment, it pushes them to get married because it's like, well, I don't want to leave you behind. And if you come, I can't really take care of you. So you know what? Let's just get married.
Right.
Mhm.
And then if you don't, if you're young and you do know them, you go through the struggle. But sometimes they get married to people that they barely know. Or I'm gonna take you over here. You get over here. You like, I don't like it here. Well, this is what we got to do. We got to move around. Well, I don't like this place. I'm going back home. So
Mhm.
it's, but I say that to say this is like
And the key word, like
it's
you
a lot
said,
of
young too. That's a big
yeah,
deal.
yeah, 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 yeah. But it's a lot that goes into that whole dynamic. You know what I'm saying? But I would say when I see guys saying, "Well, we don't worry about a woman's accomplishments and the money she make and the stuff that she do," listen, let me tell you, when you're with somebody who don't have nothing to offer, you go ahead and divorce them if you want to.
Mhm.
You go right ahead. If you're with somebody who got something or something to lose, it's the most amicable divorce you can have because she want to leave with her stuff. She don't want you touching hers. You don't want you touching hers. Y'all both leave with the stuff you came in. But you married somebody who ain't got nothing going on, trust me.
You will when you get divorced.
Yeah. I had a first class. He was divorcing his wife. She was an engineer. He beat her to it. She was like, "Oh, let's just go on with yeah, because you got a lot. You got some stuff that he can get too." So yeah, they went their own ways. So I don't know all the stuff they talking about. Forget all that. You gotta be careful.
So,
Then on top of that, if a woman has something to offer, she's in a relationship because she want to be there. Financially, she don't have to, but you know she did because she want to be. She could leave at any time.
that's true. That is
I mean,
true.
it doesn't. I never had a problem with either one. Off or not, I already, what I didn't get, what I really don't get with the whole Kevin Samuel thing is, the guys that he trying to pair up and stuff. How many guys making six figures got problems finding a girlfriend or a wife or a date
Well, if you
unless you
awkward,
awkward, socially awkward?
yeah, and there's a lot of them.
Very.
Right. I mean, just show some pictures. We see the women. The women look good, good and halfway decent. But yeah, I guess so. I just never been in that realm. I don't see why I had to make that much to get the same. You can get the same results just from being a solid man
Well, I mean,
or good man.
if they go to right places, they won't find
But
somebody. Somebody will find them and take their awkward social bond for everything they got.
Well,
a
this
lot of
is my
people.
thing. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Right. Right. Just Gage.
No, I was just saying that nobody really even thought of needing a high value man until Kevin planted that seed in everybody's head. It was non-existing of high value until he mentioned it. So it's like all his talking points now, every man is using basically.
Well, that's the words that come out, but they have a whole lot of educated women who will not date a man that make less money than
Well,
them.
well, well, yeah.
That,
Well,
that was just
yeah, he just repackaged it because if you look at Instagram, right, and you look at some of this stuff that was on different
right.
channels in YouTube, they just didn't name it certain things, but these young NBA players and all these young actors and stuff coming up, whatever, you know, killing it because yeah, they didn't call high value, but they were still breaking into the hotels, breaking into the room to give their favorite entertainers.
Hmm.
I mean, we call them gold diggers, but then they morphed into something else.
They just want an
But
autograph.
yeah, yeah, like even okay, let's take back in the day, right? When I grew up, in New Jersey, right? I remember when I worked my 9 to 5, and then you go to work my fast food restaurant. But it was the older guys coming up to the school to pick up our girls. and they drove
Mm-hmm.
luxury cars. They had gold chains. They had a lot of money. It wasn't, you know, high value as in like morals and all that type of stuff, but they had money, they had network, they had swag, they had all that. And some of them dudes were ugly, but they had women fighting over them, and they knew they had other women, but they just wanted to ride in the front seat. They wanted them to go buy them something. They wanted for them to come pick them up, and it was girls just taking a turn to fight over these guys. So I mean, it's always been a section of girls like that. It's like there's always
Literally.
been a section of boys that did that as well. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of the stuff like we a couple of years ago we heard the word, metrosexual. And if you really break it down, back in the day, we just called you a pretty boy. So a lot of the stuff is like just people finding like, you know what, I can repackage this and put it out there, but there's
Yeah,
always
and
was
it's a title on it for the most part.
yeah, but I do agree with what Cajun said. It got more attention, and you got some people who probably would have never thought about it. Just like you got these young girls that listen to the old hurt women, and now they talking about the 50-50 stuff. So yeah, it
Yes,
does bring attention to a group of people who never would have thought about it.
exactly. Because I know, like, more of like back in my days of being younger, even though it was more a word, yeah, the girls was like, we're not going to mess with these guys that don't have nice cars. We had to have the guys that had nice cars, even if they had like their cars with the rims on it, good paint job and all that. We had to have the guys that had nice cars or they can buy us nice clothes and jewelry. It wasn't about exactly high value because we didn't know anything about that. We just knew, well, I'm a country girl. Maybe it didn't go for everybody, but I know in Louisiana, for me, it was basically where the guys and the girls that we went to school with, and they was like, "Oh, he got a nice car. I got to try to get with him because he got a nice
Oh
car."
yeah, that's just all through the country.
Yeah, but
That's
let me tell you
all through
something.
the country.
Now y'all might have thought it was bad, but me coming from the north, I love going down south. I
Yeah.
love going down south because you got to think about it. Even when it comes to like, when it comes to music, right? When
Mhm.
the South started taking over as far as like having all attention on music, right?
Mhm.
Up north, it was a switch because then you see the South started becoming even more flashy. But it's always been the North. It's you couldn't see down South. You could have a Chevy, a box Chevy with some rims or whatever. Sometimes the
Yes.
stuff you put on the car costs more than the car. But up north, no, you can't. You gotta have. It gotta be luxury. Gotta have nice rims. You gotta have a whole lot of jewelry, rings on your fingers. It was always like that. So the women that we were dealing
Yeah,
with,
up north,
they were high
northern blacks and
maintenance.
southern blacks.
So we went
Right.
down south and was like,
Well,
man,
yeah, black folks
they
are
not as
different.
bad. But
Black
that's
folks is
changing.
different by region.
Yeah,
I keep telling them we different by
yeah, but
region.
that's
We
changed now.
respond differently by region.
Yeah, but that's changed now. Everybody
Yes.
flashing. There's
That definitely changed a lot. Yes.
yeah, everybody's. I mean, they
Well,
still have the
not
same.
not necessarily flashing. Yeah, and let me and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but see, this is what I was telling some of my partners. We was comparing. I think the South is different. I always thought that being from the South, when I met people from up north, the first thing they think is us getting our ass kicked with Martin Luther King. Because that's what they saw on television. Some of them believe that kind of shit. I was like, no, it's not really like that, man. You were looking at MLK parishioners, but even from the street on up, Southern blacks didn't have that desire to be the king of the streets like in Philly or the man and all that kind of stuff there. We were still too busy just trying to make it. And I got some friends and family members in Chicago, and they used to do their thing. And even on the street level, they went by the old mafia rules. but you had a boss, you had lieutenants and all that type of stuff there. You know, in the South, they don't do that. You know, we operate completely different. The respect thing is a little different. You know, Southern brothers we don't do all that barking. You know, we real low key in the way
Yeah,
we talk.
but
So,
you gotta look at it though, right? Even like manners and stuff like that, right? You gotta
mhm.
think about it because think about slavery. It started off
And
yes sir, no sir, and guess what? And some of them yes sir, no sir, black people from the South when they moved to the North and saw it was different, and they was like, you kiss my ass.
Right.
So the
right.
But
whole so
see,
now it's
here's
like
my thing when we get to the history of that. You can tell them this was Stephen. This what I tell them. I say I call it the Harriet Tubman syndrome. Harriet, I say now out of all of them, out
Mm.
of my friend from Chicago, I say all the people that Harriet Tubman freed, ain't none of them niggas turn around and come back and try to help them. They when they got there and they made it to Chicago and New York and shit, they got their degrees and shit and said thank you and kept going.
yeah.
While the South was still somewhat different, you know.
Yep. And it's like it's fast, it's just fast paced, you know what I'm saying? Like
And see,
you
in
gotta
my
once
mind,
you start, you gotta keep going.
even if I was wealthy, I could not get into a Chicago type of America. You know, I look like a complete fool because I walk down State of Wabash Street and saying, "Hey, how you doing? Good morning." And I
Well
look
you
like a damn. I speak when I was raised speaking to people and stuff like
well
that. I
I
don't have
mean
the
like for the
cutthroat mentality for business like that.
yeah,
You
but for the like the for like the older people, you know what I mean? Like the older people still get respect. That's pretty much anything. But younger people, they looking at you like who are you? So if you walk down the street, you'll be safer than a lot of these 20-year-olds. You know what I'm saying?
know.
You'll be a whole lot safer. But you know what though? It's like just looking at it, like I remember when I was in the military. I'll tell you one thing that kind of just did mess me up though. And I'm even talking about my family from South Carolina, right? One thing that just was different. Like now I know my dad was doing this thing back in the day when I was younger, you know. I kind of peeped it. I went stupid. But I met a lot of brothers in the military from down south. And let me tell you something. One thing that's different from the North and the South is the North did not have nothing on the South when it comes to these brothers talking about cheating. I ain't never heard so many brothers talking about they went creeping with their dad. I'm like, wait a minute. What did mom know about it? What the hell? So you went creeping with your dad and was hollering at the lady's daughter, and then I'm hearing my grandfather. I used to go over your grandma's house if she wasn't ready. I go see some other girl in the car. I'm like, I
Mm.
don't hear all this stuff. Like,
There was some
what the
rolling
hell?
stone.
Listen, we had a virtual family reunion. I'm listening to aunts talk about there was 16 kids and, you know, six of them, like, oh Lord, yeah, this is crazy. You don't
Mhm.
even, you don't even know all the people. I'm like, I don't need the more I hear, this is crazy. But them brothers used to talk about, I'm talking like creeping with their family members. I ain't never heard of that. Like I heard of people from where I'm from creeping on their own, but you ain't even involving your son in it.
All right. What military were you in?
Navy?
Oh, my husband was in the Marine.
Oh, the Marines, something else. I love,
Yeah.
I love the Marines. I
Oh,
ain't
you
lying.
know, since you've been in the military, this is what I want. This is my bone I'm gonna have to pick with Mr. Fantastic when I talk to him. One time they was having a show one time, and him and another chick in the military. I'm not saying this because you're in the military. And there was another brother come up there called older cat named called the General. Name was General, and well, him and the Fantastic and this young lady was talking about the military, and they were talking about the benefits and stuff like that. And then they kind of was hush hush about it, like, well, we don't want to talk all the benefits and things of that sort. And so it kind of struck me funny. I'm like, well, why you don't want to talk about all the benefits. I mean, it ain't like they're gonna run out of benefits. If you want to help black folks out, you got some benefits in the military that gonna help a lot of folks out, right? Now, I later went on. No, I went on another show. I went on. I forgot the guy's name, and the general popped up on the show, and I was telling them the situation with my daughter, my 9-year-old daughter, to catch it up, Miss Cajun, and also you, Nick, is when my daughter mother passed away when she was 3 years old. One of her friends, I had to fight her friends who were trying to forcibly legally adopt my daughter. Then I had to fight the grandmother who wanted my daughter to move to Chicago, where the mother was from, and another friend who wanted my child. So I've been in court 6 years trying to secure custody of my own child, and so on and so forth. But what I found out with the general too, and I was telling the general that I was like, these people had it set up where they was gonna go for adoption before my ex even died passed with cancer when she was in stage 4. And he said, "Well, you got to watch that, man." He said, "Well, they in the military." I said, "Well, I don't know. I think one of them was." The thing was, in the military, they get extra benefits and extra federal money when they adopt. And this particular couple had then tried this 3 times. And these are some ranking dudes. And so I was like, okay, well, that's one of the benefits. That's why these people come in. I met the couple that they tried to do that to before. And the general was the guy that was on YouTube, the general. That's why I like YouTube, passing information, catching a lot. He said they got a lot of them doing that, especially the ranking officers, Kevin. I guarantee you, whoever did that, either he got ranked or they both got ranked because then they get extra money with their rank. And he told me some ridiculous amount that they get. I said, I see why
What you talking about
they
for
was doing
adoption?
that. Yeah, yeah, they was trying to fight me
Yeah, because
to take my kid.
I'm about to say for like BAH or whatever. Um, if a guy who has like a certain rank, if you get like housing allowance, it's not really that much
Mhm.
difference if you marry once you get to a certain rank. So like if you were
Yeah, see,
E6
both of them was
and you
married.
get
One was an
the difference,
engineer for Amtrak, and these people own their businesses. So,
yeah,
but to make a long
isn't that
story
much.
short, Aiden, I had to still fight the grandmother. If you ever seen the movie Over the Top with
Uh,
Sylvester Stallone, with the rich dad, grandpa, I had to do that.
Yeah.
Next he was on the 7th. And this
yeah,
old lady here has done area when you talk about black women. I had to fight. Now, I don't really put it out there on black women too much, but this is one of my things, I had to live through. I had to go through 5 black women, educated black women, to for custody
Mm.
of my own, and I have raised 4 or 5, and put
yeah,
them all the way to
Wow.
like NYU and I got 2 daughters, and still got to go to court because the grandmother would continually call, send social workers to the school and whatever she can do, send the police to my house 5 times for a welfare check. Anything she can do, and I still got to go to court. But this time the judge kind of outdone with this old lady because she want my daughter to live in Chicago, and that's not gonna happen.
well,
And when they look at me as a black male, even a couple like my ex's friends, like, what are you gonna do with a child? I'm like, what you mean I'm gonna do with a child? What would you do with a child? I had to go through
Mm.
that. I said, well, what would your husband do if something happened to you? But see, they were sizing me up because at the time I was a waiter, and they didn't know I had worked for UPS or that I had bought a double or nothing like that, or I had a retirement set. They didn't know. They just judged me by the look of me being a black male. So, and I got this little snotty nuts and shit like that. Like, really? All the way to the point that I had people telling me, oh, you just raising that child because he just wants a check. I had people tell me that shit. Like, really? A little funky few $100 and I didn't raise my own child and 4 other people's children. And so, but you go get, you get a lot of crazy shit. But I had to, and that's what it's going to all be in a book. That's what I talk about. I went from there to taking care of my mom. My mom passed a year after that, after cancer, and I had took care of her and my daughter. and her mom, then they both passed.
But you know what?
None of those friends lift a finger to help.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But you know what though? Even listen, right? Here's the thing that I'll be thinking about um when I hear people, right? Because we talk about, you know, hypocrisy and how we look at stuff, right? It'd be funny though. You sometimes you'll hear men get mad when women talk about their situations, right? And
Mm-hmm.
they'll take it personal, even if they don't say some, you know, and they make it sound like they talking about all. And if they are, okay, who cares, right? But
Mm-hmm.
then you hear men talking about their own personal experience, and then they'll get pushback from women too. It's like, let people tell their story. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Right.
man is going to have stories about issues with women. And not saying he have issues with women,
Mm-hmm.
but if he date women, especially black women, then if you have any issues about women, they're going to be about black women. Same with black women about black men. And I think a
Right.
lot of times we take it
I see.
personal. No, it can't be.
I can literally,
It can't be a woman telling
I
her
can
story because
channel
she's black.
up and warn a whole bunch of dudes about my experiences in life. That'd be
Yeah,
easy to do, but
yeah,
I'd rather just go ahead and have a conversation and pass just some good knowledge on how to handle things instead of bickering with a bunch of people who go stand there and be like, well, the black woman this, that. I'm like, no, this is my situation. Be mindful of it. And
yeah.
so for the women to be mindful, hell, like men got feelings too. Like you gonna really challenge that? We really was trying to take everything I was about as a man, as a provider and protector, and
Yeah,
didn't
but
do
both,
that kind of
but,
thing there. And it
but
wasn't just me because I'm good with it. It was my image as a black man. Like, what are you going? What a black man gonna do with y'all?
yeah, but in these conversations though, the information is good, it's needed because we have kids, boys and girls and all that type of stuff. So, you know, this information, especially, I
It's
mean,
what it,
like,
okay, so wait, let's back up.
good.
Okay, because this is what I hear these men are saying, and what you're saying right now. Let the men tell their stories, right? To each other.
Mhm.
So when y'all say that women are seeking attention, it's really you all who are seeking attention, right? Because what the fuck? Like if you're gonna tell your story, write a book like Obsidian did. What the fuck would y'all get on the internet and thousands of groups of men and act like bitches who
No,
say that your woman mistreated you
no.
or
I'm
that you
saying if
can't get
you have,
one?
no, I'm saying if you're telling a story, if you have an individual story, I'm not talking about a whole group of women. I'm just saying if we're having a conversation and something
But
comes
that's
up,
what y'all. But that's what these men are doing, right? They're getting up there claiming they having conversations,
yeah,
and then they'll say, "Well, if you had the problem with a black woman, and I had the problem with black women, and the men in Chicago have a problem with black women, the men in Louisiana have a problem with black women, then it must be black women." And then they start piling and claiming that it's black women as a whole.
Well, at the end of the day, you know what I tell people when they say that? That's who you chose. In this situation, that's the person I picked. I like
Mhm.
I heard a reverend say you brought that person into your life. So you got to take responsibility on that part. I've been in some bad relationships. I knew I should have left. Like
but that's why when you talk, sometimes you got to be very careful because if you don't leave out some things, like if you're talking about a group, just say that group, or just say some, or just say my situation. But
Yes.
sometimes we assume, or we leave that stuff out, and that's when communication breaks down. But if you're known to say certain things repetitively, then we already know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? But even sometimes, like if I'm talking, and that's why, like Bond, that's why I actually like to look in the chat, because if I'm talking and I see a question, I'm like, no, that's not what I meant. It gives me a chance to further explain it. You know what I mean? So that
Right, right.
you won't be confused.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying, but the thing is this: they claim that we're seeking attention. All we want is dick and attention, but that's all they want. Um, some are more dick and attention, and some just want attention. The ones who don't want dick. But like they claim that black women want this, the same thing they claim we want, they are proving that they want. I get where
Exactly.
we want to be heard, but these dudes are on the internet. Even my old ass take a fucking break about talking about people in a negative. These dudes don't take breaks. They think this is their job.
But you
Take
know what I think gonna happen with that?
on and on.
You
That
said,
topic is gonna get old. And what I see a lot of people doing is building a whole, I guess, their entrepreneurship based on what Kevin Samuels did. I see about 5 channels popped up, just talking about the same thing. Got his picture all over it. I mean, how long y'all go piggyback on that before you get some regular old content, some regular old conversation?
well, that's what I didn't like about. I didn't like about like I agree with her, but tonight she was talking about and she clarified it that she was talking about girls when it comes to school because she talked about her girls, right? And then
Hmm.
Angry Man got on there. It was like, what about the boys or whatever, whatever. She didn't purposely leave the boys out, on purpose. She just was talking about
The girls.
girls because of her girls. So it's like, let her talk. You ain't got to defend everything. We know their stats for boys. Like we know all that. But just when somebody's telling their story all the time, it ain't got to be that they're putting another group down, whatever. If the subject came up, that's all they talk about. So, we not, we're not trying to outdo each other. You
No,
know.
nobody's trying to outdo each other at all. And I just feel like when they're even when there's situations where the girls do good or the women do good, acknowledge that. Don't just acknowledge all the bad things. When the men do good, acknowledge that. Don't just acknowledge all the bad things as well. I mean, it's good points in the men and the women. Just don't focus on the bad
Yeah,
all the
because
time. But most of these channels are just focusing on the bad, and that's what's getting me. It's like what? It's more than just the bad situations that happen, or the bad women out there, or the bad men out there. There's more to that than that. There's you got to bring out more good than the bad.
because
I
if we
know that.
keep
That's
this
why they
as
be sniffing around these
just as
channels.
bad as
True,
mainstream TV,
true.
I say if we keep that up, YouTube will be just as bad for black folks as mainstream TV, showing us in a negative light.
Well, I mean, they say all that, but
Nah, they get
yeah,
too many ratings off of black people's here, so too many people coming over to
Oh, I ain't saying
subscribe,
it's not.
and
I'm just
they
saying we
getting
just
all
don't
the
have a
money.
negative light. We just
exactly.
go look even worse for us.
I mean, but you think about it though. If there's some new like gospel channels or something that's coming out that's going to promote that type of stuff, yeah, a lot of times they'll even back that stuff.
Right,
You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, we cool with that. Yeah, because that sells. You know what I'm saying? Matter of
right,
fact, if you hold your gun sideways, do that a little bit more, and say the B word a little bit more. And we need more
right.
naked girls in there. That sells records. Like, what the hell? What you mean? You know what I'm saying?
Oh
Just
I
yeah.
like,
mean,
and that's the same way. If you hear all those stories about those old sitcoms where like Good Times, that was a big where they kept like looking at the script and was like, nah, that's not that. We don't talk like this, and they kept having problems with like they had a problem with JJ. You know what I mean? All his dynamite stuff. They thought that was a little bit too much. So we've always had problems with that. And Norman Lear, he he took the credit for what's the name? What's that guy's name who created Good Times. Like that was really his creation. But yeah, he didn't get the credit like he should have.
he didn't. I mean, you got to look at it. They only want to reward black people for actually doing the thuggish things, the bad things, like with Denzel. When Denzel did that movie Glory, he didn't get any recognition, no award or anything. But then when he did Training Day, being the thug bad cop, yeah, he won his Oscar on that one.
Yeah, and you know
Hmm.
what? I'm glad you brought that up because that movie just came out on the heels of his other movie, John Q. And I thought he should
Right,
have went for John Q. That anybody who have kids, especially any man who have little boys, that
right.
movie that movie made me cry.
It really made me cry. You're right. I forgot about John Q. He should have won an Oscar on that one.
Yeah, that movie. I mean, that movie was, bro. That's one of the movies, boy. You can't watch that without feeling some type of way. But yeah,
You
I might. And he didn't get it. He got it. He didn't get it for this. But
nope.
yeah, I feel you on that though, because I felt that way when that first came out. I'm like, come on now.
Yeah, he did really really good in John Q. And I did as well as like I said, Glory. They showed us Glory in high school, and I love that movie. And
Yeah,
that man was like he was so good in that movie as well. He was really good in Glory. And you just didn't recognize the good things that a black person can do. You only recognize, oh yeah, for the thug in you, I'm gonna go ahead and reward you.
like when Pursuit of Happiness came out. That's when I was a single father. That movie right there. That's another one. The Pursuit
Right,
of Will Smith and his son.
right. That was a good one.
Yeah, I got the book. I watched the movie. I'm about due to watch it again because I used to load the clips on my Instagram from there, especially the one where he was teaching his son at the basketball court. That scene right there when he was telling him, don't let nobody tell you you can't do it, not even me. You know what I mean? So
You're right. That's like I said, that's just the same like right now within the YouTube. Nobody focused on the good things that's going on, like the good channels, the educated channels, like with Bomb with her sewing and stuff. That's not being recognized, but all the drama that's going on and how Kevin is talking to the ladies and black women and stuff like that, that's like hitting the top right there. Oh yeah, so we're gonna bring up the bad stuff with the
Yeah, it
black
is good
people and
entertainment.
you know,
yeah. Meanwhile, I want to see more movies like Hidden Figures. You know what I'm saying?
right,
Small
right,
movies. Man, I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying?
right,
Yeah, I didn't either, man.
exactly.
You know
They
they.
got a lot of good stories out there, and you know, I just hope that I me I see the glass is half full. When they was talking about, you know, when they talk about underachievement, I see a lot of brothers under 30 coming in the leagues, and ain't like the old days when they just spent all their money. These guys starting their own businesses now, coming into the league and having their own name and their own brand. That's building. I also see even on the street level, them dudes actually trying to make records, and you know they making more money off YouTube than they did on record sales back in the day. I also
Yeah, but
see a lot of good things with a lot of dudes, man. A lot of these brothers will get out of jail. We can get them on some infrastructure jobs, but
yeah, but
we
I mean, social media is good though, but it's good, but it's a gift and a curse, especially for a group of people that still has the trauma they have. Because you think about before the internet,
mhm.
back in the day where Public Enemy was out, and we had like a lot of conscious rap. You had black people, into Black history. We was wearing, medallions. You know what I'm saying? We was really into, you know what I'm saying? We was proud to be black, the whole nine. Like,
And see, I
we
was a
had,
big rap fan, man. I was a gangster rapper.
yeah, we had a lot of pride. You know what I'm saying? Like Black History Month, like we was really on it. Now it's just like, you know,
It's like it's faded away, basically.
yeah, let's go watch Love and Hip Hop.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely not the same anymore. It's really not. And from compared to like back in my days when I was in high school, of yeah, we in Black History Month, and because I went to an all black school, and we used to wear like all type of like gear and stuff, that represents black when it was Black History Month in the whole school, and you can imagine seeing all the colors and the outfits and stuff. It was like really nice for us to see all that in the all black schools. Like, yeah, we representing us. But now, you talk to the kids about Black history and they're like, oh, I don't want to learn about that. It's
Right
just
at
not
home.
important to some kids.
That's for the parents to teach at home. Not, you know, there's only so much the school can
That's
do. You'll get MLK and a little such and such, but you know, we got deep family roots. We could tell our kids, especially in Louisiana, we can point at our aunt, point at where the old
mm,
man was, and still talk about that stuff.
Yeah, but you know what?
And we
It's a
see
lot of us.
information
It's a,
coming out.
it's a lot of us who don't want to talk about it, right? You got a lot of grown people who don't want to teach their kids about stuff. I don't want to teach them about that stuff. Why not? They're gonna go experience it. When they get pulled over, they're gonna be caught up. I don't want to. Well, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about that. Yeah, you spend too much time doing this and doing that. Like what? Your kid's gonna be unprepared. Like there's no way you can hide from the past because they're gonna bring it in your kid's face. There's no way you can hide from that. Then you send your kids out there to the real world, and it's gonna happen to them regardless. But some people they just rather. And the crazy thing about it, people don't want to talk about none of this stuff. As soon as they see something happen on TV, like a George Floyd situation, they be the same people want to be pro-black at the last minute. And then when it's over, they go back. They go back to sleep. You
Right.
know, it's like, come on now. Like, there's nothing wrong with teaching people. Like me, when it comes to history, I want to know. I want to know the full history. Like, I'd rather see Selma than see the other movies about MLK because Selma had everything. They showed, you know, the
Right.
fact that he was, doing his thing. I want to see the whole truth. Don't lie to me and leave some stuff out. I want to
Right.
know everything. I don't want to expose the other people's side, but then keep our side hush. Nah, I want to know the real story.
Right.
Don't leave nothing out.
Tell it all.
Tell her how it is. I want y'all to talk about Jesse Jackson and them pardon there. I want y'all to tell that story.
Oh
Snake in the
Lord.
grass. Snake in the grass.
Oh yeah,
We gonna leave Jesse alone. Jesse.
yeah.
Oh,
I just
we gonna
started
leave
talking
Jesse
about Jesse
alone.
and his son.
Yeah. Yeah, Jesse stayed behind for a reason to talk to his son.
Yeah, he did. He
Let
did.
me ask you this. This is why
Jesse
this.
argued for a reason, and he changed that damn hotel room to that second floor. That you know what the hell going on.
Oh, you talking
Yeah,
about
Jesse's
LP?
old. We gonna leave.
If you ever read any of William Pepper's book, there's some stuff in there.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I. Bomb. Can she hear?
Yeah,
Hey, Bomb.
she got a whole
No, she got it. She must have it on mute where
You
she
can hear
can't.
she
me?
got,
I hear you now.
Uh-huh.
I wanted to let you know I have Obsidian's book.
Oh, did you read it, girl?
It's a big ass book, but
It's big like that?
she got a
it's a huge, huge book. Got a
yo,
lot of pages in it, but I
he
just
got
got it yesterday.
I
even
thought
he
it was
more
gonna
than
be a
that book
coloring book.
Now,
he
one thing
more
I
than
do
that
have
book
to enjoy is
since he was
never
17.
being
You know what
entertained.
I mean?
I'm me and my husband we anxious to read it. The first page of it, yeah, I was reading it, but then I had some things I had to do. But he got some, when we was discussing it on Platts,
Uh-huh.
yeah, he got some good points in it, but yeah, it's just a big book.
He started
Yeah.
writing that book at 17. The first time he got turned down by some girl.
Yeah, because I mean, 400 pages.
So remember we was on the panel. So Obsidian, I don't always disagree with Obsidian, right? He said
Right.
he says he's gonna be a bachelor. He decided he's not gonna worry about women. He just gonna play. He even mentioned that, hey, look, if he gotta pay to play with the type of women he want to play with, he gonna do it. Listen, you can't argue with that. I
Oh,
can't make him do something that he can't do because a man who don't have to pay for it, he don't set out to pay for it. Other men they set
Oh,
out to do it. Okay, fine. The issue with I have with Obsidian is that Obsidian lies. Remember,
Yes.
put a link in the room. He said, remember, he said that the stats show that big women that they marry down.
Yep.
And I said, hey, where's the proof? And he did exactly what he taught um, Kevin Samuels to do. He put a link in the room. Not only
Yep.
is Kevin Samuels doing this, Mr. Fantastic is doing this, the Angry Man is doing this. These men are doing this. they put a link to whatever it is that they claim supports their argument.
Right.
All you have to do is fucking read to find out they're liars. That article did not say what he said it said. But then when I said, okay, this article is saying that big women, big people, but big women as a part of that are being discriminated by based on their sex. That's why they said that big women are suffering when it comes to economics, social economics, because
Right.
they're saying that the bosses are past overlooking big people. They're not giving them the raises. They may not even give them the job. That's what that article stated. So when I
Mm,
said that, he was like, well, you did say that big women are having issues in that, and I said, but that's not what you claim.
all right.
You
Hey,
claim that big women, majority black women, because remember we talking about black women here,
Yeah.
claim that big women are dating these. He making it seem like we're dating and marrying men of lower status, men with
Mm-hmm.
no jobs, men thugs, and that's not what that article said. And that is what Kevin Samuels does, and the rest of these black manosphere men. When they want to make a point and they can't find it, anything that supports it, they make it up.
They
yeah,
make it up
because
like so fast. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
yeah,
Nikki.
because Bob, that's because you the only crazy one that actually go read the stuff and call them out. You expecting nobody to read the whole damn thing. Look, Bomb read the whole thing, even the fine print, and they'd be like, "Wait a minute."
Yeah, it don't even take long to read through what they say. You know what I'm saying? So I caught Mr. Fantastic doing that shit on one of what her name channel, the Woman's Perspective channel over there. He came up there and made some claim, put the link, and then when I went to it, it didn't say nothing like what he said. And I caught Kevin Samuels many times because he does it over and over again. He lied straight up, and then I'm saying this is and but they see, but BGS taught them that. They grant Godfather. BGS used to say that's a stat that supports the right? And then he would go and find some old article somewhere or somebody's in college there
Yeah, you
dissertation.
do it all the time. You're
He
right.
does it. Yes, he'll go find something that nobody else, because it's usually a student's dissertations and shit like that. And then he'll say, here is the proof, right?
Yep.
But see, the thing about it, what he don't explain to non-college university people, right? Anybody can write a paper. And all you have to do is when you write your paper, it has to be something that you think you can prove and support your thoughts. But it
Right.
doesn't have to be true, right?
He gave me
It's
a
like,
27-page paper.
yeah, you can. So my paper was on swinging. My thing was I can support the fact that swinging is better for young people. Now, see, a lot of you probably disagree with that, but I was able to put proof of this. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the truth, right? I was able to find things that supported my argument.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that, you know, because I wasn't saying that black people are this and or white people are this and that, they wouldn't even accept no bullshit like that unless you can actually, you would have to go and find proof that supports your argument. There's a lot of shit that's being out there. They used to say that we were animals, that we were from a different type of, we wasn't even human, we were subhuman. And they used to show proof with this. We
Yeah.
found out that they proof isn't true.
Well, I don't know. I don't know the stuff we
You think we
accomplished.
came from monkeys?
Things that what?
The stuff we accomplished and the stuff they try to steal from us. Shoot, we might not be humans. We might be not humans and them. We above. We
Oh,
above.
but they wasn't saying that. They were saying that we were like animals. So,
Right.
Oh, and then
so
the pain thing where they said with the doctors like the medical, they were saying we don't feel pain like that. Like, oh, you crazy? Hell yeah, we feel pain. Hell y'all
right.
talking.
But see, they had to say those things so they could get away with what they were doing
Oh yeah,
and the
we still
laws to support. There's a lot of things that's based around slavery that I didn't even know. That's why I'm excited. When I can't believe this shit. How we got 24 hours in a day, and this
Yeah.
thing from dusk to dawn. You know what I mean? Where can you believe that they had us working when they did this shift in the daylight savings time? Y'all know that had to do with slavery, where they was able to, soon as daylight come, they was able to have us in the field working, and we worked until the daylight went away.
Hmm.
Right. Because there was no clocks.
Right. And whatever there was uh, clocks and yeah, there were clocks, I think. But
Well, I mean, like, like alarm clocks for us to
oh
get up
yeah,
there.
yeah,
For
yeah.
them to say, oh, time to get up and get out there. No, we didn't have all that back then.
Yeah, I
And
probably took it
so
to daylight.
there's a lot of things that's based in slavery, and we just don't know it, and we keep it up. Like I was at one time, that rebel flag, y'all.
Mhm.
I really bought into the fact that that was just my history, right?
Hmm.
That's a Southern history. But I didn't know, I didn't understand. I didn't even know what it was. I just knew that I was taught that that's Southern history. And since I'm proud of being from the South, which really I'm not, to be honest,
I know.
because the Southern, when it comes to Black people, the South, the history in the South is the worst of the worst, right?
Yeah.
But they taught us to be prideful of, you know, ourselves, which equates to being prideful of where we come from, being prideful, you know what I mean? And so we buy into that shit
Mm-hmm.
until we become educated about something, where it started, like what did it mean, and did the meaning never change? Well, the meaning never changed. The only time, way the meaning changed was for us because we didn't know where it started. We didn't know what it meant, so we just assumed it meant, hey, I'm proud for being from the South. But as soon as I got a chance, I got to fork out the South. To be honest with you.
I
Yeah. That's
mean,
why I'm not there no more.
what about all of our favorite nursery rhymes?
Yes.
Well,
Oh
yeah.
my
Five,
God. Like
five, five little monkeys jumping in the bed. It was five little N words jumping in the
that's
bed.
right.
Yeah.
And even
And
when they
then,
changed it to monkeys, it still was us.
yeah,
Yep.
exactly. And then
But most,
there's a lot of those. And then here's my favorite. The most popular. I know they have the different tunes on the ice cream truck, but the most popular one was that was called "And Want a Watermelon." And for
Yeah.
but some of people still don't even know that's what that song's called.
yeah.
Yeah, with the ice cream truck. Yeah.
And
Well,
then
I mean,
on
can you
top of
go
that,
ahead? Oh, go ahead.
remember that rap song? Do
Which
your
one?
chin hang low? Remember that
Oh,
song?
yeah. Yeah.
How do it
That's
go?
the that's the dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. That's the ice cream song.
Yeah.
That's and one a watermelon. That's the most popular one on the ice cream truck. That's what
Mm.
that song is called. And one a watermelon. And you
Yeah.
can actually go on YouTube and Google it, and they'll have it, the old tune, they'll have with the lyrics and everything. Oh yeah.
Wow. Isn't that
You'll see the
crazy?
little cartoon with the watermelon and the black. Oh, it's crazy.
But think
Yeah.
about this though. We know it depending on how far back anything goes, it's against Black people. They made money just like these dudes on YouTube are doing, but they just doing it against Black women. But they are actually doing the same thing that people have done to both of us.
Exactly.
Uh,
Right.
so if you find something like Louis Vuitton and shit like that, right? That people for some reason Black, because white people not fucking around with Louis Vuitton like that, not like we do,
Right.
right? But when you go to history, you'll find that these people were prejudiced.
Yep.
You know,
Well,
um,
here's the thing.
Or
Here's the thing. Like that stuff is always in high demand and is always luxurious until we catch on. And then they like, nah, we can't miss no more. We got to go to another brand. You know what I'm saying? That's why you see you
remember,
see you see
I don't
Kim
think
K.
so.
remember, even when we catch on, we feel like no, we just want to get because remember, what's
Right.
that boxer? Something happened last year, and he was bragging about the stuff that he had. and somebody educated him on, how that was from a racist family. I can't remember what, but it was like Gucci. It was something big. And dude was like, he don't care. He got the money, he gonna spend it. But this is the thing. Wealthy white people, the people with the wealth, like he has the wealth. What's the boxer name? Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Was it
Floyd,
Michael Moore?
What his
Floyd
name is?
Mayweather.
Michael,
Yeah,
Floyd Mayweather.
yeah, Floyd Mayweather.
no,
So
Florida with Michael
yeah,
Porter.
and so he was like, well, I got the money. He didn't care. And this is the thing. So he has the money to spend. Poor people, though, black people can't really afford it. Instead of buying them a home, they'll buy that purse for $1,000 or some shit.
Yeah,
And
yep.
so that means they really can't afford it for real, right? If you got to save up to buy it like that, you really can't afford it. And
Mhm.
he buying it, and then they got the people who shouldn't be buying it because he buying it, right? Because really they following him. But wealthy white people, they buy brands we don't really know. You know
Yeah,
what I
but
mean?
remember Michael Kors? Like a lot of those brands are not on top where they used to be. And once it got to a point where we start affording it, some of the
Hmm.
other brands they really start jacking their prices up. Like they
But
really start raising the
that's
price.
where the racism game. That's who's the racist. People, Michael Kors. The man, they proved that he was being racist, and even though the black people knew it, they still keep buying his stuff.
They keep buying it, yeah.
And,
And
and,
I
and
think
now
that's what it
Michael
was, right? That's what he bought. It was something he bought,
and
and it
now
was
Michael
like this.
Kors ain't nothing like it's like
Oh
it ain't even
yes,
considered like luxury brand anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
yeah.
because we take it. See, it may not be because white, like I said, white people, once we take over, and it's now considered like a hip hop thing, or
Uh-huh.
white people don't want it no more,
Right,
right? And
right.
then they raise the prices, and then our dumbasses will save up the money to
And
get
go
it.
buy it.
If it was me, you would buy that shit just like I'm making it over here. Fuck
Yep.
them. But I'm wondering why people like a LV or CC. Put your
but
own
see, here's
nipples
the
on
thing.
this shit. You know what I'm saying?
They okay
Yes.
with us. They okay with us buying it if we gotta like. I'm gonna make the price high, and if you try to buy it, cool. But I know all y'all ain't gonna be able to afford it like y'all did on Michael Kors because we gonna raise this. Hey, for this luggage, this piece of luggage right here, $1,100. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, they gonna raise it real high that we don't really want you wearing it. But if
Yeah,
you're gonna break your knuckle wearing, hey, some of y'all could buy it, but I know it ain't gonna be like another Michael Kors. So let's keep these prices
yeah,
up
but
high.
they don't see, they'll raise the price. They'll actually sell a company and get rid of some shit before we take over. They
Oh
don't
yeah.
see, it's not even about the money. Like they're raising the price because they don't want us to buy it because see a million, even if a million white people could buy it, they're gonna make good money. And then the price don't even have to be that expensive. Because
Right.
white people they will buy things over and over again. They'll spend good money as long as it's good quality, and they'll spend $100, $200 on something. But and more of them would do it. That's more money than maybe a couple of hundred people being able to afford it when it's way up there in price. You see what
Well,
I'm saying?
it's cool if we're buying it. You know what I'm saying? Because they're making that money. But when
No,
the
they
other,
don't want. You're not understanding. I don't think. What I'm
no,
telling you is
I'm
they
saying,
don't want us to buy it.
yeah,
You don't
I'm saying
understand.
not
Once
them.
we buy it, and once hip hop community take it, we take it.
I'm
We
saying,
take it, and then they claim that we wreck it.
well, I'm saying not even them. I'm talking about there's other products that people don't mind, but when the other customers say, well, since they buying it, we're not gonna mess with you no more. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
right.
On the flip side, you have that as well. You know what I'm saying? So now I was like,
Yes.
dang, I'm getting
So
ready to
that's
lose these customers because of these customers.
they and then they don't like the branding. Like we could take over some shit and really rebrand motherfuckers. We ain't got to have nothing to do with the company or nothing.
Right.
We can just like what old dude just did, right? He bought some shoes, put his own thing to the shit, claimed he put a drop of blood in the heels,
Oh
Lil
and
Nas
yeah.
he put it,
X.
and he was able to sell them shoes faster than Nike.
Yep. Lil Nas X.
Yes, and that is what we are. We are so like even the
Mm,
white kids love our fashion. They love the hip hop shit all over this world. Hip hop really is number one. They will never tell us that though.
Yep.
But we, you ain't going across seas overseas and listening to just no regular country song, so country person from over here. You know what I'm saying? But hip hop is all over in places I
oh,
never even heard of.
yeah, they playing hip hop, Tupac in Pakistan.
Yeah, they still playing our old shit like it's still,
Like it's
in
brand new.
fashion. Yes.
No, while you
And
talking, they're breakdancing overseas, and believe it or not, if you go to Germany or you go to Japan, if I sit and have a conversation with some of them people,
mhm,
we probably can have a conversation about hip hop more than I can about some people here.
anything else.
Like you ask them
Yes.
about the elements of hip hop, they'll break it down, and I'll be able to have a real conversation with them. But some people here, I don't know this, I don't know that.
Right.
When's the last time you
That was
break them?
You know
They
why?
just
Because in our country they made it, even though we control the entertainment, right? They take it because because we stupid and they'll give us some money up front and then they take over. Then I was hearing two people, I think it was official and what is his name? They were talking about entertainment, right? And official said something that was very eye opening to me. And apparently he knew what he was talking about, and it was eye opening to him also. He said that to sell his content, right, like a record, they willing to give a record deal, but they want you to put the money out. Now, the way he said it worked, I think that they were saying that they tell you they're gonna give you money up front, but then you gotta work to make that money back, right? You
mm,
work to make the money back, and then in the end, you end up paying for everything that they gave you plus more, which means which means they didn't really help you. It's almost like they just loaned you some money, but they make it seem like you work for them. It's almost like a bank. They give you the money up front, but then you got to give it back. Then how do they own the content if that is what's happening?
because they never really give you what you're really worth up
right.
front. So
But they're
they
not
give
giving
you,
you anything, right? Because if you
yeah,
got
but
to
I'm saying,
pay it back,
yeah, but see, but this is the thing. When they give you that money, right? They know your living situation. So out of that money, they know you're gonna buy a house, you're gonna buy a car, maybe take care of your family. Oh, but we forgot to mention some of that is for your actual budget, and you got producers and all. Like what? So then,
right?
like, how can I get a good producer when they ask for such and such, and you only gave me this little amount of money? And
But
then in
even
the end,
then, go ahead.
in the end, that's when they get to scam you and take all that money. That's why if you're a producer or if you
Mhm.
come in the game and you say, hey, look, I make my own music. So I ain't got to spend money on production because I know how to do X, Y, and Z. But see, then they'll try to get you to be like, well, no, we want you to actually mess with this person, that person. That's why I like people like Chance the Rapper. Chance the Rapper is independent. He don't need to sign to a label. He's making millions of dollars and he got his own merchandise. He don't
Yeah.
never got to sign to a label at all. All he needs is a distribution
I'm
deal. He don't
saying
need nothing.
these days, none of these rappers, black rappers, entertainers, need to sign no label because they can go viral. You know what I'm saying? Do everything themselves, and go viral, and all that money will be theirs. But these motherfuckers are loaning them money, making it seem like they give them money, and with the guarantee, with telling them people you're gonna work this off. If you working something off, they didn't give you anything,
But
and
you
that's
you got
what. Good.
no. I was about to say you got people like Master P. You know, they'll like I know him and Magic and all they was trying to buy like a network where they had their own basketball, the big three. They was trying to do, but they fought against them, right? You didn't
Yeah,
have enough. You did have some black people like really getting into it, but see that's the problem. You don't have enough, and they was trying to like lock down ownership.
it's not
And
that
of
they don't
course,
have enough. These motherfuckers, if you're black, right? Because come on, what his name is in jail, probably behind him trying to buy a major network.
Oh yeah, yeah, most definitely. I hear you. But
Yeah.
then but you got people like
Yeah, Bill Cosby. So
Yeah.
and Michael Jackson, when Michael
that's
Jackson tried
all
to make a big move, they started claiming he liked little boys. When
Right.
this is what happened.
Sam Cooke.
That's right. This is what happened. This
Each
is
one of them.
exactly and when they don't do us that way, then what they do is they lock us out through laws. They'll put laws in place saying that they'll say some shit like there can only be one team in a state. Like you know what I mean? But
They're
it's
always going to get
crazy.
the people who stand alone. But see, the problem is, even if you have a couple of us that want to get together, you got to worry about, the people that's pretty much working for them. You got to worry about the spies. You got to worry about the people. You got to worry about the Quincy Joneses.
Yeah, but but when y'all say that, y'all make it seem like that's just black people.
No,
That
no,
is
no, no,
in
no.
the
I'm not saying
world.
just black people.
No, not you per se, but that's what I be hearing, right? Oh, we are crabs in a barrel. Only black people got to worry about this. No, that's a lie. Listen, money is money. Money speaks. If your children are hungry and somebody offer you money to go and do some shit, that long as it's not illegal, it's not gonna, your mortal soul, because they got a lot of religious people, like they don't want to kill people and shit. But they may go back. Even that movie, what's the name of it? I just saw it. The black dude, remember, he took the deal from the cop where he was supposed to be spying on uh, the Black Panthers. But what he didn't know,
Come on, William
the
O'Neill.
cop came off like, yeah, these niggas are criminals. Because he was a criminal, he assumed that, hey, they must be criminals too. Remember when he kept reporting back saying they're not doing anything, dude. They
Yeah,
just, they're doing this positive. They're doing this positive. All I see is the, but um, then they wanted him to make up shit. Old dude was twisting some of the words around that he said, and then he threatened him and said, if you don't sign this saying you saw this, then you're going to jail. And see,
well,
this is what the cops have done. I hear people say, well, we in our community, we got this no snitching thing. And that's why we can't get rid of bad people because of no snitching.
not me.
No, not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about here on
In
YouTube.
general.
Yes, in general.
Who
But
snitched?
the thing is, though, that cops, right? They
Right.
use that against us. They'll come to you and say, they'll come pull you in their car
Mm-hmm.
and then tell you if you don't give them something, they gonna lie on you and make it seem like you gave them something.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Put your whole life and the risk and your family's life at risk. We seen this shit on TV. Why we act like we don't know this shit is really happening? And
yeah.
then and
Or
then
they'll tell you, even in the project, they'll tell you, what I'm saying, you might as well cooperate, because if not, I'm gonna go out and tell your homeboys that you told anyway. I'm gonna tell them that you're the
yes,
reason why such and such happened. You know what I mean?
right. They'll go pick up somebody that they know legally they can't really hold, but they'll pick it up and make it seem like, well, your boy is the one who snitched on you. And as they release them, they know that somebody gonna get killed.
They turn a blind eye to it then. They don't know you. Once you can give up that information, they ain't trying to protect you. They don't know you.
Right. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of fuckery going on. That's what listen, I believe it that we need to get rid of these motherfucking police. We need to rebuild all of that shit all over again. And yes, and in our communities, while the shit is fucked up for a minute, we need to police our own communities. Because there gonna be some fuck people who gonna want to take advantage of the fact that they don't have police to respond like they used to. And that's why we're going to support, we're going to, you know what I mean? We're going to take care of ourselves for a while until they fix this shit up. Because I'm telling you, I watch when the police, I remember being a kid and wanting to be a police. Like, it was almost like at one time, it was like, yeah, you're going to be a police and you're going to help your community, right? And
Mm.
and in school, we was proud to see police come in and talk to us about being the police and how they strong and they're almost like heroes. They sold it to you like heroes, but see, they really wasn't selling that to us. They were selling that to the white kids. See, because they was always knowing that we were gonna be the ones they were gonna chase down,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
regardless of whether we did something or whether they said we did something. We gonna be the ones they chasing down.
That's right.
See, it's crazy nowadays. like even if we was to go back to like, if possible, we was to go back to like a Black Panther situation. It couldn't be like that nowadays. Not with what they used to do. We'd have to have. You ever see the, that group, the NFAC?
No.
You know what I'm saying? You ever see them? What's Grandmaster Jay and all them?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Some people. We would have to have people like that police in our neighborhood because they got guns, not like they used to have back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Like to clean up our neighborhood, these people can these people packing some stuff. You know what I mean? They ain't got no shotguns and no pistols like they used to. They got some crazy stuff. So it would have to be even more. They had to be even more vigilant than they was before. But these danny people, man, they got rocket launchers in there.
Dude, black people is not coming into your neighborhood, into their own neighborhoods, doing no shit like we making it seem. You don't need no, uh, you don't need no, what they call it when it go boom, 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 auto, not a semi-automatic, but an automatic. You don't need that type of shit. You just need to be honest. People just need to be not known if you got a weapon or not. See, because if motherfuckers try to come in here, you see what I'm saying? It's cool. They can get through the door, but they're not walking out that motherfucking door. And see, the thing about criminals is they don't want to go where it's a possibility that they can get caught or killed.
No, but I'm
And
saying if you try to clean up the neighborhood and you had to rival with some of those guys, you know what I'm saying? That
dude,
would be
that's not true. I've cleaned up neighborhoods. This little old fucking me. In fact, it help you clean up the neighborhood. See, because believe it or not, I'm not sure what the rest of y'all seen. I could tell y'all really don't know about y'all community. Because see, I can go outside and I know not here in my neighborhood now, but before I moved here, I lived somewhere else. And I can name the dope dealers, right? I know the dope dealers. I lived in that neighborhood for 16 years. I knew the dope dealers. The dope dealers were the ones who would stand out near the park, right? They out there. You see them rush up to a car when the car come through and they go back. But they also was the ones when the kids, when it was summertime and the kids was in the park, they would buy ice cream for the kids. They used to stand on one side of the park. And when I told them I was opening up a nonprofit right there, 3 doors down from where they were standing, and asked them, hey, we're going to be having kids come here. We don't want any trouble. You know, what y'all think? Y'all think we could clean up this area? And they was with it. They also were the ones when I needed some donations to buy t-shirts for the summer programs or shit that I was doing in that neighborhood. They were also the ones who was giving me money for that. So when they make it seem like these dudes who really protected the neighborhood, but see, although they were selling their weed or whatever, they also made sure no other motherfuckers out of no another community came in our community to rob us, right? So when they make claims that the Pookies and Ray Rays are nothing but bad men and they robbing everybody, well, if that was true, we would be in a whole worse off situation. We would have our elderlies always getting robbed and killed and shit. That's not happening. The elderly, how are they protected? Because the people in their community. Or do you think the regular Joneses are protecting the elderly? Or do you think it's the motherfucking criminals, the dope dealers who know, oh, that's Miss Bomb right there. Don't y'all mess with Miss Bomb.
I mean, those rules still apply. But you know what I'm saying? Like I've been in the military 22 years, right? So I've moved around, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Trenton, New Jersey, right? Now, yeah, I'm a little bit older, but I know right now when they start following like the West Coast and they start, you know, being Bloods and Crips, you know what I'm saying, that started from New York, hey, even in the West Coast, it used to be civilians was off limits, women and children, all that type of stuff. But they started initiating in broad daylight, and what civilians was on the list. That's not how you
Mm-hmm.
get your stripes. That's not how you supposed to. But they had different rules. So yeah, it's different rules. But now, if I go back to my old neighborhood, it's not really much I can do because of the structure in those type of neighborhoods. I don't even know nobody no more because we're dispersed. We don't even live in the same place. The projects I grew up in. A lot of them people gone. They moved us around. So that old neighborhood, I can't. Them dudes don't know me. You know what I'm saying? These little kids,
Yeah.
like my name is on that wall right there, but this is a new bunch of people. So
Yeah,
so
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 I
none
mean,
of them know me.
but that's the different situation than you saying we could clean up our own neighborhoods versus some stranger. Like for instance, I've gone into neighborhoods where they don't know me, and it takes a moment for them to find out who I am, right? Through
Yeah,
others, because
yeah,
I've been in many neighborhoods here in Delaware, not just the neighborhood I lived in, but and then they hear the rumors of, oh yeah, she good people, yeah, she deal with the kids, kind of thing. But you're right. No, you yourself cannot go into a strange person's neighborhood and try to tell them what to do. But there
yeah,
will be some people inside that neighborhood though who
yeah, yeah,
can.
yeah.
You can do that in white people's neighborhood. You can go in the white people's neighborhood and start telling them what to do, how you gonna do things if you don't live there.
Yeah.
So
And that's
why,
the thing. That's the
so
thing. And I retired in 2017. So I done moved all over the place. So you know what I'm
you
saying?
don't
I
even
know.
trust the cops. Like, come
Yeah,
on, white people trust cops up until recently. Our ass always knew they were nothing but snakes, dirty as fuck, because they never tried to hide it in front of us. I lived in a neighborhood where the fucking cops was dirty, and I would watch them go talking to the dope dealers. They wasn't asking them what you doing while you out here. They was knew them by name, dapping them up,
hmm,
passing by 'em when they was selling, doing sales, and they would go and mess with our fucking kids though, the
well,
teenage, the little.
they know these drug dealers by first name basis, and sometimes they they put them in the wagon and they don't really take them to jail. Sometimes they'll take some of their money, take some of their stash, and let them go. I know cops that got in trouble for selling drugs. You know what I'm saying? They was working with the drug dealers.
Right.
So not all of them got busted. A lot of them was profiting off of those people. So I was like, yo, why are you harassing me? You know what I'm saying? And I work a 9 to 5. I mean not 9 to 5, but I worked at Burger King. You messing with me? I don't even look like a drug dealer, and we on the known drug street. Like, why you not messing with them? You know? But
You're not
it was just
messing with them because they not after them. See, they already know they've ruined their lives. They made it sure they can't vote. They've already put them through the system. They messing with you because you're not in the system, but that's where they think you belong in the system, you see?
exactly, and
Yeah,
especially if
so
you have inner cities like certain boroughs in New York. A lot of those kids under the age of like 17 and under, they'll hit them with like stupid stuff, right? And they'll go to court. They'll pay all those fees, knowing they're gonna throw it out anyway because they know it's BS. But you'll have guys that when I was watching the what was it called, the New York 12 or something like that. It was about those cops from different precincts that stood together and was like, they telling us to go harass, minorities. They telling us to get these quotas. So they all stood together and they put a lawsuit against some New York police department. But it was the story of this lawyer talking to this young guy, and he had been down there like 16 times for misdemeanor stuff that they threw out. But see, his name is in the system, and they're paying the court system to go down there just to throw it out. So it's little stuff that they do, and then like the plea bargains, they rounding up people that know they don't have nothing to do with it, and they'll tell people, well, if you plea bargain, we'll let you go. But if you're on welfare, you're gonna lose your benefits. But if you don't take the plea bargain, you could be waiting in jail for about maybe 3 to 4 years or whenever you can get out. And it's like, really? And what they don't know, when they get those plea bargain deals, that's extra funding to the state, and it makes the mayor look good. So they get incentives for all that type of stuff. So the whole system is like really crazy. So when I hear Candace Owens talking about the crime rate, I'm like, do you know the Innocence Project and the Equal Initiative Project and the bailout projects are still freeing people that should have never been in jail? So when you screaming those, crime statistics and stuff like that, they're not even accurate. Not at all. Not by a long shot.
Hmm.
But it's crazy. They making money off of it, sending people to jail too. So then that adds to the single parent homes, or that adds to also can add to the fathers not being around as well.
Well, that's their angle. That's what they want to do. It helps to destroy the black community.
Exactly. And then of course on those statistics, they count the physical address. They don't care if it's a co-parenting situation. They count well, I mean, they count the physical address of the child, and that still goes to single parent home statistics.
That's right.
So yeah. So I mean, you can make statistics look any type of thing the way you want it to.
You're right. I do.
No, but it's really crazy. Like, hell, I remember back in the day, we swore, we was the only ones on welfare.
That's true.
We started looking at it. So it's like, there was never a war on drugs when it was in our neighborhood. But when it starts spilling out in other neighborhoods, that's just like them, trying to be against abortion. Y'all was okay with abortion.
Right.
It was us. And then when y'all start going in there and you looking at the numbers like, damn, we killing ourselves. They got more of us in. Okay, yeah, we gotta stop this. Now we gotta have war on abortions too.
Right. Everything to make it seem like it's only the blacks that's doing it and making it look bad.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be contained. Once it stop being contained and it get outside of those lines, oh no, we got a problem with it. We got to stop this.
Exactly. Exactly.
But yeah, that's why I'm always still optimistic. I don't care what I see on TV or I mean, because a lot of us, we still got a lot of trauma. So of course, like I said, you give us outlets and we're gonna complain about it. But I'm not gonna think that that's majority. And listen, I will. One thing that I heard of Obsidian say that always stick to me,
What's
and I
that?
mean it's simple and plain. When he was talking about relationships and stuff like that, we seem to look at a large majority in our mind, and we think all this negative stuff, and we talk ourselves out of stuff. I remember one thing he said. He said, "You only need just one," and it's just something that simple. It makes sense. You only need just one. We focus on a whole group of women, a whole group of men. All you need to do is you get yourself right. You only need just one. Who cares about the whole group? You're only looking for one anyway.
That's true.
And if you look at it like that, you should be able to find one.
Yeah, from what they say, they can't find just one. It's
Exactly.
because when you have men and women and you're looking for that one perfect person to be in your life, the fairy tale person, basically, you're not going to find that person. You're
Not
going to
really.
find that person that's going to have their flaws, but
Yeah.
either you're going to work through it or you can just say, see ya, bye, I can't do it.
Well, I mean, for us to say that, no, yeah, as a whole, we need therapy. If we say that, but then we get with people and we want a whole perfect person. Now, there's some people who had good foundations, that might not um, have a traumatic, childhood as others. But we want the 2%. We don't want the other. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, man, I don't want to deal with that. Listen, you yourself might have some things you need to fix, but we want the easy route. You
Hmm.
know, we don't want to deal with no type of stuff. But yeah, we got stuff ourselves. I'm not saying sign up for no no real, real toxic, crazy stuff because it ain't your job to be. But yeah, a lot of us are gonna have, things that we need to get over.
Oh yeah, but even though I understand about the therapy part, because yeah, I even went to therapy after I divorced my ex-husband because of the situation that I went through with him. So I did go to therapy, and I can advise, yeah, we those who needed to go, go through it and take the each steps that you need to take, because it actually does help to pour your heart out or to say how you feel about things about somebody that don't know you, that knows nothing about you, and they can't judge you. So they can actually kind of help you out. But when you want to continue to go through that drama and traumaticness through a relationship and thinking, okay, like most of the black women say, he gonna change, I'm gonna change him, he gonna change, because I was one that did it with my ex, and it gets worse and worse. And that's when you want to sit back and say, I should have left. I should have left, a long time ago, whatever. But it's you invested so much time. With some women, they invest a lot of time and they just say, I'll stay. I'll stay because it's gonna work out some kind of way, or he's gonna change, or maybe I need to change. But therapy, actually, yeah, well, I agree with you on that. We do need to go into therapy.
But you know what though? For me, therapy is not even. It's not even about just relationships. Like, I mean, I love therapy. I used to volunteer for like anger management class. I had to go one time. I had to go, but I I went volunteer one time. I volunteered for speech class, like
Mm-hmm.
Fleet Family Service in the military. When I
Mm-hmm.
was in Maryland, they knew me because I used to go there, even when I just wanted to go there and see what type of stuff they had to offer as far as benefits and classes. But yeah, they knew me, and the counselors knew me because I wanted to know about me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like we spend so much time worrying about other people and fully
Right.
don't even know ourselves, how our brain works, why we do certain things. And then to know about me, I want to know how, the models of communication. I want to know how I can remove my triggers so I won't allow people to get the best of me. Like I want to learn about these things. So it didn't even have to do with another woman all the time or bad relationship. Like there's so much stuff to learn about the human psyche alone. Like I want to know because as a man, when I hear women say men can't control themselves and this and that, and I'm thinking about that. Like really, I wait a minute. I don't want to be like that. I don't want a woman to think that I can't control myself. You know what I'm saying? So I would always challenge myself. Like, okay, let's look at that. You know.
So then, what about the relationship coaches that actually want to try to teach you something about yourself as well? Because they do it as well. It's not just therapists itself. When you go to want to talk to relationship therapists, they actually want to, there's some things that they saying that this is something that you should know about yourself. Isn't that like in the same? I mean, not in the same category.
Yeah, yeah. They challenge you. I mean, if they challenge you to get to know yourself, I mean, but you gotta whether it's a relationship coach or a counselor, it's like you really have to. Some people they go, and
Mm-hmm.
some people they really don't benefit because one thing you got to know, if you go into a counselor about your husband or your wife, and you spend the whole 16 weeks talking about them, that's a badass counselor.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Because when you go in and you tell them what your issue is, right? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
cool. You got that out of the way. But now we're gonna spend the rest of this time learning about you, how you can control how you respond to people, how you can avoid this type of stuff, how you can know what's good for you. Because I don't know that other person. Let's go off of how you reacted to X, Y, and Z. So if they spend the whole time talking about somebody else that's not even there, you're not gonna get enough from that because if you still have these traits that led you to be with that person, you break up with that person, you're gonna end up in the same situation again.
Mm-hmm.
But some people will pay to have somebody be their cheerleader.
That's true.
And they like, well, see, I know it wasn't me, so I'm gonna break up with this person, problem solved. Nope.
Right.
But some therapists and some counselors, they'll do that because then you got to understand this person here probably going through some stuff at home too.
That's true. That's true. So they can be actually giving you opinions from something that's actually going on in their home. That would be, their answer. Like, okay, I'm going through the same thing. So let me give him that, let me tell him what I think he should do because it's going on in my home too. Instead of actually analyzing that person, because everybody's not the same.
Exactly.
Everybody's not the same. Everybody doesn't react to everything the same. Everybody doesn't have the same taste, same feelings, and all this stuff like that. So that's a lot that you have to actually consider when you're being a counselor. You have to take on different personalities. And I knew like one counselor, I had to kind of leave her. She was a white lady. She just basically said all black people was the same. That was in her mind, that all black people was the same. They react to the same of being mad. They react to the same of violence, dressing. And I was like, why would you say? But the only reason why she said that is because she actually thought I was um, like I was multi-race. She thought I was white and black for her to actually say that. And I was like, no, I'm black. I'm black. She's like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but for, it's just everybody that I actually got into my office, they've been a lot of black people and they all just react the same, especially when they're getting upset. The women act the same, the men act the same. It's like, but we're all not the same. So you have to think of all these different personalities that are coming to sit inside your office and come jump out at you, because you can have any of them just jump out and go crazy on you. You got to know exactly how to handle that, but not to just think all black people are going to react the same. All black people's personalities the same. You just can't just come thinking like that regardless.
Yeah, and that's like for people who, I mean, 'cause I had thought about it a long time ago, you know, uh, life coaching, right? Because I do a lot of mentorship. But here's the
Okay.
thing. Here's the thing. It's just like in church, a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? I used to have certain positions in church when I was younger, and I'll
Mhm.
never forget, the pastor saying, they can tell when people have an issue at home, husband and wife, especially when you up on the pulpit or you're a part of any part in the choir, especially when you're leading.
All right.
First thing they do, if you having some serious issues, is they'll sit you down. Meaning, they don't want you, leading people and you're not in the right place. So that's just like with any coaching or anything like that. Like you got to have your life together before you start trying to coach other people.
Right.
And I mean, and a lot of people do it, but it's no way. Because I'd be in the back of my mind thinking, how the hell can I give these people advice that I'm not even taking myself?
Exactly.
But a lot of people don't think that way. They'll get that advice, get that money, go home and sit in the driveway for like 25 minutes because they don't want to go on their own.
You're right. I actually did that in my first marriage, where I would take the long way going home just because I didn't want to be around him sometimes. And it would be like driving, the speed limit would be 40. I would be doing at least 25 or 30 because I just didn't want to make it home fast enough.
That's why I'll be listening. Like, you know, it's okay to talk about certain things, but we can't be talking about certain things for too long because too long is like, man, are you okay? Because you seem like you still living. You like you really going off. You all right over there? But a lot of times, we got to be honest with ourselves. Like sometimes people don't even know that they still haven't dealt with certain stuff, and that stuff bleeds on to your home life, and
Right.
you making people pay for stuff that they ain't had nothing to do with. And of course, next people that come along, they get all that.
Right.
It's like people have a lot of fear of getting hurt and fear of this and fear of that. Like I ain't gonna lie to you, I really don't give a damn about none of that. I'm trying to live my life,
Yeah.
and fear is like, you know what? Instead of fear, I'll just let's deal with wisdom. You know what I mean? To make better choices next time. But what's a life about if you live your life afraid to do X, Y, and Z? You're not really living because you're
Right.
afraid of getting hurt. Well, figure out how to choose better, and you still might get hurt. But okay, all right, you know,
Yep.
I just
Yeah.
don't I just don't have the fear. Hey, if I get hurt, I get hurt. Like it might hurt, but I still got to get them going to work and pay these bills. Landlord don't give a damn about you crying.
You're right.
They still want that rent.
You're so right. I do agree.
But I mean, if you are wiser, if you get wiser through learning from your mistakes, The rewards when you do find what you want is so much better than just saying, you know what, I'm cool. I've been single for the last 15 years, so I won't get hurt. So I ain't worried about getting hurt. I'm
Yeah.
protected. Yeah, but for the last 15 years, like you gotta watch people go on vacation or enjoy time with their significant others or dating and all that type of stuff. But you happy because you stay.
But do you honestly think we learn from our mistakes?
We should.
We should, but we don't.
Yeah, we should. I mean, you should get tired. I'm telling you, at my age, at 46, I look back and I'll be like, damn, I could have been here. I could have been, oh, but you good. Yeah, I know I'm good. But me, I'm greedy. When you say, oh man, you got 15,000. I'm like, yeah, but I could have had 30.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't trying to be not be appreciative about certain things, like, but it's like through my mistakes, I could have been further off. Yeah, you like where I'm at, but I know I could have been somewhere further if it wasn't for me not learning from my mistakes. And I don't want to keep doing it because then you be that 60-year-old with nothing but regrets. So at some point in time, it's like, come on, you
Yeah,
know,
but we all gonna be full of regrets because you're gonna regret that you did something in the past that actually could have, like you. I regretted doing it, and if I wouldn't have done it, I could be further. Like you were saying, we all gonna be full of regrets. It's just you just don't have that to take a barrier on your life to go
yeah,
into your future.
exactly. Yeah, we think about it, but it's like, you know what? All that is motivation. Where you at in life, just keep moving. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Never let and don't be in that position again. You know what I'm saying? And then if you have people looking up to you, that's more of an example or more of a reason to kind of show them, hey, don't do what I did, and that should motivate you to like, show them by example.
Well, especially when you have kids. You don't want your kids to know the bad choices you made in life in the past. But you do want them to know that, yeah, the choices that you do make that are bad, they will affect your future. You don't want to make these bad decisions. You want to make good decisions so you can actually have a good future. But when they're making all those bad decisions, like I had a cousin back home, and at the age of 13 years old, he made a terrible decision. He went into a Rite Aid store and he robbed it,
Wow,
gunpoint, at 13 years old. And it cost him 30 years of his life. He just got out last year.
damn.
So when at 13 years old, his mom told him he could not have some type of snack that he wanted at 13 years old. She told him he couldn't have it, and he wanted it so bad. He went and got a gun from one of his friends' um, brother, who's older, and he walked right around the corner to the Rite Aid and robbed the Rite Aid. He took some of the money, not all of it, but he took the snack that he wanted at 13 years old.
But I mean, 30 years for a 13-year-old. I mean, come on now.
That's in Louisiana. They make different rules for us black people. It's totally different rules for that. He didn't even, and they didn't charge him as a juvenile. He got charged as an adult.
That's crazy.
So
I
he,
mean, the fact that you went in there to steal some candy. Come on now. Come on.
yeah, I know, but they make totally different rules down south for blacks, and it's more harsh rules. And I'm not saying that it's like well, it's not fair. It's not fair, period. Because if a little white boy went into the store and he did the same exact crime, he wouldn't have gotten it. And in fact, he would have been tried as a juvenile. He would have got his little slap on the wrist and been out probably like a year or two. But because he's black, yeah, it happened that way. It just ended up happening that way for him.
Wow.
So we get different everything. We just have to make sure that we actually just basically make the right decisions in life. The right decisions is basically going to have us to where we continue to strive better and make things better for us in the future. But you can't just say, "Oh, it's all about me." You know, it's even me about you and you about others, because in fact we all wear the same skin color.
Yeah, that's why it's like giving up or doing all type of stuff. Like, listen, ain't no giving up. I mean, I decided to have kids, decided to have a family. Ain't no giving up. I don't give a damn if I am tired. I don't care if I don't like my job. Try to
Right.
take, try to figure out and get a better job. But in the meantime, you go to work and hate that job until you get another. Ain't no quitting.
Right.
I still got people to take care of. You know, they didn't
That's
have to be.
what you say.
I said they didn't ask to be here.
No, you're right. They don't ask to be here, but some people don't. They don't think like that. They don't think like that at all. It was like my husband has a cousin in Vegas, and she didn't. They told her she couldn't get pregnant, but she got pregnant and she had a little girl. Well, before she even had her little girl, it was all about her. Facebook pictures, Instagram, all about her. And we're thinking, okay, well, you have a beautiful little girl now, so we're thinking as family, we're gonna see more pictures of the baby, and no, it's still all about her. We very rarely may get a few little one or two pictures, but yeah, all Facebook, Instagram. Oh, and she has her OnlyFans as well, and it's all about her.
Wow.
So she's not thinking of, I have to set an example for my child, or I have to show more attention to my child. We even have seen like she did a video and the baby was walking for the first time in the background. And she was videoing herself as she was talking about what was going on. And the baby was walking and everybody was saying, Tanya, look, your baby walking. And by the time she actually turned around, the baby had just fell down. So she missed that moment.
Listen, I before I had kids. I mean, I was young in the military, and I was talking to this young lady, and married kid, her son, a little too fast, but we went to this softball game, and she was like, "Can you take my son to the store?" And blah blah blah. So we walked to the store, or whatever, and then we talking like she had mentioned something about like going out or doing something with her son or whatever, and I was like, hmm. I'm like, damn, like we moved a little bit too fast. You know, like to have a son, she was just like she was just trying to throw me into a position, and like I was just peeping the whole thing, and it just didn't seem right. Like I had no issues with I knew she had sons, so I didn't have no issues with that. But as a man, I always watched what women did around their kids and how they did their kids, and like if I didn't think you was putting your kids in the best situation, I wasn't gonna mess with them. Even though I had no kids, because my thought was it'd be just my luck. I have kids with you. If we ain't together, what my kids gonna have to deal with when you got some other dude around.
Yeah.
So nah, I'm not at all. Like
Yeah.
if you're not gonna if you're gonna put me first, if you're not gonna prioritize me the way you're supposed to when you got a kid, I'm not dealing with you. And some dudes okay with that, but I can't do that because your kids should always come first before me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true.
You
They
know.
actually, they actually have some good moms out there. I'm a good mom. Mom's a good mom. My grandmother, she was a good mom. My grandmother had 9 kids, 9, and she put all of them before everybody. She took care of every last one of them. My mom is the oldest, and she took care of all those kids. Now, back in those days, it was like easier, of course. You had help too from the neighbors that would actually look out and say, "Oh, your son so and so was down the street doing this or doing that," to get you in trouble, of course. Or and then they would also let some of the neighbors whoop your butt and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
yeah, like now that's like totally different. A parent will see a child doing something and they will turn like they don't even see that child doing it, won't tell the parent anything. They would just turn completely around, turn a blind eye to the situation. But there are some good moms out there, and I can't say there's not. Uh, that's actually taking care of their kids and protecting their kids out there and making sure their kids are getting what they need and a roof over their head and all that stuff like that. But yeah, I've seen some that's not doing so good with their kids, and
Yeah.
it's
But
hard.
I can't get the guys right. And the guys like it's like some of them act the way they talk, like you act like you didn't come from a single mom home. You act like you as a kid, you didn't get a firsthand account of everything that you had to deal with. It's like I don't know. Sometimes it just be killing me. Like on both sides, I'm like, man, y'all act like y'all wasn't there. Like y'all didn't see this none of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
you know,
Like,
yeah,
well, I hear a lot of them say it when they're talking in the manosphere that if they had a choice, they would wish they wasn't even born through a woman. So I'm sitting there like, well, God, if they
no,
tried the test tube baby thing and that didn't work, so how else you
what,
think you was gonna get here?
what the hell kind of stuff is that? That's some weird ass shit.
Man, I swear, I sit back and a lot of I just go through YouTube a lot and just the different channels that might come up that I don't even know who they are. And I would sit there and listen to some of the women, the way they talking, and some of the men. And the men actually it drives me crazy because I'm sitting there and they say the things. I've even heard on some guy said on Fantastic Show that his mom owed him 13K or something like that, and Fantastic or 30K or something like that. And Fantastic, oh yeah, if mom owed me that much, we putting on the gloves, we fighting. I'm like, are you serious?
Man, how about you owe her amount of money that we can't even put a number on for giving
Exactly.
her life and raising your sorry ass.
It's like, how can you even say something like that about beating your mom up over money? Period. Or we putting the gloves on. We gonna have to box this out. Wow. I can't believe you said that. I mean, I understand everybody had a situation. I had a situation with my mom. Me and my mom didn't have the best relationship when growing up. But I mean, we have the best relationship now. She's the only parent that I have. My father's deceased since 2010. So she's the only parent that I have. And no matter how she's still in some of her old ways or whatever, some things she still do at finna be 66 um, tomorrow. She still has some of her old ways, when she was just not doing what she was supposed to do. But I love that woman to death. That's my mom. Without her, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, and that's when you got to go back and you got to realize, right? You got to
Right.
look at your life sometimes and right in the middle of the things that you're doing, you like, wow, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
am I uh am I doing the right thing, by my kids? And then,
Mm-hmm.
even experience with your kids. Sometimes sometimes you come to the realization where you're like, damn, I was mad at my parents for doing X, Y, and Z, but here I am checking myself and now I need to get myself together. So it's like I'm mad at them for some of the stuff that I'm doing to my kids. And then when you really deep dive into it, you know, did you really take the time to find out what your parents been through and why they might have did the things they did? Like some of our parents was young. We expected them to know everything. They didn't have the proper, some of them didn't have the proper guidance. So they was just figuring it out as they go along. So, they might have messed up, on some things with you, but like I'm 46. My youngest brother is he's 24. And I got
Mm-hmm.
I got a sister that's 28. And I got a sister that's 45. So it's like, of course, my little brother and sister, they got it better because they learned by then. You know what I'm saying? Like they did a lot of stuff better.
Wow.
But my thing is, my dad told me, he said, he was young, he did the best he could. And I mean, he did a pretty good job. But as I look where they came from and all the stuff was going on, it's like then you have a lot of understanding of like, you expecting a whole lot of stuff, but some people had some messed up parents, and then they had you.
Yeah.
So once you realize that, you got to forgive them. You know.
Yeah, you do have to forgive them, and you like I said when I was on plat, I said yeah, my mom didn't. She wasn't the best parent. She was 18 years old when she had me, and I'm the oldest out of six, three girls and three boys. We was called the Black Brady Bunch back then. So yeah, we was the Black Brady Bunch, and she wasn't the best because she would have to run the streets and stuff. And then I became a young mother raising my sisters and brothers at 9 years old. So I was like cooking, cleaning, taking care of the combing the hair and all that stuff like that at 9 years old. And even though she did what she did and all the bad things that was going on between us coming up and stuff, I forgave her. I completely forgave her and just make it better. You can love people, but you can love them from a distance. That's why I left her in Louisiana and I'm here in California because we got it. I love her, but yeah, I had to be away from her because our relationship is better actually, and I respect her more when I'm actually not there.
My wife struggled with that. Like, the younger kids that have to be responsible when they're young.
Yeah.
My wife went through that, right?
Hmm.
Like I said, sometimes we don't have a balance to the stuff that we had to go through because she's so pressed not to have our daughters go through that, right?
Right.
But at some point in time, you kind of like you kind of take you when you're proud of the things that you had to do that got you where you at. At the same time, you can't. It's like, well, you're not doing that with the kids because you don't want them to have to go through the same. It's like sometimes, like, wait a minute, think about what you're saying. That stuff got you where you were at and where you handle stuff. You keep things organized, you keep things clean, but you're not giving the same your kids that experience because you're talking about the fact that you had to do X, Y, Z. So that's a little confusing to these kids
Right.
because that made you who you are and you're proud of it. So some people actually they go too far, like, my kid's not gonna do this, my kid's not gonna do that. And she like, well, why are you gonna put the dish in the sink? You know, because so and so gotta wash the dishes and because that's her chore. I'm putting this damn dish in the sink. That's her chore. My chore is to make sure these bills taken care of. You know,
Right.
I take out the trash because there's girls in here. But listen, I'm not gonna do all this X, Y, and Z. I don't ask everybody to help me do my part too. When I'm out there
Right.
4 hours on the lawn and then I'm doing repairs around the house, I do that by myself. I ain't asking y'all to help. She can wash this plate.
Right.
She be all right.
Yeah. You're right. Should definitely be all right.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, she's all right. She gonna be all right. She be okay.
yeah. It's just totally different from back then when we were younger, and now it's just totally different. Even with raising your kids, even though I know what you're saying yeah they're gonna be all right when they doing all the chores and stuff. But you got to realize, of course, the kids now they like what are they always doing? Playing games on their iPads or on their telephones, cell phones and stuff like that. They don't know anything about actually cooking and cleaning, like talking about it, because most parents now it's not being taught like it was taught with us back then. It
Yeah.
was actually not taught to me. It was forced on me. So I had to learn how to do that stuff at a young age. And it's totally different now because yeah, what do you have now for kids? They can pick up the phone and they can order their food to be brought to the house. They don't have
Um,
to cook.
I
So
just look. I just cash app some money today so or they can order some food. I'm like, oh, there we go. And the 13-year-old is the one that cooked. But I got a 2-year-old.
yeah.
My wife, she said, oh, he's the last one. She was like, he'll just get his way with me sometime. And I'm like, not me. I love him to death, handsome little guy. But even with my oldest son, nah. I mean, my thing is, I never cared if my kids was mad at me because at the end of the day, I am still who I am to you. That ain't gonna change. You could be
Right.
all you want. It is what it is, and I can care less about it. You'll be all right. I'm gonna
Yeah.
make sure you do what you're supposed to do. Ain't no, we not doing that disrespect. We not doing that getting away with everything and all that because even the girls, I treat you like a princess when you act like one.
Right.
But when you ain't acting like one, we're not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to teach you to be out here and be entitled to get everything you want. No, you treat people right.
Yeah, you do have to earn it, even being a girl, because I've been on my own since I was 16 years old. Um, I worked. I had my first job and going to school at 16. So I worked, and then I graduated, and after that, I've been working, like I said, since 16 years old. So I've had to earn everything that I have right now. I don't know anything about just being given to me. Well, except for now, my husband, he spoils me. I can't lie,
That's
but
good.
back then, no, I couldn't say I was given anything. I had to earn everything.
Yeah, but you was it made you more proud because I remember my mom was like, "Oh, now we gotta buy them expensive shoes. Like when you get a job, you ain't gonna be one. You can't. Okay, I tell you what, how bad if I want it, I'm gonna get it." And I'm like, you know what? Now that I'm working, I'm tired of hearing no. I buy my own stuff.
Oh yeah, that was the advantage on that part. Yeah, but I was also buying for my sisters and brothers too. So just imagine me working and I'm purchasing for myself and for kids as well, which my other siblings. So I always found it where I was supposed to do that. Nobody was telling me, oh, you got to do this, you got to. I just felt, okay, well, it's not being done. I need to step in and I'm supposed to do this. And that's what I would do. That's why I got out there to work. Yeah, and I was able to buy the things that I wanted because, of course, there was like the popular jeans and stuff and shoes, Jordans and Jabot jeans and stuff like that. Yeah, I wanted that stuff then. So that's when I actually started working and getting it on my own, purchasing it as well for my siblings. But I've been working so hard all my life. There's no way in the world I ever knew anything about just something being given to me. I've never had anything given to me. Everything I had to earn.
What I hope they appreciate. That's some nice stuff to do. I hope they appreciate.
Oh, wait, my siblings?
Hmm.
Oh yeah, now they don't. Let me put it that way. Because when I was back home, they did. They
Oh,
relied on me for everything still. But now since I'm not back home, oh no, they're upset with me because I'm not there.
I mean, they gotta do for they gotta be on their own at some point in time.
Yeah, they do, but they still always texting me or calling me and asking Big Sis what I need to do. How do I need to handle this? What do we need to do? And I'm like, y'all just can't do anything without me at all. My mother even calls me and she asks me, what do I need to do in this situation? What do you think I need to do in this situation? So,
Yeah, man. You
it,
never escape that role. Like even when you get older,
I know.
people
It just
forget.
never leaves.
Yeah,
You know what they
that
call us? The leaders. Once you become that leader, you're always the leader.
yeah. Like my family on my mom's side and my dad's side. Like I don't know what's going on over the last couple of years. It's a whole bunch of stuff going on, and like I had to tell my wife. I said, unfortunately, because I left home for a reason, a lot of reasons, but I used to rebel on a lot of stuff. My mom kicked me out and so
Oh,
forth because I just didn't like no BS. Like none of it. I ain't like putting in. I rebel, but with all the stuff going on back home,
hmm.
it ain't changing. I told my wife, I said, unfortunately, if anybody, I'll probably be the only one that could probably get something moving.
So
And
it's not your rebelliousness that led you into the military, was it?
well, no, no. I mean, I just always wanted. want it better, and the way I saw family and stuff that I saw,
Okay.
I didn't like. So I kind of wanted to go out and do my own thing. You know what I mean? I always wanted to, you know, I guess create my own way. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't like this, so I'm gonna do it differently.
Right.
So, but my the rebellious side of me, like my family really don't mess with me like that. Like if they have something bad to say, like if they had something bad to say about my wife, they wouldn't say it to me. They would say it behind my back, but they definitely wouldn't say it to my face because
Hmm.
they know it'd be a problem. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's why I haven't heard about certain stuff because you know what I'm saying. Like if I get up there, you know, you mean gonna curse you out? No, we gonna sit down and talk about it because I'm, you know, especially if you old, you 60 something or whatever, you still doing the same stuff. Come on, man, we ain't got time for that. Like enough is enough. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? We got kids, you got all these family curses and all. I don't have time for it. Like we need to fix this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I see some silly stuff, you know, fighting over money when it comes to funerals. Don't listen, don't let me go off. I'll tear this whole damn reunion up. I don't like no stuff like that. Like that's just silly. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, we
Yeah.
not doing cookouts the way we used to, family reunions, because we got people acting stupid. Like, where are the elders at? Like, y'all need to get that. You know?
Mhm.
And our kids don't even know our families like they used to. And y'all are
Right.
messing up with the church's money. Y'all better get y'all shit together.
You're right. You
You know,
definitely right.
people still holding grudges over stupid stuff. You
What do
know,
you?
acting funny to other family members, doing stuff. And when I find out what the whole story was, I'm like, you got to be kidding.
But what do you expect? That's what we actually do within our black community. We don't let stuff go. We hold stuff from way with somebody that actually was so mean to you in high school. When you know, of course, high school is high school. But then you'll see that person like years later at the reunion. Oh, I ain't talking to her because the way she did me in high school. Wait, come on, are you serious? That was high school. Just let it go. It's not like you lost your hair or something. It's just it was like some bullying or maybe some stuff being said that shouldn't have been said. Like we usually do in high school, but yeah, most of us blacks don't. We don't let stuff go.
Well,
Family, no family, we just don't let stuff go.
I guess that's why the job is for me, because I'm telling you, when you want to talk about petty, listen,
Mm.
I'm the dude. I'm the dude in church. If I find out that you don't like me, if I see a seat that's empty next to you, I'm sitting next to you on purpose and have a good time. You know what I'm saying? The whole service, you have a good time right next to you. That's me. You know what I'm saying? Even in even in the military, when
Mm.
I heard like some of the high ranking people. This was Master Chief that had a problem with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, Everybody was scared of him. He was a little bipolar.
Mm.
So I'm like, damn, why is this dude messing with me, right? So he would talk, and I would be like, excuse me, I didn't hear you, Master Chief. So I would walk over to where he was at.
Mm.
And you know how people do the body language where they fold their arms or whatever. I would
Yeah.
stand right beside him and fold my arms too and start talking. Or or I would walk over to him and ask him, what did he say? And I wouldn't get like right in his face, but I'd get closer. Like, what'd you say? I couldn't hear you. He,
Mm.
no, no, no. So then I go back and they like, hey, Master Chief came by here. Oh, was he looking for me? Yeah, he was seeing if you was in your office. I said, okay. So I would purposely go find him. Master Chief, was you looking for me? No, 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 I wasn't looking for you. Oh, okay, okay. All right.
Okay, so tell me, is that the military attitude? Because my husband is the exact same way.
Yeah, you learn a lot of mental strategy and stuff dealing with them. You really, I'm telling you, it's crazy because I I had to learn how to piss people off and still not get in trouble at the
Really?
same time. So you learn a lot of strategy. There was this guy who used to always be over my shoulder, even though there was only one guy in the office who really knew, like, really how to do my job, and he was a senior ranking person. Well, he transferred.
Hmm.
So I'm doing my job and I'm training the rest of the people in the division or whatever. And hey, my thing was smooth. I wasn't interrupting none. So I would call people for training. He would tell me I had to reschedule it. Even though nothing was going on, he had his own little thing to do. He always used to mess. I go to the bathroom, where you been? Like, I've been to the bathroom. We out in the middle of the damn water. You didn't tell me that. I was like,
Wow.
yes, I did. Well, why were you going that long? I'm like, I went to the store as well.
Hmm.
So what'd you get? I'm like, I got this and I got that and I got some batteries. I took them to my rack in the Berlin. Oh, okay. I'm like, do you want to see a receipt? I mean, like, oh no, I just thought you got kidnapped, by some aliens or something. I mean, this dude always got some shit to say. Like, damn. So one time, now I'm in an office full of other people. They would never say nothing. They would just let him do what he do. So one time I was doing a report. Mind you, he was an E6 and I was an E3. So E3 ranks over me.
Mm-hmm.
And I work for him. So I'm doing a report for speech class because we had some teachers out there. So I was taking the class. And I did my paper on leadership. This dude looking over my shoulder, what are you doing? I was like, I'm working on this paper on leadership. Leadership. He's like, what do you know about leadership? You don't know anything about leadership. I said, man, this dude trying to embarrass me.
Mm.
I was like, yeah, you're right. I don't know nothing about leadership. Because I read in my military requirements that a subordinate learns leadership from his leader. And first, if you want to be a leader, you got to learn how to be a follower. So if I don't know nothing about leadership and I work for you, then what does that say to me? Oh, he got all pissed off. He pissed
Wow.
off. He left the office. I'm like, shit, you asked for it. I work for you. You tell me I don't know about leadership, and you my leader. So what am I watching? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, he got pissed off. Yeah, but
Wow.
he couldn't say nothing. And I'm looking over, and people in there looking like, damn, okay, yeah. Well, I can't say nothing about that. He was embarrassed.
Oh, wow.
So I'm like, shit, I'm on to something. Let me figure out how I can piss these people off and they can't do shit about it. And I start working on my strategy. So that's pretty much what I did until I retired as a chief. And I got in trouble even being among the ranks for helping the junior sailors out. Because
Mm.
I'm like, y'all get leadership. I see that. It's all these leaders. You can't run from them. But ain't nobody teaching y'all strategy. Ain't nobody teaching y'all how to deal with these guys. Ain't nobody teaching y'all how to figure out these rewards, how to be seen, how to do your eval. Ain't nobody teaching you how to navigate through this. So I'm like, that's what I'm doing to devote my career.
Mm.
Teaching these people how to get around assholes and get the best out of the military. And that's what I did. And trust me, even though I retired as a chief, which only a small percent, 3% of the Navy make,
Mhm.
I was not in the inner circle. They ain't like me because I was always helping junior sailors out, and they ain't like that.
Wow. How
So
long
my
have you been retired?
since 2017.
Oh, okay.
So normally you get like a chief or like an officer
Mm-hmm.
to do your be a guest speaker, right?
Right.
I was going to get an officer to be my mentee, and she was a lower rank. She just made officer. She went to officer school.
Mm.
That's the only reason why I was going to get her. But she was out to sea. So I said, okay, cool. My guest, mind you, I'm a chief. I'm an
Mm.
E7. And in the Navy, the E7s are not like E7s in the Army. E7s in the army are like our E6 when it comes to
Yeah.
authority. But I made my guest speaker one of my E6s.
Hmm.
I ain't want none of my fellow chiefs. I wanted a junior sailor. I had some of them, of course we had to have some of the chiefs be a part of it. But I had junior sailors from Virginia to Maryland, a 3-hour drive, right?
Hmm.
And my speech was pretty much to the junior sailors about what stuff, not to put up with,
Right.
all the BS politics. And I
Hmm.
addressed the chief petty officers about how they should be taking care of sailors. And I don't know why the hell people tell them that they can't do that no more. And then
Right.
I told them all the stuff that I did against leadership, like volunteering when I saw people about to write people up.
Hmm.
And I conveniently didn't write them up on purpose because I knew it was BS. I told them about all the fuck shit I did. You know what I'm
Wow.
saying? Telling people, look, I know they messing with you. I got your back. Let me write some good counseling chits on you because I know they trying to do a paper trail. And soon as you do X, Y, and Z for me, I'm gonna write you this good counseling chit. So when they try to message you, when they open up your record to document some stuff, first thing they gonna stare at is that good counseling chit. Now I just threw the whole thing off. So
Yeah.
now you got to explain the fact that you trying to document them. Here they got some good counseling in that record.
Ah.
Or the time that I told this one guy that they sent him to captain mass, it was some BS. And I told him, hey, there's a lawyer on board. He already expecting you go talk to him. And the guy got his rank back. And the girl got her rank back.
Oh. Wow.
So I saw the captain. He ain't look too happy, but I don't give a damn. Look,
Yeah.
this is my Hall of Fame speech. I'm Michael Jordan. I'm shitting on y'all. You know what I'm saying? This is my time. This is my time to speak. And I told him I pretty much stayed in for the junior sailors. You know what I'm saying? I told him, look, I'm from Trenton, New Jersey. I said
Hmm.
I had problems with people in uniform when I was young. And I said, and then I end up being in uniform. So you either gonna respect the uniform or you're gonna be the person in uniform. If you're gonna swear to an oath, then you do that oath. All them personal feelings, no, do your job. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's just one thing. So I really don't even talk to that. I mean, um we got Facebook, Navy Chiefs pages and all that. I barely go on that. Some of those other pages I don't unfollow because they be talking about stuff they're not supposed to. But
Really?
it's like, oh yeah, we had one. They was talking about some topics, some current event topics. Yeah, I don't think that anybody outside of that page, if they really saw what was in there, it'd be some of them people would be on Navy Times front page.
Oh wow.
I'm talking borderline, like, being racist, and I mean, but they was going back and forth. Black people was going back and forth. So it was like, oh, what happens here stays here. So I'm like, I'm out of here. Ain't no way in hell.
Yeah, but I thought they're not supposed to do stuff like that because of being in the military.
They not.
So don't.
No.
I mean, the military is like high tech with everything. So you gonna tell me nobody would get caught doing that? They could go into this Facebook and
Yeah,
YouTube and all this stuff and seeing what you put in here.
exactly. And the thing is, they have this supposed to have this code, with in the Chiefs mess, what you see here, say here, stays here. But some of us ain't we not down with that. You know what I'm saying? So, but see, a lot of people don't want to be the whistleblower or whatever. But I always told people, you know how I am. So if you stupid enough to do something around me, you already
Yeah.
know. You put me in a position where it can hurt me or my family, it's gonna be you before it be,
Right.
you know.
Wow. So I mean, you don't see just from your voice, you don't seem like you would be that type of person.
Shit. I'm listen, I'm calm. I'm calm, but listen, that's it. I don't flip some tables over.
Are you serious?
Yeah, because they be playing, man. Like When I was at E7, we had this one dude, black dude. Of all, well, I ain't gonna say of all people. Sometimes they do us worse than anybody. He was an ass kissing, backstabbing. Oh man, I don't like these. I don't like them. I don't like them. As soon as he
Mm,
made another rank, he kissing ass.
mm,
And and he was telling on me.
mm.
Hey, Nixon came in 5 minutes late. I'm a chief petty officer. What the fuck you mean? What's 5 minutes late? Are you serious? Ain't no 5 minutes late for me. Are you crazy? You snitching, telling me I came in 5 minutes late. I got my first class here and running the office. I ain't got. I could be 10 minutes late.
Oh
Just
wow.
10. Black dude. Oh, he doing this. He doing that. Dog. I know a whole lot of stuff about you. And you want
Hmm.
to talk about me being late? This ass kissing dude. And he just kept talking and talking, and nobody wanted to solve stuff. What I mean, I'm asking the master, like, yo, we need to fix this. But they don't want to
Right.
solve it because the boy was an ass kisser. So I'm like, all right. So the junior sailors was cool with me. They would tell me everything they heard. The chiefs that was doing stuff they weren't supposed to. They had dirt on some of these people, but they wouldn't solve it, right? So I said, cool, fuck it. So I
Mm,
went in and I was like, yo, I heard you was talking about me. Oh man, what you talking about? I said, look, I try to solve it. I try to get other people involved. Ain't nobody doing nothing. I said, listen, this is how we gonna handle this next time. Next time I hear you talk about me, I'm gonna come find you, and me and you gonna take a walk. Simple and plain. That's just
mm,
how we gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make it uncomfortable for you to want to talk about me, because when I
mm,
hear it, I'm coming to see you. And I had to be like that, with them dudes.
mm-hmm.
But I mean, that's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I guess. I mean, if that's what you had to do, but you okay? So you said you wasn't like that before the military, or you was?
yeah, I was like that. I was like that before.
So you've been like that all your life, then? Are you still that way?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Like I don't.
Seriously?
Yeah, I'm quiet, but I don't like to be taken advantage of. You know what I mean? I don't. I never like bullies. Like
Mm-hmm.
I had a thing for bullies. I had a thing for bullies.
Mm.
I listen. I go out of my way to fuck with a bully.
Wait a minute.
I hate bullies.
So wait, were you attacking the bullies and then fighting them, or just attacking them to basically tease them?
I used to fuck with them. I mean, because like I said, I used to be a quiet dude, right? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I was moving to Marsville, Pennsylvania. First day I get on the bus, this dude talking about I better have his lunch money. Like
Mm.
motherfucker. And he's taller than me. I'm like, yeah, you got to be out your motherfucking mind. I ain't giving away no fucking lunch money, B. We just gonna have to fight. Came back the next day, you ain't got my lunch money. I was like, I know I ate that shit. The fuck is you talking about? You know what I'm saying? We gonna fight, but I'm not giving away no fucking lunch money. Is you crazy? You know what I'm
Wow.
saying? Like, and I mean, cause my thing was ever since I was little, man, and, I told this one dude when I was in high school, he was on the football team, and we got into an issue over his girlfriend. I didn't know they was together, but this dude coming in, he was like, "Oh, so and so said he gonna do this because you talking to his girl." I'm like, man, I didn't even know that was his girl. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I ain't know that. Like she was messing with me.
Yeah.
Well, he said he gonna do such and such. So I gave him some words. You could tell him, whatever, whatever. I ain't know what the dude looked like. So we get out in the hallway. I see the dude. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, damn, man, he kind of bigger than I thought. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, but listen, I'm already committed. We in Pennsylvania. I'm from Trenton. You know what I'm saying? And, I had to keep a reputation. So I'm like, hey, fuck, I got to stay committed to it. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? So they holding us both back. I'm like, man, how you holding me back? He bigger than me. I ain't
Mm.
on the football team. So he said his words or whatever. And he told me he was going to do X, Y, and Z. And I told him, I said, man, that's the worst thing you could ever do is beat my ass. You
Wow.
beat my ass. That's like a lifetime commitment. That means you're going to have to fight me today, tomorrow, the next day, and the next
Mm.
day, and the next day after that. You might walk in the school. I might be behind the door. I might walk up in the class and hit you over the head. Like it's going to be the rest of the year. We're going to be fighting. So go ahead and kick my ass. That's the worst thing you can do. We're gonna be here every day doing this. At the end of the day, I got called to the office, and his punk ass was sitting in the office. I'm like, you bitch ass, motherfucker, told and shit. The hell kind of shit is this? Your big ass on the football team. Like, get out of here, man.
You scared him.
Listen, it's a goal.
You
Mike, you
scared
might
him.
you might get that first one, but you gonna get tired of me.
So you wasn't fighting throughout your whole school time, right?
Nah, cause I mean, nobody want to fight me. I
So
bought
wait,
I bought bats in school. I had bats in my locker. I was ready. She talking about?
oh, so you were just a bad boy. What's your height then?
I'm only 5'9".
Really?
Yeah, but I just didn't like being disrespected at all. I still don't. That's why I stopped hanging around certain people and hanging in certain places
Yeah.
because I know me, and
Mm-hmm.
it's best that I stay from certain places. You know what I mean? Because I was always in situations where people want to, and I'm from Trenton, so I mean, it's bullies all the time. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
mean, it out of five of us, how come this dude telling me I gotta walk down the street? I'm like, man, you gotta be out your damn mind. Hit it this shit again. So I've been dealing with this all my life.
Wow.
You at the mall, people looking at you. Why you staring at me? Cuz like I've been through this all my life. They like they used to pick out people like if you go like the the local like swimming pools or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
they used to pick out people like and they had like their little brother or whatever, and they would just mess with people, but like, which one of y'all hit my brother? Ain't nobody hit your brother.
Mm.
But they just wanted him to punch somebody in the face and like you weren't gonna do nothing. This is stuff that we had to deal with in the city.
Wow.
So I've been over that shit long time ago.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And if me and my cousins was there, I'm like, I hit him.
Okay, so have you now practiced what you preach? Because you said people got to let it go. So have you let it go?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why that's why I avoid situations like that. But
Okay.
I know me. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I think about it before I do it.
All right.
So that's why certain situations I just don't be around. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And that inner city that like not even in the city, like that survival mode kicks in. Like when you go somewhere, you still gotta have fun, but at the same time you watching the door, you watching this, you watching that, and you like, oh yeah, it's time to go.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember those days for myself. Even though I am a preacher's daughter, I was a rebellious child. Very
Yeah.
rebellious. So I had my days as well. But I just want you, I am a Philly fan now.
Okay, okay.
I'm a Philadelphia Eagles fan. People ask me, well, you from Louisiana and you not a Saints fan? Never, never, never. Never been a Saints fan, but I've always been a Philadelphia fan.
Oh,
Yeah.
hell
But
no.
but that's like even when you like when you used to go to the club and stuff, especially in like a big like armory or like in Maryland, it was like at the fire station.
Oh,
You
really?
my boy at my boy he was from Baltimore.
Mm.
And we was on the same page. I'm from Jersey, from Baltimore. We was on the same page. You'd be like, yo, we want that table right over there by the exit door. That way we could look at everybody on the floor and if something happen, we out. We see something going down, we out. Cause we not about to be the last ones out and not notice that you already left and you already outside waiting for us. Nah, we not about to do that.
Oh, wow.
We if we see something going on, we have some situation, we watching you, and most likely it's time to break out. We
Uh,
sliding out in the car, we getting out there. Cause that's the worst thing you can do is have people go to their car.
you never had to carry a serious weapon, huh?
Yeah.
Other than a bat, let me put it that way.
Nah, I used to carry a 40 caliber.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was just that bad?
Well, that was in Virginia. I had beef with
Oh.
some dude. Well, I had it before then though. There was some dude. He used to date my son's mom.
No.
stepsister, whatever. And then she was pregnant at the time, and the stepsister had came with us because they had moved him out of the house because he was at, I don't know, they was going through something. And he came over there, had beef with the stepfather, with my wife, my son's mom's stepfather, but he threatened he threatened her. She was pregnant with my son.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I was at class that time, so you know what I mean. So when I heard that, nah, you in my on my property, threatening my son's mom. So
Oh wow. That's uncalled for.
yep. And, when I heard, I heard he had something, I already had something, but it was crazy. I used to ride around with it. In Virginia, I mean, I had a concealed weapon, so
Yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
I love guns though. I only have two so far. I have a 12 gauge shotgun and I have a 9 millimeter.
Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, I love guns. I love going shooting. We have a place up here. It's actually in the mountain area that everybody can go shooting. Got to kind of watch everybody shooting, but you pick your place and then you just go shooting. And I love to go shooting.
Yeah, I need to find one of the places where they do like that military or that tactical shooting, those courses.
Yeah,
Oh boy, I'm telling you, them things is fun. Like
they
that's
are. We got one out here that they had. The man that actually got me certified with my gun. He had the tactical military thing set up, and it was so much fun. I was like, I never did anything like that before, but yeah, I went through it and I did pretty good. And at the end, of course, when you actually do the shooting at the end with the last target, I got them
yeah.
all in the chest.
Oh, there you go. That's what's up. That's
Yeah, got them all in the chest. That's why I was like, yeah, I grew up in the country. So, of course, my grandfather taught us how to shoot a sawed off shotgun in the backyard, shooting cans off the fence.
okay.
So we was yeah, we were young back there shooting the cans off the fence when that sawed off shotgun. He used to tell us to, if you fall back from shooting that gun, I'm gonna whoop your ass. So we we had to stand there, the power behind that shooting that sawed off. Yeah, he made us strong with that though. That's why I love shooting.
Yeah. But you know what though, like depending on where you're at, people don't know they don't really fight, you know what I mean? Like they shoot for everything. So, you know what I mean? And then like now, you know what I mean? Like you can't it's like you can't even barely speak up for yourself without people being punks. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
They're gonna take it to a certain level. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I was never no punk, but I was never no thug either. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't no street dude.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying? I just didn't like people disrespecting me. I never claimed street. I hung around street dudes, but they never really. I mean, I was always, for the most part, people used to protect me in my neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Because they knew I was on to something else.
Right.
So they you know what I mean? People respect me for that. You know what I'm saying?
I
But
mean, you're supposed to. You're a man, so being a man, which I would teach my brothers coming up, being a man, you don't want to be disrespected. Like no one disrespects you. Another man don't disrespect you, and don't let a woman disrespect you. It's just all about respect, period. And I never even let anybody disrespect me. I was like the little hothead, being a rebellious child. Like I said, my dad would tell me not to get involved with boys, and yeah, I would get involved with boys, but I would sneak and do it. I was the rebellious one. He would tell me, if I catch you out here, I'm gonna whoop your butt. And yeah, I would sneak out the window, and I'm sneaking out the window to go see him just because he's telling me not to. But I never got disrespected at all by anybody. I just never did.
so I remember, like, the girls, telling us, even when they picked the fights, telling us that they was gonna get their brothers or cousins and all the type stuff. Like, my mind frame was like a little different. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I guess that used to bother some people or whatever. Or to me,
Yeah,
it was like, I'm like, okay, get them. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna be fighting too. Because I'm about to call some, of, my cousins, my sisters. So while I'm fighting, you're gonna be fighting.
right.
So you go ahead. Or if somebody hit me, It's called one of my cousin. I had a cousin that was like, you remember the Steve Harvey show when he was a teacher?
Yeah.
What was the name? What was the name of that bully? Lady Rage played.
Oh,
Remember she played it. But I had a cousin like that,
yeah.
and I mean, a girl lied in school and said she kissed me. That girl and my cousin found her, and the
Oh,
girl wouldn't come near me for about a month over a small lie. That girl was a bully, straight bully.
oh.
She chased a lot of people away. I'm like, damn, you doing a little bit too much. I like that girl.
Wow.
I got another friend. I got another friend. She, she's something else. Yeah, she on another level. But
Okay.
so most of the time, I just rather keep it to myself. So now I see why some of the women, like, why didn't you tell your brother? Now I see why, because they like, if I do, you know what I'm saying, they might take it too far.
Hmm.
So I'm like, I'm not even gonna say none of these people.
Hmm.
Yeah, but, yeah, I'm like, I'm not gonna hit no woman. I have somebody else do it. I have a woman do it.
Well, okay. That's a good thing. That's a really good thing that you don't hit a woman. You would get bigger women to beat up the women.
I mean, but yeah, but you gotta think about it. That would change some of the dudes' minds too. Like if you putting hands on a guy and
Yeah.
you get somebody from, because my way of thinking is this: people have brothers, uncles, cousins, and all that type of stuff, and aunts and sisters and all that. So before you put hands on somebody, just think it might be somebody actually looking for you when you do.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So you gotta think twice before you do stuff like that.
Well, I mean, you do have women though that don't like to think. Okay, I'm gonna hit a man and he not gonna hit me back. Now I'm not gonna lie. Me and my husband, we were out at the store and the grocery store over here. We was in the parking lot. We went back coming out of the store and got into the parking lot to put the grocery into the car to leave. And there was this lady out there. She was a big type dude, like she was lesbian, basically. And she was messing with the guy's girlfriend, but they ended up, seeing each other, meeting each other in the parking lot or something. So she walked up on him, and then she was bigger than him, just a little bit. And she walked up on him. She said, "Oh, you ain't gonna hit me. Trust me, you ain't gonna hit me because I'm gonna knock your ass out. You ain't gonna hit me." She said, and then she kept saying, hit me," and yeah, he hit her, and he hit her hard. So she got up. "Oh, you gonna hit a woman like that?" We was like, "You kept saying hit me." She just all of a sudden, "Well, how you gonna hit a woman like that? You came up on him and you kept saying hit me, hit me." She was like right in his face. You hit me. Yeah, he laid her out, and then she became a woman all of a sudden.
This is hey, look, I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'm a different type of dude. Listen, you want equality? Okay. Just last time my son mom put hands on me, she spent the night in jail. She never put
Ooh,
hands on me again.
really?
Yes, really. Yep. And her dumb ass called the police.
So she hit you, but you didn't hit her back.
Nope.
But you
Broke,
pressed charges on her.
broke my phone. Well, I mean, the police didn't do nothing.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
he ain't do nothing at all when he came. He looked at me and was like, "Oh, she said you put hands on her." I'm like, "Man, she's light skinned, bro. Go check again. Like, come on now." Like, but look at look. She scratched me in my face. Look at my chain, bro. She broke my. Come on, man. So it's all right. I see what it is.
Uh-uh.
But see, the thing is, my son lived with me. I was in Maryland, and I drove to Virginia to pick him up. So
Hmm.
he goes to school with me. You know what I'm saying? In another state. So she didn't want him to go because we had already been we ain't together now. I moved on. But see, when you knew I'm with somebody, but when you see my son get in the car, he knows the person they have a relationship, which you know that. But that was the first time she actually seen the interaction. He's in the car. You see he's all happy and smiling. Then she started tripping.
Mm.
So the thing about it is, I come to get my son so he can go to school. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, nah, nope. So I went down to the magistrate. The magistrate called a dude back.
Mm.
Like, look, sounds like she got a problem moving on. She's like, I'm gonna help her too. She called the dude. She said, you need to go back there and get him. You put her in them cuffs and put her in that car and bring her down here to me. He's going to follow you there so he can get his son and take him home.
Wow.
This is a black lady. Followed
Mm.
her. Her brother come up. Oh man, that's messed up. That's messed up. Nah, it wasn't messed up. When she was trying to call the police on me after she put hands on me.
All right.
Put my son in the car, drove him back to Maryland, went to school.
Wow.
Told me come back and do the extended protection order, all that type of stuff. But I dropped the charges. You know what I'm saying? I dropped the charges.
So
And then
yeah.
she come to court with a cast on.
Oh, what did you do?
Well, she said she hurt her hand. And I said, Judge, I'm at the end of her driveway. She was at the porch. So you explain to me how she got from her porch to my car. And I said, explain to me. See, what she was doing was trying to open the car door to get to my son. So if she hurt her hand in the process, or maybe by scratching me or breaking my chain, that's not my problem. So then she was like, yeah, well, why were you trying to get in his car? And she was like, yeah, because you was being stupid. You came actually down here to start some trouble. So hey, that's what your dumb ass get. I don't care if you sprained it doing whatever. You shouldn't have been acting stupid.
Ooh, so cool.
It was a white lady. She looked at her like, well, yeah, yeah, well, yeah.
Oh wow. You haven't had that problem though with all women, right?
Oh no.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's sometimes a chain.
Not well. I mean, I say I remember my first wife smacked me.
Mm?
I s and I smacked her ass right back. And I
Oh
mean,
my God.
she woke the hell up. She ain't never smacked me again. And you know how when people like catch you off guard and you just react.
Yeah.
I ain't I ain't had time to think about it. I smacked the ass right back. She was like, "What the fuck? The hell you smacked me for? What's wrong with you?"
Okay.
I
Are
was
you?
like, I was like 26.
Yeah. God.
I don't do the whole putting hands on people or the whole, I had to learn. I had to learn because you got to think about it, like when you come from a certain neighborhood and you're around certain people, you're used to that environment. You know what I mean? So you're used to those type of people, or you might, you know, if that's what you saw, you know what I'm saying? Like you're around that environment. Eventually, you got to grow up out of it. You got to grow out of that stuff.
Yeah, yeah, eventually you do have to grow out of it. But some people, when they're there all their lives, it just is in them. It's there, so they can't let it go. They're like, it's a part of me, so I just can't let it go. And they like, that's something that like games or whatever they started at like 15, 14 years old, and they still doing it at like 50.
Yeah. And that's why a chain of environment was good for me because like, I mean, you got to think about it, right? I was before I had met my wife, I was talking to this girl. Like I've known her since like I met her in first grade, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she was actually kind of mean to me, you know what I'm saying? But
Okay.
but the crazy thing, if you think about it, like some of us, I liked her. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? Even though she was mean to me, I liked her. I ain't know no better back then. You know what I'm saying? And I used to follow her around, and I couldn't get enough of her. But she was mean. She was mean to me, right? So So all these years later, so I'm talking to her. I met her friends or whatever.
Mm.
And it was cool. So my mom had she was having a cookout, and so I had already planned to come up. I was in Maryland at the time, and the girl lived around 8 minutes away from my mom. So
Mm.
then, I told her I was coming up for that. She told me she had something going on, but I had already committed to my mom thing, and then a friend of mine just got promoted to major, so they was having something, and I told them I'll pop by since it's not that far. So
Mhm.
I got up there and I was helping my mom out, set up everything for the day, and then I went over to the girl's house and helped her set up a tent, the whole nine, the netting and all that stuff. And she was like, I might get some lights. I'm like, if you get them, call me. I'll come back.
Mhm.
So I went home, worked on some more stuff for my mom, whatever. So mind you,
Mhm.
I came up for my mom whole thing. Me and the girl not dating. We barely even in the talking phase. We trying to get to know each other because, I haven't been around you since how long? You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
social media is one thing, but like we're adults now. So I'm
Right.
still getting to fill you out. So I really don't owe you anything.
Right.
Sunday morning I get up, still helping my mom with some stuff. I'm still in like workout shorts and stuff. So I'm like, okay. So I called the girl out of courtesy and I was like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, are you good? I mean, you need any help or whatever? She was like, now you call me. I'm like, what? I go, what the hell? So I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna leave that alone. So I get over there, visit her for a little bit, met her cousins, whatever. Told her I'll be back. Went to
Mhm.
see my friend, you know what I mean? Then went back to my mom's house, checked on her because cousins was coming by. So I'm like, all right, so I go back to the girl house, right?
Mhm.
We in the tent or whatever, and they talking. But mind you, you way over there. I'm over here. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna leave that one alone. So I'm like, damn, there's some tension. Like I'm trying to figure out what the hell I did. I know when I got there, she was like, I didn't even have a chance to do X, Y, and Z. I'm thinking, well, you and your friends put this together. Why is she giving me attitude? Like, if your friends wasn't there to help you do whatever to set up, like that's between you and them. What the hell I got to do with me?
Mhm.
So we in the tent, and she was just saying something, and she had like this little attitude, and then she mentioned the guy's name. So I'm like, oh, okay, that must have been the ex-boyfriend. So she must got me confused with the ex-boyfriend, and she still go, nah, because
Whoa.
I'm thinking I don't even owe her nothing. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
she's still tripping. I said, all right, got the cousins up, I'm out. So
Wow.
next day I text her, Happy 4th of July, whatever. Just throw it out there. I already knew she was gonna happen. No
Mhm.
response. No response. Then she gonna post some bullshit about being a Gemini and how she'll switch up on people. And I'm like, man, that's childish. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? But here's the thing. You hear most people say, well, I'm like this because of so and so. I'm like this because of so and so.
Mhm.
Actually, most of the time that's a lie. Most of the time that's a lie. Now you might have adult triggers, but if you go back and ask people that know them, they would tell you that they was like that. They already had those attitudes. They've been
Yeah.
had those.
Yep.
And that's the thing. Like people be lying. I'm like this because of Ricky. No, you was like that. And
Yep.
I talk to some of your family members, I probably see a cousin you hang with that had the attitude. Your mom probably had the attitude because if you grow up in like my neighborhood, the reason why I was like picking certain people because that's what I saw in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
And then you ever hear a woman say, "Oh, girl, she gonna be just like me. She got my attitude just like
Oh,
that
yeah.
same girl." That same girl will grow up and swear she was like that because of some boy.
Right.
It was already in you from childhood. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. A lot of this stuff is already in us from childhood. We might have things in adult life that trigger us, but a lot of that stuff was already there.
Yeah. You're right.
and they call it learned behavior. So, you know, some of us boys are picking women like mom, and mom might have been a firecracker. Some of our some of these girls are picking dudes like they dad. And
Mm,
some of y'all dads never stayed around too long.
mm.
So you really gotta watch what we say, because a lot of times then we just following patterns of, stuff that we saw, and you know what I'm saying? So you gotta really go back and unlearn sometime a lot of bad behavior.
That's true. That's true.
Because if I grew up in the house and dad was quiet, but mom used to run the house, how the hell I'm gonna deal with a strong woman when I get older? She gonna run all over me because I don't I don't know what to do with her.
Yeah.
All I saw dad do was nod his head and say okay and watch TV. He ain't run the house. So in my sister, how my sister gonna find a man that, you know what I'm saying? Like if she's following my mom, she gonna run the house.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know what I'm saying? But you have it sometimes, like my cousin, she told her dad she didn't like the way her mom used to treat him. So you never know how that goes. You just gotta be careful.
Yeah. You're right. You're definitely right. I do agree with that. Because you just don't know how, you don't know, like they say with kids, most kids' personality don't come out until they like maybe around 1 years old.
Hmm.
So that's when you actually know what their personality is going to be like at 1 years old. Because we had my little cousin when she was little, and she was like she became the favorite when she was little, and everybody was like, "Oh, we're gonna pick up Deshawn, and she's gonna go spend a night with us or whatever. She's the sweetest. She always sleep." Well, yeah, that was until she made 1 years old. When she became 1 years old, nobody wanted to pick her up. No one wanted her to come over and spend a night because she became terrible. They become terrible at 2, but she became terrible at 1.
Yeah, they get love.
Yeah. So her personality was basically out, just like you said. It's when in us as we're young. It really is.
Yeah, but think about the adults. Like some of us be looking at our kids and be like, I don't know why you keep dating them boys. I don't know why you keep dating them. And it's like, yeah, because they just like you. I'm saying, like we really don't think about the effect. It's like you really got to be careful. You
That's
know what
true.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
So a lot of the trauma and a lot of stuff that we have, we got to get that. You got to get that stuff fixed. I can't be telling my 20-year-old how I've been through these bad relationships, women, all that type of stuff. I tell my my son, yeah, I've been through some bad relationships, but I picked them.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I tell him I picked them. I'm not gonna put it all on. I picked them.
Yep.
So the moral of the story is you got to know who you are so you can know what you need. If you don't, you're gonna be in bad situations. Do not follow that example. You know,
Oh, wow. How old were you when you first got married?
25.
Yeah, I was 23.
No, no, wait, no, 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 my bad. I was I was 20. Yep,
20?
yep.
Ooh, what made you get married that early?
Um,
Not because of a child, right?
no, no, no. I didn't have a child until 25. But I was always serious about relationships, and then I went to the military. Um, so we was engaged, or whatever, and I mean, we did fine. But I think it was her. It actually was her mom was more. She had her hands all in our relationship, and she was like that with her other kids,
Oh,
and she was just too much of an influence.
yeah.
So I mean, I was doing pretty good. I took care of her daughter,
Mm.
I mean, at 20 years old, I had everything together. You know, like we had bills are paid. You know, I was investing. You know, had a car. You know, apartment, fully furnished. Had money in the bank. You know, and had
Mm.
no kids. We had no bills. We was good. But her mom was just a steady influence. You know what I'm saying? Influence her, and she used to run her house,
Mm.
but she wasn't going to teach her daughter to run my house. That was a problem. You know, I'm trying to go to church, you know what I mean, with the family. And she like, well, it's not like church back at home, but we're not back at home. You know, and I'm trying to talk to her mom. Her mom, well, it's not, no, I don't need to hear. That's wrong answer. I'm 20. I'm trying to take care of your daughter. Here I'm going to church by myself, looking at all these families. I'm trying to take care of your daughter, and you not telling her the right stuff. What's the problem? I could be out here, 20-year-old running the streets like these other military dudes, not take care of her.
Yeah.
But her mom's just like, it's like, damn. Like I got a ballot. I might as well be talking to your mom. So it was that type of stuff. And then, you know, I just got to a point where I just couldn't take it no more because our mom was just bad influence. And then when we divorced, you know, I put her in school before then, and I told her like your next relationship,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you gotta keep your mom out of your relationship and do for yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to this day, if I run across her and I know she worked with my dad in New Jersey, she's like, oh, you know, we would have been married 26 years. I'm like, hey, yeah, we would have been, but let your mama get in
Oh, wow.
there. Like if I got if I knock on wood, I ain't gonna think about it, but if I had got a divorce right now and she knew about it and I was coming to New Jersey, she would definitely want me to call her. But it ain't happening.
Well, I mean, that's a good thing. It's not considered to be bad if a woman actually still want to, hook up with you even after it didn't work out. That means there's something that they missed. It was something good in it, and it's something that they missed.
Yeah, it was something that she missed too. It was a lot of things. I know one of them.
Okay.
I don't know. I know one of them. She made sure we. Like, she reminded me when I was single in 2016. I know one of
Okay. I'm not even gonna ask.
them. Oh yeah,
I don't want to know.
yeah, yeah. You don't want to know.
No, I don't want to know. That's not for me to know.
Let's just say it involves some ropes, some blindfolds.
Oh Lord, I said I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay,
Uh,
Mr. Nixon. Terrible, man. You
yeah,
terrible.
we had some fun back
Oh, what's your sign?
then. Yeah, I'm a Pisces.
Figured.
Well, actually, well, I was born on the 19th, so it's like the cutoff between the Aquarius. When Aquarius ends, a Pisces begins.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, nah, but but see, she's still in a Trenton area, and you know it goes back to environment. So it's really the environment is really not good. And you know when we were married, she wasn't in that environment. She was out of that environment. So
Mm,
look back at the people we grew up with. It's kind of like you know the people that are actually doing good. You know what I'm saying? It's not too many of them compared to the ones that are not. You know. So
right. Oh
but.
wow.
But yeah, so you know, last time I saw the mom, I thought her mom still had an issue with me because I ain't with her daughter. She told me, "You not gonna give me a hug." I'm like, okay, I guess I'm still cool. Her nieces and nephews still call me uncle. Like, you know, we ain't been together in a long time.
Oh, so they like you.
Yeah, we got divorced in like what was it, 99.
Mm.
They
Oh,
still call me uncle.
yeah, I can't have no relationship like that with my ex. or his family. Just no.
We all grew up together. Plus, her cousins and stuff. I
Hmm.
used to hang with them. Even even when we wasn't together, like we grew up. You know what I mean? So it's like even when I didn't see her, I was still hanging with her cousins. Like if like I ain't seen her for a long time. So when I bumped into her again, I was already hanging with her cousins for years.
Wow.
So it's like, we know a lot of the same people. So it's kind of hard not to bump into each other. And then kind of find out some of my exes are hanging with her cousins.
Mm.
It's small. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a small town, but it's small enough.
So it just didn't work with between the two of you because of a relationship. That's all.
Well, I mean, we was young and still trying to figure it out. And her mom was like too much of an influence, like she couldn't cut the cord. But
Uh,
but outside of that, we didn't really have issues like that.
oh.
You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we didn't have any kids, we didn't have no money issues, and like I said, I made sure she was good. Like she was good to go. She could have, I put her in school. You know what I mean? I used to tell her like, don't wait for me to do stuff. You got all this opportunity in the military. Do something for yourself.
But even after the fact of y'all not being together, you don't think y'all could have worked through that?
Um, I would say not now because you grow so far apart. You know what I'm saying? Like you be on different stuff nowadays.
Well, no, no, I'm not mean like now. I mean like after maybe like 6 months or a year after y'all was divorced.
Well, I mean, I'm not even gonna lie to you though. That's why now my way of thinking is different. Like
Oh,
when your vows, when you say for better or worse,
right.
my way of thinking is different because back then, you know what I'm saying, I don't give a damn. I would have went to war with her whole family. Like that stuff didn't bother me. Like even at her mom's house, like she wasn't. I won't say safe to make it sound like that, but when she would say certain things, and I'm like, well, you married to me, like like we're married, like so I don't, people can say what they want, but
Hmm.
nobody's taking care of you but me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I think now, if I had to go back, knowing what I know now, I mean things happen for a reason. But I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I probably would have fixed the situation. Like I
So.
know her mom had an influence, but
Hmm.
knowing what I know now, I probably would have did more to, what I'm saying, take care of that situation.
So you would have actually didn't try to work things out instead of just saying, "I can't do this no more." You would have made an effort because why? More being loved, or just because of the fact that you just thought it could be worked out? Was love in here at all?
Well, I mean, I loved it, but I think for the way the divorce rate is, the way it is, I think most people before they leave, they don't do everything that they could. I think people just they don't. They probably do 7 out of 10 things, and they
Hmm.
just like I'm gone. Like when you say for better for worse, it's like we don't really want no worse. We out.
Right.
I mean, of course you got to determine because some things you just can't do. But I think a lot of people just give up too easy nowadays. They don't want to go through nothing. Like they can't afford to go through anything bad. They're not built for it.
Which is
So
which is meaning more of what they trying to teach the guys now. You don't want to go through this, do this, do this, do this. So don't get married. But everybody's marriage is not the same. Everybody's relationship is not the same. So what happened to you may not happen to the next person.
exactly.
And you may act like you saying you wish if you could have went back, you could have made it better. You know, it's some things you could have did better, or she could have did better, or y'all could have worked through it, or whatever the case may be. But now they just teaching these guys, don't get married, don't get married, just don't do it.
And see, the thing is, she like I mean, until her mom started getting scared, we didn't have arguments and stuff like that. Like it's a lot of stuff I really didn't have to deal with. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? Like, but like I said, sometimes. And then see, here's the thing: if you ever look at her her any social media picture, like her Facebook,
Hmm.
women in her family, they roll deep. There's a lot of
Hmm.
I mean, they hang out, they had little parties, be at cabarets together, but a lot of them is some bitter women.
Really?
Them little girls don't stand a chance because the way they be talking about, men or the stuff, they just that's why I said I had to go to war with her family. Like I wasn't trying to hear that. Like you it's not happening at my house. They
Mm.
was like real like when my cousin when her cousin Keith got married, I'm at the family, a lot of people we grew up with, her family, her cousins that I grew up with.
Hmm.
They was just like her cousin Ian was like, man, he was like, women in my family, they wow, they something else. He
Mm.
looked at me like, you know what I'm talking about. And I shook my head like, yeah. So I mean his family, no.
Wow.
They were some aggressive women. And it's like, it's like you come on now, y'all can't be passing stuff on to the younger girls to be this unnecessary aggressive because a lot of them live with their moms.
So you telling me they were teaching them to be aggressive?
They had a committee of mean looking women. Like they was just listen. That's why somebody was like, you never consider good. Nope. Even if I did consider, I still would have to deal with that family.
Yeah.
And I would always have to bump heads with them.
Yeah.
You would not just because you ran your home, she is not running mine. I'm sorry. And tell her
Yeah.
mom, if I pack up all this stuff right now, I send her home to you. Know how much money I can save. That's how I had to talk to her mom.
Hmm.
Like she don't run stuff. Well, if I was you, I would throw his stuff in the trash. I'm like, she is not that crazy. I'm gonna leave, and I guarantee you, she ain't gonna touch my stuff. I said, if I come back and your daughter touch my stuff, everything she owned gonna be in that dumpster. She ain't
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Stop telling her some stuff like that.
Wow.
That's around, get your daughter divorced, and she got to come live with you because she listening to your crazy ass.
Hmm.
That's exactly what happened. She went back home
Oh.
to live with mom. Because she got she doing good though. She doing real good. She got herself together. You know what I'm saying? Uh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, she doing real good. I just hope that after all these years, she actually changed her last name.
So wait, she left. You still have your last name?
I say last time I looked at a picture of her on her office pictures on Facebook, 2016. Mind you, we got divorced in '99. I still see my last name on those certificates.
Oh no, 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 no. That's what I couldn't do. And like I said, when I divorced my ex-husband, I made sure I got back my maiden name. I didn't want to carry his name.
She told me she said she still has our bedroom furniture in her guest room.
Oh my gosh.
Still has one of my high school tassels. I'm like, why the hell does she still have this stuff?
I'm not. I don't even want to know. I don't want to know. I don't even want to guess.
She's like, well, when you come, make sure you call me before you. I was like, how you be thinking to reminisce about certain things. I,
Mhm.
I never, I never did it.
Okay, Mr. Nixon.
I never did it. I moved on, and then eventually I started talking to my wife. But
Yeah. Mm.
no,
Well,
she cool though. I have nothing negative to say about it. Just that we was young. Sometimes you're young, you don't know no better. But other people influence you.
you're just young and it just doesn't work out. That's all.
Yep.
Nothing
But
wrong with
she's a hardworking person. Good person.
it.
She's good people.
That is good. I am so glad I got to talk to you, Mr. Nixon. I always see you in the chats, and just about everywhere. And it's nice to talk to you because I didn't know you were this nice and this rough.
Yeah, hey, look, definitely nowhere near perfect. I was a little knucklehead. I ain't gonna lie to
Well, you cool in my book. We cool. I like you. We cool.
you. I mean, you asked me a question. I'm gonna be honest. You know what I'm saying? I definitely
I
was a,
see.
I was a knucklehead, man. Well, boy.
I see. Well, there's nothing wrong with that, but your conversation is good. But honestly, I have a hair appointment in the next couple of hours.
Oh
Few
yeah,
hours.
it's 4:37.
Yeah, it's 1:37 here, but yeah, I gotta be there for 6 a.m. So I gotta have some kind of rest.
Hey, bomb, make me a wallet. All right. Nice
What,
talking to you.
what'd you say?
He
I was
said,
just,
make him a wallet.
I was,
Oh,
I was just,
okay.
I was
Yeah,
just messing with you.
I do make
Yeah.
I make men wallets, but this is a female wallet right here.
No, I was messing with you. See if you was listening.
Oh, okay, yeah. But can
Yeah.
you tell that it's a wallet so far? You could tell.
Yeah, I can tell. I like it. That's real pretty.
Coming together. It's coming together.
I like that. But thank you, Bob, for having me up. Though I gotta go.
Okay. Have a good
All right,
one.
all
You
right,
too.
Kate.
Thank you. Bye.
Have a good night.
You
Good
too.
night.
Hey, bomb. Look, while I'm watching you,
Mm-hmm.
it's reminding me of my childhood because my mom, she got a whole bunch of fabric in the attic. She got a room. My mom been making stuff since she was little. I mean, since I was
Oh.
little, making like clothes and arts and crafts,
Mm-hmm.
all type of stuff. So she be on that sewing machine.
Yeah. Oh man, I have to do a couple of these. I've done a couple, but I'm trying to get it better. You know what I mean? And figure out make it simple and easier.
Yeah, I haven't got on the sewing machine in a while because she had me taking home ec too. But I tell you what though, when it come to military and I'm messing up my stuff,
Mm-hmm.
when we have to do stuff last minute for people's inspection. You give me a needle and a thread. I sew
Mm-hmm.
patterns. I do all types of stuff. I fix stuff, but my sewing machine skills ain't like it used to be.
Yeah, I figured.
Huh?
I say I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but I can fix. I used to sew all my wife's stuff on because sometimes the exchange they had your name tags upside down. I'm like, man, I'm gonna do it myself.
Fuck up your shit. I ain't never had none of that shit happen now. What's going on? Give me
Yeah, I'm. Or like some people will have uniforms and like, oh, my other uniform is messed up, but my this uniform I ain't never wear. I got an inspection tomorrow. And I'm like, hey, let me see it. Let me get your patch. I'll put them on. I have to sew it on by hand.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey, so what's your plan this weekend?
Um, I'm trying to go somewhere, take the family somewhere Sunday. Like, depending on what the weather is, but I definitely want to take them. Like, we got this park where people be flying kites and they got all type of stuff. But I want to take them like on a picnic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we did that today. We took the grandchild to the fishing, and he was playing with the bubbles and everything, and just out there with the family. And we're probably gonna go fishing again Sunday.
Yeah, I'm due for the beach soon. I want to get one of those not the umbrellas, but those tents, those things that you could get inside while you laying on the beach or whatever, and had a blanket and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So we can
Mm-hmm.
probably I mean the beach is like a half an hour from here, but I want to do like get a hotel that way we can just relax. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
Just enjoy a day. So and then I wanna get a tent for the backyard because I got that smoker out there. I haven't touched it in a while. You know, blow my son's bouncy house and all this other stuff. And 2 years old, he's spoiled. He got all types of stuff.
Mm.
Got his own swing set. That boy, he got a swing. He even got his own. We turned the sunroom like when we was going through the pandemic, and he stayed home.
Hmm.
The sunroom is like a daycare. It's like a whole ass daycare. They got everything in there.
That's a good thing.
Yep. And he think everything is his. He got his own TV. He think other stuff. Nah, he got a room he don't even sleep in. And if his sister's in there, since he don't use it, his clothes and everything's in there. He'd go in there and tell him he too. He, he told he told his old sister, "You in my room? Get out my room." I was like, man, you know, I said, man, boy, that boy's spoiled. Everything is his. That's my TV. No, your TV is in that room. You can't have everything. He's something else. But yeah, he's a little spoiled guy. His mom makes sure of that.
Mm.
Uh, I try to keep him balanced. I mean, you a handsome little guy, but you're not gonna get away with everything. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So y'all going? Well, you say you're going to the beach. You have a beach in your area?
Oh yeah, I'm in we got Virginia Beach.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then in Hampton, they got Buckrow Beach.
Mm.
But they got over there with Fort Monroe at, they got it where they have this actual you go back there and they have a whole thing set up. They got like a outside bars, they got like the beach, they got the volleyballs, music, and all type of stuff. And I've been here all this time, never knew it was back
Mm.
there. Yeah, they got a lot. Yeah, a lot of stuff down here. A lot of stuff to do. But yeah, we probably just go out, have a picnic um, Sunday, and hopefully it's some wind. You know what I mean? If it's a little windy, I wanted to fly some kites.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, yeah, but that's pretty much it. The grass is good, so I ain't got to cut no grass. So I do gotta um I do gotta fix two sinks. Water's dripping a little bit. I'm gonna save a lot of money learning how to do house repairs. My wife, she owns two properties. She got one in Maryland and one in Virginia Beach. I saved a lot of money learning how to fix stuff. AC problems, some wiring problems, garbage disposal, ice
You
machine.
doing you doing it up.
Yeah, because some of them tenants, man, some of them dudes act like I'm like, damn, I had to come over here for this simple thing. Like this will make no sense. Cleaning out the the heater,
Uh-huh.
cleaning out the drain, stuff get clogged. We got these tenants and they Puerto Rican and the garbage disposal broke. So I go over there to fix the garbage disposal. I take it outside to clean it up. These people don't put enough rice in there for like 10 people.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
That's why the damn thing don't work.
Uh-huh.
Like, man, why didn't she just throw this in the trash? Like, you try to seriously put all this in there. Crazy. But yeah, it just be simple stuff, man, that people could do. I ain't expecting them to do that, but it'd be other stuff. Like, man, you better tell your husband to change this damn light bulb out in the damn backyard. Come on now.
Yeah. Some things people don't know. Like there's a lot I just didn't know, you know, when I was younger. Look at that. I got a big ass spider. Man, these motherfuckers spiders, baby. I don't like no spiders. About to kill his ass. There you go. About the motherfucker big. One time there was that motherfucking spider looked like it was Jurassic Park type of big. You know what I'm saying? I was scared as fuck. Video record that shit and put it on Facebook. That shit was huge.
Yeah,
It
I
just
don't
looked
mess
like
with
it.
spiders.
My husband, he don't kill them. See, I kills them. Because I tell him they should have never came inside. You know what I'm saying? Should stay their ass outside.
Yeah, I used to do that. I used to take the spiders and bugs and put them outside, like I'm trying to save them.
Yeah, that's what my husband does. Which I get it, you know. Yeah, what he do. What he do.
What's the name? Red Wings Hockey said, "Bomb, make us some pancakes, bacon, and eggs, and hash browns." Oh, that do sound good though. Besides the eggs and eat some turkey bacon. The hell, Auntie woke up. Let's see, woke up. What the hell?
Something wrong.
What the hell? He must have woke up, went to the bathroom or something.
I'm supposed to put this on first.
I'm having fun. What the hell was BMT doing?
What BMT? What's going on, baby?
I think he said time to go. I think he left.
Oh, he left it. BMT bounce done.
He said, "Whoop, this is deep. This is deep talk. Time to go."
Oh, Lord.
Oh man. Yeah. See, I had to do a system upgrade with my job, so we was on the joint call. Some of them still working. There's like a couple people left, but that's the reason why I'm up so late.
Mm.
Mine only took 2 hours and 45 minutes to complete. About to finish this last class, and I'm done with school. Thank God.
What you studying?
Technical management, and my minor is cloud server administration.
Oh, okay.
I'm done with school. I'm sick of school.
So cloud server. So what you learn in cloud server? You learn about the server, right? Which admin in the server.
Yep. And then of course, we deal
What
with
else?
Azure, Microsoft. Huh?
Oh, so you use a Microsoft product, right?
Oh well, I mean, I work with Microsoft Azure. Well, of course, that's what I work with there.
Okay.
A lot of VMs, so
Okay.
haven't touched the actual hardware server in a long time. So it's all VMs.
Yeah.
Now we do have people that handle like 2 physical servers, but other than that, everything is all virtual. So.
But don't the only people who touch the servers would be the people who deal with the hardware. So if you just admin and you're not gonna really deal with actual touching the server. It's always gonna be virtual machines, right?
Yeah, I definitely don't deal with no hardware.
Right.
I mean, and that's
I've been on all sides of the table, you know what I mean? So I started out doing hardware. I was 8+, but even before 8+ was even a thing, I was dealing with computers, repairing them, building them. And then there was a job I was trying to get, and they wanted me to get the 8+ certification. I got the 8+ certification. I went to go get a degree in CIS thereafter, but they changed it, they changed it. And then from there, I decided that I wanted to get an MCSE, wanted to be a computer engineer. So I did all of that. And then that I kind of stopped after that.
Yeah.
All the training, because I don't see them, there's nothing new. So there's nothing for me to learn new. The only thing that's changed is the terminology. what they're calling things. Because a cloud is really just a it's a server that you sign into, right?
Hmm.
It's so you sign into like when you used to sign into the office without going in the office. Well, that's what the cloud is. But the
Yeah.
cloud is not, it may not be at the office, it's just somewhere else. And some people I had an argument with somebody online and they was like, no, the cloud is the cloud. I'm like, the cloud is just a server, dude.
Yeah.
It's it's just a server that's not in your area, in your direct location. And that all that is a server. Boom, that's it.
Yep. I mean, and for a lot of companies, it's like it takes away from you having to hire people to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like you pay somebody to keep your information. Now that's what people was hesitant about, people managing their information. But you can also have an option to pay what you use. I mean, we got what Google Drive and we got the iCloud and all that. That's basically what that is. Like Office 365. Even if you
Right?
don't have Microsoft products installed on your computer,
You
if
still
you
can
if
sign in
you
there.
go to Microsoft 365, you will actually get into the Microsoft products, save it, work on it, whatever, and log out. But it won't be on your physical computer, but it'll be in the cloud, and you still have access to all that information.
Right.
So it's a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? Like you know,
And so
yeah,
that stuff not new because even when I was getting my MCSE, which is around 2000, that we learned all of that. We learned
yeah,
all of that, and that shit was already existing. It just wasn't what it is today. See, they have sold us on some bullshit, everybody, that our information should be held somewhere else. That's the worst thing Americans could have done. That's why it's so easy to get doxxed today
yep,
because your shit is somewhere and you have allowed people to sell your shit. That means your address, phone number, cell phone numbers, where you work. The reason people could find it is because you allowed them to sell it. And you don't even have to have a Facebook. Like some people say, well, I don't have Facebook or I'm not on the internet like that. That don't matter. Your medical records, right? And soon people gonna be able to go and snatch them motherfuckers. Cause see, I'm not sure if y'all didn't know this, but the government is always getting hacked. VA hospital, they've been on the internet longer than most of these motherfuckers. It seems like the government always want to try some shit first. And
yeah.
here we are, huh?
They just had a solar winds issue. Um, they got through Microsoft 365 by pretending to perform upgrades. Like, and they were sneaking in that way. Like, it was a big thing at certain companies.
Look what just happened with this gas line.
Oh yeah, yeah,
The
that's yeah.
fuck they took down one of the infrastructures on the East Coast. Yo,
I'm about to get a moped.
I'm like, think about that shit. Think about how small in technology stands. That was small what they've done. But look
Yeah,
how it affected the lives of millions of people though.
and but you got to understand that when they're able to accomplish that, like you
Hmm.
said, small because to them that might have just been a test of something big they trying to accomplish.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, it's small because they probably just went in and they was able to get in, probably, they found some way to get in. Something real small though. It wasn't huge.
Oh.
It wasn't huge enough. Yeah, it wasn't huge. It was something small, but it was small but huge on the user end.
Hmm.
Like for instance, they could go through an email and send something that just makes it to where they can't find what they're looking for. It didn't tear up the system, but they know there's something damaging in there in the system and stopping them from the pumps from pumping. You know what I mean? It's all kinds of ways, all kinds of different worms and um, thing for them to knock down the system. Really not
Gotcha.
that difficult, uh, depending. And it used to be more difficult when it was everything was kind of on a server at a location,
Yeah.
and now they allowing this shit to be in cloud. You know what I mean?
And I'm not even gonna lie though, because of course, my job, they always talking about AI, they big on AI. Listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't really trust all this technology like that. For you to be having everything automated, everything in your home.
No,
Listen,
no.
better be careful.
They already can our cable boxes and shit. They can already if they wanted to. Because people don't see, so people don't understand technology and therefore they don't know what they have in their homes, right? So when they made a system where you can receive, right? They have a system where you could, it's multicast. Multicast means receive and deliver at the same time. That means give and receive at the same time. If you have high speed internet, like right now, what we're doing right now, we're on the internet. We are receiving and also sending, right? We're using our voice to send, and we can also receive by me listening to you. You listen to me, I'm listening to you. Well, it's called multicast. It used to be a time where you can only get TV in your home or whatever the signal coming into the home, but there was
Mhm.
no signal really going out, right? Hey, in order for the cable to give you what they give you, they sending a signal in your home that gives you the internet, your phone, your TV, and all kinds of different things. But at the same time, because we are sending data out, that's the internet, is both ways. It's like for those who you don't understand, I'm talking about a CB radio, right? A CB radio, you could hear, but you couldn't hear and talk at the same time. So you would say breaker 19, right? And the other person would then send a message, and then they would say 19 or whatever, right? Which let you know they done, and then you would start again, and then that's how. So that wasn't multicast. Um, it wasn't sending and receiving at the same time. I think that was duplex. I think something like that. But okay, so the importance of what I'm talking about though is this: imagine your TV, or even your cable box. I just told you your cable box sends and receives, right? It allows something to come to you and it allows you to send something out. That means right now, if there's somebody who have access, they can turn that cable box into on and listen to every fucking thing in your house. Now people allowing their TVs to talk back to them. You're allowing your refrigerators to talk back to you. Siri, or no, what is called not Siri? What the thing is called? That that
Alexa.
Alexa, Alexa, man. Sometimes I'm sitting on my bed and Siri just fucking starts talking to me. Like I said some shit and she thought I was talking to her. You know what I'm saying? She thought I was talking. Well, Lexa, y'all don't be shocked if you find out that Lexa can see your ass or somebody on the other end could see your ass. Because I promise you, somebody can hear your ass. And American people, we bought into this shit. When you buy those products, you need to read. If you were to go and read into all the things that you agreeing to, you will find out that American recording everything we say.
Or when you downloading these apps and you
Yeah,
allow certain things, you know what I mean? Like it's a way that you can go in and actually um set the controls on some of this stuff, but they don't tell you that. But when you getting downloading these apps, they want access to this and that. Like, wait, nah, I don't need this. Never
right.
mind.
Like people don't know, they don't go check. And sometimes some things, like remember when that people found out that there was a COVID thing on the phone, but they didn't tell us. They didn't tell us at first. Now the good thing
Man.
about the internet, when somebody find out some shit, they'll post it and let you know.
Oh yeah, yeah, they definitely do.
But yeah, but a lot of times people, if you're not really on the internet and follow things to know about the iPhones and the different things, you might not know, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
they got that, people always trying to perform with those man in the middle situations where, like you said, if they can man in the middle, they intercept the information. Well,
yeah,
that's a wrap. You know what I mean? They always trying to get in there. And you at home and you got that static IP address to your home computer and you
oh yeah,
got that thing up all the time. Oh yeah. People try to, if they get your home IP address and all that type of stuff, it's a wrap. It's a
yeah.
wrap. Find out all type of stuff. You know what I mean? You got your computer on. So you gotta be careful. You get one of them modems, you better change them passwords. Don't be having that generic password.
Yeah.
Change your passwords and all. Your password is password. Like, come on, really?
Please don't make your password now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Don't make your password. Please don't do it.
But if you on your phone, your cell phone, it's a little bit different. If you're
Yeah,
away from
true.
your home because you're roaming, but your computer at home, man, oh man, I don't even like having personal stuff on there. Like, I don't even like accessing bank accounts on my personal computer at home.
But they can get into if they. You're right. It's a harder and different to get into the cell phone because
Yeah.
every time you turn it off, you get a new IP address. Probably when you go in different locations too. You
Hmm.
so it's a
Get
little
that wrong.
different.
But
But
I tell you, it's good. We need technology, but man, if people are not
why we
afraid of
need
it, man.
technology though? When people say we need technology, why?
Well, no,
What kind of
they're making it. The thing is, they're trying to make it and push it to where what I mean. We need stuff. You know what I mean? Because it's like right now with like cash. Well, how the hell we get a shortage of cash? They trying to push it to where it's like it's hard to take out a certain amount of money. Like, oh, only card, or oh, so you don't take cash? Like, what the hell is going on?
but they don't want what happened in Louisiana just recently, you
What
know.
happened, Louisiana?
And a woman with her account um and had over $1 million in it by
What?
accident. And that bitch was smart as fuck, yo. That woman, the money was there, and she took that shit out, hurry up and bought her a house, couple of cars way before they figured it out. And it had happened real quick. Now, see, she done bought her a whole house. I'm saying she was smart. At least she was smart. She didn't go shopping and buying a lot of bullshit. She went and bought her a fucking house. And now and then she hired her a lawyer to say she ain't got to give them shit back. Now she
What is?
did give them some of the money she didn't spend, she gave it back, right? Because they went and took it. But the money that she spent, they trying to make her give it back. And she got her lawyer saying, I'm giving shit back. But
But
and
what,
the lawyer says she has a case because she didn't steal anything. It was given to her. It was like a gifted to her. And
what?
he is saying, look, he is saying that money, she has a right to that money. That's what he's saying. And all I can say is sounds good to me. Oh man, I was supposed to put this on before I put the zipper
I
on.
know one dude. He got like $5 million. He bought a Maserati, a Bentley, or something else, and I think a home. And they trying to get him. That's it. Oh, COVID relief. So what happened was he claimed something about he had three businesses and he had got all that money. And
Mhm.
of course, he don't have three businesses.
Now, see, that's this. Let me tell you, a lot of people gonna get away with what they did because, see, this is what happened. They claim that you could, if you have a business, whether you have a business license or not, and if COVID has affected you, then you could get some money. You could apply for these loans. A lot of Now, when they start talking about they got 2 and 3 businesses, that's when they fucked up. But to say, hey, I do have a legit business. Now, some people do have, like if my dad was still alive, my dad had, well, he had 2 businesses. My dad used to haul junk, uh, and something else he used to do, like when people, he hauled junk and something else he did. I can't remember what it was, right? Um, he would have been able to say, I got 2 jobs. But some of these people got greedy. But like, listen, I tried to get the motherfucking loan and I have a legit business. Now I think I did the paperwork wrong, because I really wasn't trying to read that shit. I'm gonna be honest. And but I legit have a real business license. If y'all look me up, you could see it. You know what I'm saying? I'm late on my taxes, so y'all don't know how much money I made last year. Well, I'm gonna tell you, I just started the business last year. So I come up at a loss because I bought a lot of equipment, right? A lot of
Yeah.
equipment. Even though I made some money, I didn't really make money. The business didn't really make money. So I'm at a loss. Um,
Well,
I
yeah,
just
the first year, sometimes the second year is a little
Hell
like that.
yeah. And that's because the first year was me buying equipment, buying printers and the cutters and sewing machines and lots of fabrics and yeah, and the things to make it legit. This laptop that I'm on right now is my business laptop, and yeah, I kind of I spent thousands, and I didn't make that money back plus money. You know what I'm saying? So I'm at a loss,
Yeah.
but that's still benefit though, right? That's why I tell people everybody should have a business because the tax breaks that you get. Like every time I get in my car to go and buy fabric, you know what I'm saying? So now my car is my business car, right? Yeah. The only time I get in it really is to go buy fabric or something dealing with the business. Um,
You
so
know,
a
I had
portion
taken
of my home, I'm writing that off, but see, I don't know how to do it. Taxes like that is gonna be my first time like doing it legit because I've had businesses before, but I make no claims and no taxes on it and no shit like that. I'm gonna be honest about that. But this is my first time doing the business legit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I had a business name, but I never filed taxes on that shit throughout the years. And I decided to go legit right before COVID hit. Fuck me up real.
yeah,
Anyway,
I had to take, 'cause my wife just graduated. Um, she did an esthetician class. She even got qualified in micro shading for the eyebrows and all that type of stuff. She making some money already before she's working on her license person because she applied it for her license. She graduated,
mhm.
but she's already making money even before her license while working under that lady. She's making some pretty good money, but I got her I got her one of those her coats, like her, I don't say like a lab coat, but you know what I'm talking about. So I went to get it embroidered with her name on it and her business name and all that.
Mhm.
And next to that was like a fabric store that's they just about to open that fabric store. When I saw that store, I saw that store, I thought about you. All that damn fabric in there.
I just got a whole box of fabric today. Then I went to Joann's and I had to leave the stuff that I bought because I left my credit card and then they closed on me. I'm always the last. See, I go to Joann's usually around 6 o'clock, knowing that they close at, I think they close at 9 or 8, 8, 9 or 8, one of them. Well, whatever, I get there around 6, 7 o'clock, and I'm the last one in that store every time I go. And so they know me because they're cutting a whole lot of shit for me. And then I don't play with them neither because I be having coupons, baby. And listen, and they try to overcharge me, I'll be like, wait a minute, that was on sale. I'll be like, calling them, and if they don't give me the price that I want on it, I'll be like, look, that's a little too high. And I think because I purchased so much, I should get a discount. And they'd be like, well, it doesn't work that way, ma'am. I said, well, okay, call your manager. And then the manager come, and then she's like, well, ma'am, it's not on sale. I'm like, but listen, I just bought the whole boat. I need a discount. But ma'am, and then by the time I'm done, she'd be like, just give it to her. I'd be like, look, I go online and shop. Cause see, what a lot of people don't know, and I didn't know this at first neither. The online store and the physical store are completely different. And they can have a price on the online store, but in the store can have a different price. And they'll tell you when you go in there, you say, well, I saw this online for this price. They said, well, the online store is different than ours. But that's when you tell them what the price check. You know what I mean? To do the price, what they call it? Yeah, it's called not price check. Uh, price match. And
Oh
then
yeah.
if they tell you no, then you tell them okay. Well, I'm about to go out. I tell them straight up. I said, what I'm about to do, I said, because I'm gonna get this for the price of one. I said, I'm gonna go outside, sit in the parking lot, and I'm gonna order everything. I'm gonna order everything online. And I said, and then I'm gonna come in here and you just gonna give it to me. You just gonna give it because they do have where you could order it online and pick it up at the store.
Oh yeah, yeah. They got a lot of that.
Right. Therefore, I must get the price that's online anyway, right? And then what happens is they don't get the credit for the sale no longer. The online people, the .com get the credit for the sale, but they're gonna, you know what I mean? So they don't like that. So they'll give me what I want. And I don't do it too often, but I do it all the time, yes. But it be fair because the price online is cheaper than the price. And I'm like, so they know me. They know me as the woman who's there, who always making them late. Whatever night I go there, they know they're gonna be there for at least. They know they're not leaving that store on time because my ass is still in there when they cook. They done lock the doors and I'm still in there.
They like, babe, you might as well give me another half hour.
Yeah, they started telling me, you know what they started telling me tonight, what the lady told me was, well, ma'am, you know, they might shut down the registers on you. Because, you know, they like, I was still shopping until they said they were closed. And then I took all the stuff for them to cut. There's a table you go to and they start cutting it. But by the time I did that, the store was closed every minute. And then I took that shit when they said we're now closed. I walked all over to the counter and gave them 50 bolt fabric for them to cut. She was cutting fabric for a half hour for me. And then check this shit out. Then I ended up, oops, what's that? My butt hit something. My butt always knocking over something. Uh, and then I ended up having to leave it because I left my credit card.
Oh man.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I probably have my credit card, but probably in the bottom of my purse. And remember, I said I had so much stuff that I was like, okay, I'm not gonna keep them here much longer. I already kept them. They already half hour. You know, they've been closed for a half hour, and here I am running through my purse. So I said, you know what? Uh, I made sure the sale's still going on till tomorrow. You know, and I was like, well, I'll be back. Just leave my basket here. So they put my name on the basket, put it to the side. I'm gonna go just pick it up tomorrow.
Well, you know,
Oh,
I used to as a kid, we used to go to laundromat together, and we used to always have to go to the damn fabric store. And my mom would pick out fabric, and then we would see her cutting it, with the patterns and stuff like that. And she lay that little brown paper out and put the
oh
pen
yeah.
on
Oh,
there and click it.
she had brown paper. She was making her own patterns. Huh?
Well, that like when you little package that have the little
Oh,
pattern stuff
oh
in it,
yeah, yeah. Oh
the,
yeah, yeah,
the little pattern paper or whatever.
yeah.
Like we lived, and I'm like, damn, we got to go to this pattern. We got to go get some fabric.
I probably always had nice clothes too, well, quick clothes. And it may
Yeah,
not
she,
have been, as a kid, it may not have been what kids want because they'd be like, I want the clothes like other people that they buy. You know what I mean?
oh, but she was creative. So when she made some stuff like I was a little different. I wanted to stand out anyway,
Oh,
but I
okay,
take
good.
that from my mom. But I do arts and crafts, and like her, I draw, I paint, and all that stuff too. So
Oh, yeah.
when they were doing like the airbrush and all that type of stuff and the different uh, markers and paint for clothes. I
Yeah.
used to make my own little jeans back in the day where I used to customize it. Next thing you know, I was doing it for a couple of people in school and then that caught on. So
Hell yeah.
yeah, and my
And,
mom had all types of samples.
I'm from that era when we made our own fashion. My era is the era that made uh holding labels and shit hot because before that, that was none of that shit. Like we basically had Levi's, Jordache, which is gone, I think. and and even then, black people, we wasn't focusing. Like if somebody had some Lees, you'd be like, oh, you got on Lees. People we didn't really do that. And then my generation, like, the hip hop came about and now they start bragging about, like my Kango and uh what DMC made, what they were talking about, some
Adidas.
shoes, right?
Adidas.
Adidas, right? So, but before that, there was no fucking brand that everybody went to and ran to. And we always dressed nice though. Black people always had style about themselves, you know what I mean? But we didn't never worry about no fucking body name on us, tagged on us. We become slaves to bullshit. Because if you
Yeah,
could,
they got us. They messed us up in the '90s. Before then, people was
Mhm.
fly. Even even when like we wore Pumas and Adidas, there was a name brand. But other
Mhm.
than that, we might more Pumas and Adidas and might have a Kango on, but everything else, like we didn't have no expensive jackets and pants and shirts, and we didn't have all that. I mean, you might have
That shit
something on
came
your head or
later. Yeah, the starter jackets and all that expensive shit came later, you know what I'm saying?
whatever. Yep.
And
And then
it's
people
dumb
did.
though. It's dumb because, like you said, we have talent. We make our own shit. You know what I'm saying? Look, women went crazy because of what's the name of that kitty cat on the jeans? Even I bought a pair. It took me a
Oh,
while.
you talking about baby fat?
Baby fat. You know what I'm saying? But I had heard by the time I bought a pair of baby fat jeans, they was almost gone. I didn't even know she was leaving. And it was only because somebody had told me that she make them for black women with big butts. And so I said, okay, let me go and see. And I guess apparently she wasn't making them for black enough women because I got a huge big butt. What I found out after is no, they make your butt look bigger. I don't need nothing to make my butt look bigger. I need something to make it look smaller. I mean, yeah, what the hell? I need something to make mine look smaller, not big.
Yeah, we got in all that. Like I'll buy name brand stuff if it's on sale and I like the quality of it, but I don't necessarily need to buy that stuff. I buy something that I like.
You know, my husband, so me and my husband, we into uh fishing and hunting and shit like that. So one of my favorite stores and his is Cabela's, right? We're always in that store. Well, he's always in that store. I go every once in a while when I want something, but my husband's always in that store. Um, and there, that's where white people they go to in stores like that, and spend their money. Like they have some shoes in there. When my husband told me how much they were, I was like, God damn, who buying them? He said, he told me the people going there all the time to buy their shoes. They go to Cabela's to buy sneakers and boots and you know what I mean? And so he bought me a pair of boots. Um, he bought them maybe 2 years ago for my birthday. I remember. They are the most comfortable motherfucking boots anything I've ever put in my feet, baby.
Yeah, sometimes you pay, but
Huh?
quality, like sometimes you'll pay, but quality is like, like my cousin, um, her son, which is my cousin, he retired, but he the last team he played for was the Cavaliers when LeBron James went there when they won that ring, right?
Mhm.
So he used to give her all type of stuff. Hell, I got stuff, in there that they ain't even wear, like Christian Dior's uh, house coats and all that type of stuff. But he used to give her like he used to buy her these Prada shoes. She got a lot of shoes, and
Mhm.
that used to be one of her favorite shoes because she said it was like out of any sneaker she ever wore, it was the most comfortable.
You know,
She said
I
she
seen
loved it.
Prada shoes, but I didn't know. Like I've not seen a lot of people wearing Prada shoes. So is it
Yes,
so it is comfortable?
it's not really, that phase and went and gone. But yeah, she said those things was like the most comfortable sneakers she put on as far as support and all that stuff.
My husband bought some shoes. I don't even know. I've seen no black people with them. Not announcing them. I guess because no rapper ever mentioned them. And he
Yeah,
said
yeah. I
they
mean,
comfortable, huh?
it was in for like a second. You know what I mean? It didn't last. That whole thing didn't last long.
Yeah.
Like
And they,
when people were talking about them, it was in and out.
okay. But anyway, them white people wearing something different than us. They don't. If
Oh yeah,
like I said earlier, if we take over it, if they allow us to take over it like that, then yeah, white people switch up.
that's that's like the food we get at the Chinese spot. It ain't nothing like the food overseas. We get that watered down stuff.
Oh yeah, even taco. Like I used to like Taco Bell. I don't know what the hell they serving at Taco Bell, cause whatever it is, my stomach just don't like it. So I don't think it's real
Um,
meat.
Listen, I just
But
I just I just saw the video the other day. Uh, yeah, they showed that stuff in the packets. They was like, yeah, this is the stuff that they make ground beef. I'm like, it was in this packet, right? So they
hmm
have the chicken and stuff, and they show what it looked like before they steam it and all that stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I haven't ate that stuff in years. Ain't no way.
yeah, it's cheaper now to make because food is so expensive. Like I didn't realize I hadn't been and gotten a Whopper in so long. It's probably been 2 years since I've been like the Burger King, right? Probably longer than that. It's been longer than that. Shit, it's been about 5 years. Yeah,
Yeah.
and so the last time I went, which was recently, and I saw that there was a double Whopper. I went to go. I figured we'll get something here. Bring my husband. My husband, when he eat double Whoppers, right? He eat the big sandwiches. So I was getting a double Whopper. That shit was the meal was $17, and I was
Yep.
thinking to myself, when the fuck this happened? I don't know when this.
Well, if you want, and I did research, and they had a fast food um pyramid, right? And they had like because I used to watch the BBC episodes and stuff, and they did a study on chicken,
Mm-hmm.
all the fast food restaurants when it comes to chicken, and the worst one, believe it or not, was Subway.
Subway
It
got
was
chicken?
the least amount of chicken, like the chicken strips and like the
Oh,
chicken patty.
they got.
It was the
I know.
least amount of chicken in there besides the additives and stuff. It
Oh,
was
I
on
see what you're
it was
saying.
on a problem. Now, and then I looked at this pyramid chart of the fast food restaurants, and I think Burger King and McDonald's and them was on level 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the top ones, and yes, they do cost a lot. It's more money than the other fast food,
Mm-hmm.
but it's healthier. It acts like chicken. You know what I'm saying? And
Uh-huh.
it was, I don't know if you have a Zaxby's. You got a Zaxby's up there?
No, I never heard of that.
Zaxby's is a chicken spot. Them, um, Chick-fil-A, and Five
Mm-hmm.
Guys. And the reason why they so expensive because they have like fresh like real actual beef, like like Five Guys. You know what I'm saying? They have the
Yeah.
potatoes there, and it's more fresh. So if you go to McDonald's and Burger King, well, McDonald's, I don't trust that. I haven't ate there in a while, or Burger King in a while, and I don't eat beef. But Five Guys, if you want some healthy, like real fast food, them,
Mhm.
and then Chick-fil-A. That's like
Yeah.
your best bet if you want to eat some healthier fast food.
The Five Guys had a big ass burger too, and you're right, but they was expensive back then. So
Yeah.
I've been there in, who probably 15 years. Yeah,
So
probably longer than that. I remember when I heard about them years and years ago. So we went and checked them out.
it's
I don't do
expensive,
fast
but
food much. I cook mostly. So when we do fast food, it's just some general ass shit like some McDonald's or Taco Bell every once in a while, Wendy's every once in a while, Popeyes every once in a while. And my son loved him some Chick-fil-A. And so I had a Chick-fil-A sandwich. That shit was good. I ain't gonna lie.
yeah, my kids
But
need stocking than Chick-fil-A.
that goddamn Popeyes chicken sandwich is better than Chick-fil-A. And guess who sandwich is now better than motherfucking Popeyes?
Again,
McDonald's that came out with a chicken sandwich and the shit is good, yo.
for real.
Yes, the shit is
I,
the chick. So when I know everybody's little recipe. I already know how Chick-fil-A flavors their chicken. I can taste it. I already know. Popeyes, it's a breast. It's not a breast, so it's a thigh, and they make it juicy. Just their thighs, and they put a bread. Their bread is sweet bread. That's why it tastes good. Uh, and McDonald's, the reason I like theirs is because they put the lettuce and tomato on it for me. You know what I mean? And their chicken is okay. Chicken is okay, but
they
uh,
got lettuce and tomatoes.
yeah, I like lettuce and tomato. I like a big full burger. If I'm gonna do a burger, I like lettuce, tomatoes, ketchup. Even sometimes a little mustard, maybe if they offer it. Um, but um, Chick-fil-A
You
soaks
remember when
their beef in pickle juice. For those of you who don't like pickles, and you eat Chick-fil-A, well, you kind of do love you just don't know it. Because if you ever had a pickle, next time you go to Chick-fil-A, just taste the meat for real. Taste that chicken. It's been soaking and breaking down in pickle juice.
Oh yeah.
Tastes just like pickle. I don't even eat pickles on a sandwich. I eat pickles, but I don't eat pickles on a sandwich. And yeah, I can taste pickles all in that shit. That's the secret thing.
Yeah, I know they had a sandwich, but I never tasted. Like I said, I haven't ate McDonald's and Burger King so long. It's crazy. No, I ain't, I think I'm done with that.
Okay.
I'm
You sure
trying
we're
to
not
do.
going fishing today? You going somewhere after work? Okay. I'll probably sleep. You don't feel like, well, call me when you get off, because you could probably stop and pick up my stuff. Maybe it's in the basket. Um, my stuff at your ass that I have to leave. Okay, bye.
You off to work?
Yeah, he gonna work.
Yeah, Reverend Hockey said, Cabela Pass Bass Pro Shop is like porn to me.
Now see, Bass Pro is there's none here in Delaware, I don't think, but there's one in Maryland. It's a huge one. But Cabela's was bought up by Bass Pro. So I guess it's kind of, but it's not the same. But Cabela's used to be better than they are since Bass Pro bought them. It's a piece of shit in there. Okay. Cabela's used to have this area called the cave. And in the cave, if anything ended up there, you could get it for a good, decent price, like on sale, like things that people brought back. Also, Cabela's had a guarantee on anything you bought from them. A lot of people didn't know that, but say you bought a pair of boots 5 years ago, depending on what brand they were, now they had to be Cabela's brand. And if it was the Cabela's brand and something happened to them boots, ripped in them, tore something, like that, you could bring them back and get a brand new pair. Bass Pro don't do that anymore, so they don't do that anymore. Your rods, if you buy a rod back then from Cabela's, where they guaranteed it. So if it broke, it was even if it was 10 years later, somebody brought in the rod. I think they told me was 20 years old. Now, it was a 20-year-old rod, but it was guaranteed. It was guaranteed by the rod company who sold their rods at Cabela's. So when the man called, they told him to go to Cabela's and trade it out.
Mm.
I forget what my husband called him. My husband know everything about fishing, so you know, my husband is a pro fisherman,
I, ha-
professional fisherman, huh?
I haven't went since I was a kid, but I definitely want to get some fishing in. Actually, I haven't went fishing or hunting since I was a kid. And I definitely want to because I used to live in Allentown, New Jersey, and this was my great grandfather's property. So they had a lot of there was three houses. One was a big house. My uncle and my grandfather, that house was huge.
Man, I had a rabbit in
Me and
my
my
backyard 2 days ago, a little bunny, and I was looking at him like, is he big enough to kill him? I was like,
yeah,
okay, I can't shoot him with the shotgun, right? Because they would tear him up. I'm like, my bow and arrow is in the storage, so I can't get that. And so I let him be. I let him, but I was looking at him like, yeah, I can make some stew with you right now.
see that
It
that
was
was what I'm talking about.
the deer. We got a fox that's always in our backyard. We used to have a 10 buck, big ass deer. I watched him for 2 years. He walk up to the backyard and shit. But I haven't seen him none this year. Somebody must have got his ass. Because I see the smaller deers, but I haven't seen that buck. I haven't seen him none this season, none this year. So I'm thinking somebody got his ass.
Yeah, my
I
cousin
I
had
was
me out
hoping to
there.
get his ass, but
Yeah,
it
my
was
cousin
killing
had me
me.
out there hunting. So my cousin had me out there hunting. Um, and I had my little bow and arrow and stuff, but he had me out there hunting, and we had a lot of snakes and rabbits. I remember when he was making some rabbit stew, you
Hmm.
know, snakes and rabbits and deers. And I mean, at the time, I moved from the city, so I wasn't used to none of that stuff. But I had to get acclimated to the country life. Even though we went down south, we was out in the country, number land. I mean, I'm talking. We had to drive into school. The school bus would drive us into town. So I wasn't used to that. And it was a little bit, wasn't that many black people at school.
Hmm.
So, only two of us on the bus. Mind you, I just came from a private school in Trenton, but you talking downtown. So even though the teachers and stuff was white, the black people majority. It was very few white kids that went to the school. It was a lot of blacks and Puerto Ricans and stuff. So I'm coming from that to a school in a country with like a little bit of black people. Man, these white people thought it was cool to say the N word. I was fighting everybody. I was fighting.
Hmm.
They sent me to a counselor. I couldn't take that, and they stopped calling me the N word, and they was saying it to other people. I still was hitting them. I'm like, I don't even want to hear it. I used to get mad at black people. I'm like, stand up for yourself. I'll beat your ass too. But yeah, they had me out there in the country. I'm like, man, this is crazy. I'm out there playing in the backyard and I see deers running by. What the hell? It was crazy. But yeah,
Thinking about getting this embroidery machine, man. I'm about to do it. I'm gonna just. I don't know if I told my husband I was getting an embroidery machine, but I didn't tell him how much that shit costs.
oh, man. Hey,
It's gonna-
you can make some money with them aborting machines.
no, man, but
I just took my wife's thing to get embroidered. They talking about a week and a half. I'm like, damn, that ain't long. If I had my own machine, I'd have been done already.
I just like the bigger machine gonna give me a bigger surface. You know what I mean? Like where I could put make it bigger in the center, and then I'll be able to do jackets. Now I can still make it bigger. I would just have to split the design up and then move it. You know, uh, and then even though this one run it almost as fast as another one, but the difference is I have to keep changing the thread colors on this every single time. One I want, they're
Oh,
gonna carry either I think it's a 10 needle or a 12 needle, I think. 10 or 12. So the difference is the 10 needle costs $10,000. The 12 needle costs $20,000. Like I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna convince my husband for me to spend that amount of money.
you thinking about your sales pitch when he come home?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure. I gotta make it work. Now, really, it's a business thing anyway.
Okay.
So really, I really don't even have to talk to him about it. It's my business and my business credit. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna do it on credit. I'm gonna go into his account and just take
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. I don't
but
like to use a lot of credit either.
but it's business, so I need to start getting used. Why don't we like credit? Like black people, why we,
Well,
because
if I use it, I use it like I use it, but I use it to like buy something and then
mhm,
pay it off to help my credit, not just to pile. You know how you pile and
right.
pile it up. Like yeah.
But I remember being raised like, and I guess it's still in me. And I'm trying to take it away from my kids because I think I taught them that, but then I realized I was wrong. So I remember my mom saying, "Hey, when you want something, you go and buy it with cash. Save up the money and go get it with cash." And so that's how I was raised, thinking, okay, you get it with cash. Or shit, even there was a time when when I first married, we rented. I remember me and my husband getting our first bedroom set. We went to one of them. It wasn't called Rent a Center, but it was similar to a Rent a Center. I don't think Rent a Centers was out yet, but it was similar to that. And I hadn't realized that we paid double, almost triple the amount for that motherfucking bedroom set. Now the good thing is, though, let me tell you, the good thing is that we had that bedroom set for 20 years. I just got rid of that bedroom set 5, 6 years ago. We
Man.
had that shit, yeah, 6 years ago. So we had that shit for 25 years. Yes, we did. It was real wood, and
Oh, okay. Okay.
yeah, that's back in when furniture was real shit. Since since
And cars
then,
was actual steel, wasn't that
cars are
big?
still, yeah, yeah. That was back then, and now these motherfucking furniture is pressed wood, and it scratches easy, and
But you know what though? I mean, yeah, I use credit wisely, but at
mm,
the same time, people get the right credit cards. You can earn all types of rewards and cash back, and all types of stuff. You know what I mean? So sometimes, even if you have the money, the stuff that you can get from just buying it from the credit cards, and then you can
mhm,
turn around and use the money and actually pay it back. But you get the right credit cards, yeah, it's better to use the credit and just pay it back.
yeah. Especially for the business, like, cause you never know when I might need something. Like, say I buy this machine and then something I need another one. You build the credit
Yeah,
to get the other one. I'm not gonna always have the cash you know, do the cash purchases. I don't know, but
yeah.
I'm
I'm
trying
look.
to.
I'm putting my family out the opposite. Okay?
Mm,
You say you
I
trying to do
think,
what?
huh?
You say you trying to do what?
No, I was saying I think I'm gonna get this machine, and I think I'm gonna do it with credit. I was gonna just go and buy it. Then my he wouldn't have too much to say. Because I'm just not, I don't, man, I already added that shit up. How much is 10,000? Let's say I do 10,000. That means I forget how many years they talking about the terms. No interest though. That's a good thing. And but that's still like a 200 a month bill.
Yeah.
I I don't know if that's anything can happen. See, I don't like shit like if it was a home. But the good thing is they hold a value. Uh, embroidery machines hold their value. So if I purchased it, I will be able to resell it.
Okay.
Even yeah, I'll be able to get a nice chunk of my money back
Okay.
because they hold their value. And um, even if I couldn't sell it to someone, I could sell it back to a business, to either to a business who will use it or back to a business who sells them. You see, so they do hold their value. That's a good thing. Like the one I have now, it's worth more than when I bought it, mainly because of COVID.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh
'cause
yeah. Oh man, you couldn't find nothing.
right. So you can't find them. And so mine, like I purchased it for 1,000 and now I can sell this thing for $1,200.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
twelve
Everything.
hundred to 400, $1,400 is what I've been seeing.
Yeah. When COVID had came, man, you know how many people that was making masks? They was
Yeah.
buying up everything online. You couldn't buy no type of little sewing machine or nothing.
Man, when I look at my first mask, I think to myself, they were ugly, but um they were first of all, my masks are guaranteed. So if nobody ever came and say, hey, something wrong with the mask, and you go, I only had one issue with one black woman because she didn't want to spend that money. Okay. Um, but they were ugly. Like when I look at them, I have a few of them still sitting there. I'm thinking they were ugly because of the fabric choices.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Like you said, there was no. I had to already bought up everything from Walmart, but I didn't even know COVID was coming. I just, I was in sewing, so I went and bought shit up. Then when COVID hit, I was like going back to Walmart to try to get it, and these goddamn shelves were dry as fuck. I kept going back, and I started calling them. Hey, y'all gonna get some fabric in? And the lady would say, yeah, we got some in. We don't know we're gonna put on the shelf. And then I would call and say, hey, you put it on the shelf? She said, yeah, we put it on there today. I would go there and the shit bare again. Everybody was buying, and
yeah.
then people was making their own, trying to make their own masks. And
Listen, if I could have predicted the future, I'd have bought certain stock. I'd have dumped certain stock. Look, I would have stocked up on hand sanitizer. This one dude he bought all his damn hand sanitizer and
oh
was trying to
yeah,
take it out of his
didn't they
garage.
make him? Huh?
You heard about that?
Yeah, didn't they make him? They made him do something because he bought all this shit.
They made him
Just like
pay that money back or something. He had to do something. I forgot.
that he had to. I forget what he had to do, but yeah. And then see, there's laws in place. People stupid. There's laws in place, but just like them fools out there trying to get all that gasoline.
Oh yeah, I figured somebody's gonna do that.
Oh man, they were doing stupid shit, putting in unsafe containers and shit. And just doing the
Yeah,
most. Some motherfucker were putting it in bags, like plastic bags. Like
and you
your
know the
dumb
thing,
ass.
the bad thing about it, it's like I'm glad. Like my wife, she had got a battery powered one when I was traveling back and forth, and I have the gas one, but I gotta clean out the carburetor. It's clogged. It was sitting in a while and it had gas in it.
Mhm.
So of course she wasn't gonna do all that. So she saw a neighbor's one with charge up the battery. So she got that. And I'm like, man, what if I actually had to go take my gas can to get some gas for my gas? They probably be looking at me like, nah, bro. And the reason why I like the gas is because, the battery power one is pretty good, but that damn battery run out. I'm like, I got a few, more runs to do, and the damn battery died on me. I'm like, man, but I'll go with that old gas.
Mm.
So, but I was like, man, if I try that, they probably come out there and say something, even though it's actually for my lawnmower. But
These
yeah,
fools, like I watched one woman, she was waiting, she was just doing the most, and I'm thinking to myself, woman, you just need to go home and sit your ass down somewhere. If you run out of gas, bitch, stay home, stay home. You know what I'm saying? She like, 'cause oh man, I don't know, it must be me, because COVID hit, I would have been like, hey, I'm staying home. You know what I'm saying? I would have been happy to stay home. Um,
well, that's like
but
the people when the storm come, they buy every damn thing for no reason. Like you
but
need all.
they don't even buy everything. They buy bread, milk,
Yeah.
and and and, and uh and I'm thinking I'm still waiting to see what the fuck they make it with that. That's the shit they back in the day that you bought, right? And the they used to buy bread and water. Make sure they have water, bread, and milk. What are we buying that shit for today?
I'm trying to figure out why there was no paper towels or toilet. I'm like, so everybody just going to the bathroom on themselves or something? Like, why why you buying up all this toilet paper? Like,
That was crazy too, because you know when people were saying that there was a shortage on toilet paper, my family wasn't concerned. But my husband we buy it from like BJ's, like which is a bulk when you buy in bulk.
hmm
And even if you don't buy BJ's, he'll get Walmart when they go on sale. They have the big rolls, and it lasts us a while. The one who used the toilet paper the most in the house is me, right?
but
Because I'm a woman. Every time I use the bathroom, there's toilet paper being used. But um, yeah. So when they said toilet paper was running low, I went downstairs. I looked in our little stash, and we had a lot. So I was cool. People started going out and buying that shit and then I never seen so many people buying paper towels. Like, why you buying paper towels, bitch? You ain't bought paper towels in forever. What you buying paper towels now for?
but see, that's what happens with fear. I mean, people take a look at that. It's so easy when people going through something to control people through fear. You know what I mean? Whisper a
But
couple of,
you,
even in
you know,
India, they was out of toilet paper.
mm, you know they train us this way. I don't know, Indian, do they even use toilet paper the way we do? I don't even know. But
I'm
I do. Go ahead.
yeah, I think
You know,
they do.
they do. Oh, okay. You know they train us differently, and so the panic mode that they make us push it at least a couple times a year, because you know they'll in this area they'll come and tell us there's a storm on the way,
hmm
and and then everybody go and buy all that shit, and then the storm don't even come. I'd be thinking it's a whole conspiracy where you know, they need to sell certain things, or they'll claim a storm is coming. You know, and even when the storm coming, like I'm still wondering what the fuck they doing with milk and bread.
Yeah,
They ain't buying no meat, but they buying bread. They ain't buying no goddamn unless they buying cereal to go with the milk. What the hell the people is milk for? Look, look,
this
the
name
list need to change. Somebody need to say, look, this is what you buy for a storm, right? Because you're supposed to be buying things that in case the refrigeration stops, like the electric go out, that you still can have some something to eat. So the bread I get as long as they buy some meat to make sandwiches. The milk, on the other hand, I don't get that at all. Back in the day, milk didn't have to be refrigerated. So that's why back in the day, you would have some milk. Plus, milk was harder to come by because you got it from the milkman, right? The milkman would come and drive by and drop off the milk and things. And so that's why people stocked up on that kind of shit because if the milkman didn't come around, you weren't gonna get no milk.
yeah,
Do
some
y'all realize milk? They used to drop milk off and sit it on the doorstep. It did not have to be refrigerated.
yeah, but
So,
some of the milkmen did more than just drop the milk off.
oh Lord, that didn't come about until porn movies. Milkman wasn't really doing the shit. That's some porn bullshit right there.
Listen, I know a guy used to go to my church named Daniel. He used to deliver water to people's house. And this fool met met some of the customers and had this lady coming to church the whole time saying it was one of his friend he's bringing to church. The whole time it was a girl he was having sex with sitting there sitting on the same row as his family. I'm like, he's a fool. And then she got her feelings into it
Mhm.
out in the parking lot causing hell. They had to send some people out there. It was crazy.
Well, that's what happened. I mean, he,
I mean,
what you mean you got a feelings to do it? He done invited us to church and everything, sitting on side his family.
exactly.
That's
I'm like, you
so.
got to be the craziest. Come on, bro.
Then y'all gonna make it seem like it's her fault. This fool is the one cheating on his family and invited her to sit on side of him and his family.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to figure out like I don't know what he told her, but I don't know what he told her, but ain't no way in the world. Like, and then he's sitting there looking stupid. Like,
He
come
had to
on,
tell
man.
us
Like,
something, right? Because
yeah, yeah,
we
he did.
might be stupid, but we ain't that stupid. He had to been pillow talking so
Hmm.
much to where she really thought she had a chance, even
Exactly,
though she knew he had a wife. And then so when shit blow up, it looks like it's her fault. But yeah,
exactly.
that's totally on him.
I'm looking at him like, man, you big stupid, like, because I didn't even know that was like the situation. You know what I'm saying? When I found out, I'm like, man, ain't no way in the world I would do something like that. The hell was you thinking? Crazy, man. I'm talking. She was out there tripping during the middle of service. Like,
Probably didn't know, he probably lied and made it seem like they're not really together, but they together. That's the one men use. Well, we live together for financial, but we're not really
exactly.
together.
Yeah, you're right too.
Mhm.
You're
I've
right.
heard it. That's how I know.
That's how I
I've
be thinking.
actually, in my younger days, I've heard that shit so many times. And then when the wife come, you know what I mean? And I know he tried to get me. He couldn't get me with that shit.
But that's
But he's
why I
going
tell
to end up
people.
with one of my girlfriends, you know?
Well, even and I tell people, even myself, situations I've been in, because sometimes the whole process can take a long, depending on what you got to do, what you got to split up, and all that. And sometimes, for some people, they don't intend on meeting nobody and getting a relationship. And so, but sometimes it happens during the waiting process.
Oh,
But
now, dude. Who you
but
think
you
you're talking to?
still,
These men was cheating from the beginning. Well, that's
well, I
why
mean,
marriage ended. Now
I,
they
I
got
mean,
to mm-mm.
well, I can say personally on my situation, I was in a situation and I ended up meeting somebody, waiting for the whole process. But it was like I had my own place, you know what I'm saying? And I was showing people, hey, here's, you know what I'm saying? Like, here's my actual paperwork. I don't file papers and all that. But even still, even though I knew that, what I mean, I was separating, I was actually going to get my divorce, which I did at the time. It's still risky for the other person because some people actually, go back. Some people say, I want to get back with my wife. So it's like, even being in that situation, I'll still tell women, you still got to be careful because, you could spend all that time trying to get them and then they can change their mind. So it's a risky situation,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And then, the person might have all these bad feelings and you never know, One day they might be like, I'm rethinking, I'm having second thoughts, you
Mm-hmm.
know. Here you are, you don't spend all that time with them and, you know, you
I
opened
tell
up
you
to
what
it.
happens is for a lot of men, they want to try something new, and then when they get new, it's not any, it's not better, or sometimes it's the same, and so they realize they're gonna stick out with their marriage, or
Yeah.
they'll lie to the woman because they don't really like her like that, and so they'll lie and say they're getting back with their wife when they may not be getting, or
Oh
maybe
yeah.
they lied from the jump They were never leaving her. And therefore, it was some bullshit. I've heard all of it.
And you know, during that time, you know, people have whatever needs they have, whether it's physical or mental, whatever. And sometimes they pull people in for whatever that need is,
Mhm.
just because they have that need. And that's a bad place because, you know,
That
people
need is
actually
usually
feel
sex
that.
for men. Don't make it seem like it's anything else.
I mean, yeah, you I mean, yeah, you conversate with them and complain, but yeah, ultimately, yeah, it's sex.
Mhm.
But the thing is, you know, me, I ain't gonna lie to you, like cheating was I was never really good at cheating
Mhm.
because I always like, you know, be my dumb ass luck. I meet somebody that I actually like. And I'm like, well, damn. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
damn. You know, and I used to always be serious about relationships. So it was like, man, this person really liked me. You know what I mean? Like I'm playing with this person's feelings. Like, so that always was, you know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
I'm not good at this because I spend a lot of time in a relationship. I like to give, you know, like my full attention. So if I wasn't gonna do it right, it was like I'm playing with people. And plus I don't know, I was never good at it anyway.
Mhm.
You know,
There's a
I'll
lot
be
of men. There's a lot of men like you, and there's also a lot of women, who just not into cheating for real. These men make it seem like the women, oh, she cheat, women cheat, women cheat. Women don't cheat any more than men do. Um, women, it's just not that simple.
yeah, because I mean people I mean because I guess because of things that I like to do, I can see why it's easy for people to feel some type of way. You know what I mean? Because I just like to there's just certain things I like to do. So that's why it's hard because I'm like, I can't do X, Y, and Z because I know what's gonna happen.
Hmm.
So it's hard because damn, well, if I'm not gonna give my all, why am I even wasting my time? And then I'm hurting somebody in the process. Like people have been through a lot. So I can't be a victim of something and then now I'm putting somebody else through it. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm being a hypocrite. I'm pulling somebody else through something. They could be spending their time somewhere else. Just because I have a physical need or whatever, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of selfish.
Let me
So yeah, it's can be kind of selfish. Uh, yeah, some people don't care, but you messing with a guy who's in a relationship, be careful.
Yeah, yeah. Some people just don't care at all. It just is what it is.
Yeah. Then they windows bust out they car. I ain't trying to have my stuff set on fire. You know, my tires flat, no my car key. And then it be the same ones you messing with help get you caught too. They be talking all that stuff about your wife, how she ain't good and how she stupid. As soon as your wife get a hold of that phone number and call them, oh
Uh-huh.
they the best of friends.
Uh-huh.
Girl, let me tell you, that one time he said you was doing so and so, but he was really at my house. Oh, for real? She was like, yeah, we ain't wear no condoms or nothing. They be telling everything. He said you this, he said you that. He don't like nothing that you wear. He said that you gain weight. They be telling everything. I'm like, man, I thought you was on my side. They be snitching. Sometimes they think you know, they'll help you break up and you'll be with them. But
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, at being a woman, I've heard all the excuses. I've even been tricked a few times. You know what I mean? Like everything was pointing to the fact that he was single. You know what I mean?
mhm.
Everything. To him living in the barracks and everything. And come to find out, because that's one of the clear signs. Married people usually live in housing. You know, he was living in a barrack, so I'm thinking he's single. Nope. that wasn't the, that wasn't the case at all. And it was weird because like they're newly married and cheating. What you got married for? Now, so okay, so a man and a woman who's been married for listen, 3 years and 3 to 7 years, that's a shaky time. 3 years you'd be like, oh, this motherfucker not changing. 4 years you'd be like, he still ain't changed. And then if you can make it to 7 years, you if you can go to 7 years, then you can make it to like 10, 10 years. 10 years is another, hump to travel across. Because people be like, damn, like, why am I even in this shit? You know what I mean? Unless you have kids. If you have kids, then you know why you in it. But you might not want to be in it, but you stick it through, you know. But the selfish people, they don't stick it through. To me, if you got kids and you don't stick through that marriage, that's you just being selfish on both ends, both of y'all. Unless he is beating you or she beating you, just because you unhappy, that don't mean you should be getting no fucking divorce.
You know what, and it may not be unpopular, but maybe not be popular, but I'm actually with you on that one.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, what I mean, with people who have long term marriages, that shit wasn't about everything being perfect. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It was just determination. What is the goal of everybody involved? And if you have children, that could be the goal. Getting that, keeping the marriage together at least
yeah.
until
You had
unless there's some type of abuse. Like literally, if there's abuse, I get it.
well,
You ain't
you had a duty, and then and on top of that, what I mean, you figure, well, since we trying to keep the family together, then at this point, we might as well figure out, what it takes to, work on getting this spark back. Since shit, we gonna do this, we might as well, hey,
and that's what happened. That's what happened to me. My husband, it was almost like, okay, like I knew I was sticking it out for the family. I kept threatening to leave, but not leaving, hoping that he would change. And but even now, when I look back and say, well, I was hoping for him to change, I can't remember what I was hoping that he would change. It would. I just felt like we wasn't. We were married, living together, but that was it. We were married, and but then if you ask me what was I expecting, what would I have liked, uh, and I don't know. I guess I just felt like we were married, but like we wasn't together.
I mean, well, marriage is, it's rough anyway because you growing, they growing. So sometimes it's like, you got to learn the communication because, a lot of people are saying, you don't support me. I don't feel like you support me. But at the same time, if you're not getting specific all the time, in their way, they
Mhm.
might be supporting you just in their way. And sometimes these are things that we miss. You know what I mean? Like you ain't doing
Right.
this. They're just doing it in a different way. Communication is broken down and we not talking about certain things and making an opportunity for us to put things on the table, for us to just do it some type of way. And sometimes it just take for so long. So
Right.
with me, it's kind of like me and my wife be going through stuff. It's like instead of waiting for stuff,
Mhm.
as a man, I just swallow my pride and come up with solutions. You know what I'm saying? And, just be the first person to lead and, you know, when she get
And that's
mad
a
at
good
me,
thing.
yeah,
That's the good thing because as a man, it's not even about swallowing your pride, but it's just, hey, you taking the lead.
yeah,
Hey, what's the problem? What's going on? Like my husband does it. Look, listen, he does so much for me. If I were to tell y'all everything they do for me, men would be calling, oh, her husband is simp. That's what they would call it. Even though I could see if he was unhappy
hmm
and but like today, so I don't go out much. I've already said that. I truly just don't go. And when I do go out, Whatever I'm going to do, I just do it, and then I come back home. You know, um, if I'm going grocery, I haven't been shopping since COVID. Like I'm talking about like grocery shopping. I used to do all the grocery, everything that came in this house was coming through me. He made the money. I would go make, shopping. We call it making groceries in Louisiana, but I would go make groceries. Anyway, since COVID come, I haven't gone grocery shopping at all. Like my husband or my sons been going grocery shopping. They had never done that before. Then it took over the road. Um, yeah. And if I need something, I'll let them know if there's something I want. But I let them go get whatever they gonna get, and I'll cook it for them. Ever since my mother passed away, I haven't really cooked much. That's why y'all don't see the cooking videos. I used to put up a cooking video up once a week. Um, but I haven't done those because I haven't really been cooking. Now I do cook now. I just haven't been cooking the way I used to cook. I used to cook every 5 days a week, minimum 5 days, 2 days that I didn't cook. You know, um, but now I might cook once a week. I just made some red beans and rice the other day.
Oh
Yes,
man.
yeah, they were good too. My beans and rice is always good. Seems like it gets better and better, or if that's even possible.
Yeah, I ain't had it in a while. You making me hungry now. Whoa, boy.
Um,
I might
so,
mess
but
with you tomorrow.
yeah, because my kids are grown, there's no need for me to cook every day. You know what I'm saying? Like they are adult men, and if I don't cook, they will figure out something to eat. They will either buy them something, or they'll go down there and make something themselves. Yeah, I'm hungry too. As a matter of fact, I
Oh man.
am. I was eating on some watermelon, which I don't know what I did with it. So I came upstairs. I'm gonna get ready to go to sleep so I can wake up and go
Yeah.
pick up my damn fabric.
I'm thinking
Um,
about some pancakes. Shoot.
Now see, I can go downstairs and make some pancakes, but I'm not gonna do it. I didn't just walk up them goddamn steps. I'm not going back. But if you would have mentioned it earlier, I would have, either made some waffles or some pancakes. They're
Yeah,
really easy to make, you know. You just gotta have everything you need. Boom, boom, boom.
I'm a dream about some pancakes while I'm asleep.
You about to go to sleep.
Yeah, cause I'm just up. My wife, she got a I forgot where her first client is, but sometimes I like my schedule be so off working from home that I just be up sometimes. I got this insomnia. I need to get some more. I haven't taken those sleep aids in a while, but I'll just be up sometimes.
Yeah. So I have insomnia too. I don't sleep, right? Um, Even when y'all think I'm asleep, I just usually what it is, I'm just watching TV. I decide, okay, I'm gonna look at this movie or that movie, and so I pause it because I usually don't go to sleep until at least this time or later.
Well,
Uh,
it's insomniacs. We sleep or get sleeping when we ain't supposed to. Like, you know, when you're supposed to be at work in the daytime, that's when we
right.
want to go to sleep.
I mean, insomniac. I've been this way for a very long time.
And the crazy thing about it is, when normal people be tired,
Mhm.
like, I don't know how you can do it. Like, you barely get some sleep. I'm like, yeah, my body
I just,
reset itself soon, but I go hard.
yeah. I just need like 4 hours of sleep.
Yep.
That's it. 4 hours, and then I'm up and going that until my body breaks down, and then
Oh,
whenever that happens, that's when I'm sleep for. I might be sleep for 24 hours.
yeah. When that thing shuts you down to protect itself,
Hmm.
you just ain't just nothing you can do. You just like, man, just leave me alone. I'm good.
Yeah.
Like, what you mean you good? Hey, yeah, it's Saturday, right? No, fool. Wait a minute. It was Friday. It's Sunday.
It's not that you say. That's what happens to some. We, yeah, until our body say, you got you. We gonna stay asleep, and then it'll be the
You
miss
like,
the whole goddamn day.
you like, look, I want to get up. I'm hungry, but you like, you know what, man? Look, I'm just gonna starve. I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy. You know what I'm
Yep,
saying? You
you're
might,
right. That's the body protecting itself.
yep, you might look up and be like, yeah, okay, let me drink some water. I see this water bottle and that's it. I ain't going downstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm about to go to bed.
Yeah, same here. So I'll probably see you later. That's if you don't need a 24-hour nap. I don't know how many hours you've been going.
Oh no, no. I mean, I'm good. I actually got some good sleep yesterday, so I'm good.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I'm asleep to about 12. Well, no, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't sleeping at 12 because my son is gonna be up. So
Oh,
I'm,
okay.
I'm gonna take a nap when he nap.
That's right. You got a young one. What he 7, 8? Well, how old is?
He'll be 3 in July.
Oh, god damn. Yeah, woo, yeah, he young.
Good thing I got a
Yes.
16-year-old and 13-year-old in the house that he always be terrorizing.
Oh, you got a terrible twos one, right? But how that working out for you?
Oh man, that little guy, he is something else.
And
He
he's a
is.
boy too, all over the place, huh? Climbing stuff.
He say
Yeah.
climbing,
Yeah, do he try to climb on things? Because
climbing
my
and stuff. He got to turn. My son. It's bad because I don't know which one of us he got it the most, but
Mhm.
between me and his mom, he like he got to turn the bathroom light on. He got to help put his own seatbelt on.
Mhm.
He got to help put his own jacket. He want to put his own shoes on.
Mhm.
He's like super independent.
Yeah, my grandson is only one putting on his own shoes. So he had this boy is so smart. He plays with my iPad. I don't know how he got the code, but he knows the code to my iPad. I guess he watched me. He watched. That's how this little boy has been playing games on my iPad since he was like 8 months old. I recorded him playing the goddamn game. I was like, it was so fascinating. I'm thinking, dude. I'm like, I was recording it so my son could see it. I'm like, this boy's playing this game. He plays spade because he watched me. He watched me play. So I'm gonna record him again. I know y'all probably don't even believe me. I swear, before I'm not even lying.
Oh, he gonna
This
be
boy,
hanging out with the adults.
oh man, he is so smart. So he only has to see something once, and he picks up on it. And the thing is, he's not like a normal 2 year. See, a 2-year-old one. He's not even two yet. That's what I'm saying. He's not even two. He don't turn two until August. But he, you know how with a baby, they want something, right? They whatever they want, they cry so they can get it. But if you take their attention off of that and offer them something else, or start playing with them and getting them to laugh, and then they may forget about what they wanted. But not my grandson though. He wants it. He sees where I put it. He sees where I done got it from. Like when I hide shit, I can't find some of my sewing shit because I done hid it. So he couldn't get it, but I forgot where the fuck I hid it. I be having packages come here. I have stuff I bought I can't even find. It's just, I gotta hide shit for him because he want to play with it. He knows how to press the button on my embroidery machine. So I'm gonna have to put it higher and then I had the thread high so he couldn't get it, but now he's getting taller.
Yeah,
He
he
is
gonna be
something else.
when he get 9. He gonna be with the adults talking about sitting at the table talking about I got four in the possible playing spades.
And
Yeah,
I
he
was
gonna
9, I was playing spades with the adult, but that I'm from the South and they taught us how to play spades. Yeah, that's why I'm a boss, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't lose. Yeah. Especially when I started playing online, I didn't never, in the black community, I didn't never know what Neil was. That's some new shit that I learned. Once I started playing online many years ago, I was like, "What the fuck is Neo?" When you bid to make zero books, I'm like, "We ain't no play this shit." But even now, even I know how to play that shit. So yeah,
Yeah,
chess. That's what I want to teach them. Teach them some chess and dominoes. That'll help them count stuff like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let me
Anyway, I'm
take
gonna let you go.
yeah, I'm gonna take a quick nap because I'm about to be up in a minute anyway.
Okay. I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Everybody, I am going to bed. Okay. Tell M Nixon bye. And I'm gonna eat this watermelon, which I don't know what I did with it though. I know I brought it up. I didn't eat anything for dinner. Um, I didn't eat anything yesterday. Like I had an ice cream sandwich, which I'm thinking about going down upstairs and getting another one. But I didn't buy those. My son bought them, right? And I don't usually like eating this shit because he is something else. Be like, you ate my ice cream sandwich. Be like, I did. You didn't ask it. Well, he gonna tell me I didn't ask him for none. Tell him I ain't gotta ask you for shit that's in my house, in my refrigerator, in my freezer. You know what I'm saying? Now, if it was in his freezer, like his brother, like my son upstairs has his own refrigerator and his own freezer. And so we don't mess with his shit because his shit is in his room, in his freezer. You see what I'm saying? But if it's in my freezer, it's it's for whoever goes in the freezer and grabs it. That's how I feel. In my house, um, he was talking about where I pay rent. He don't pay no rent, not equal to no real rent. My son's side is so easy, and they make good money. So I need to go up on the rent, and maybe that'll get their asses up out of my house because I need their rooms. I need to make a business. I mean to make an office. Okay. Uh, it's time to run them out my goddamn house. Or I need to get a bigger one, which I was. That's what my goal was last year. My goal was because our family got bigger. I got a grandson, and my goal was we go like I talked to the family. I'm like, look, we cool with y'all being here, but if this is what we gonna do, we got to get a bigger place, right? Um, and so before COVID hit, my goal was by this year, by this summer, we were supposed to be moving. I was supposed to be found a house, you know, and moving. But COVID ruined that. But we still need a bigger house because I need an office. It's cheaper for me to get a house than to go and get a rental space, a business, like an office space. I was thinking about doing that, like taking all my equipment, renting out a little space. It don't have to be nothing large, like in those industrial businesses places. They rent out little spots, right? And it don't. And then the good thing is I can have customers come and pick their shit up from there without them having to come to my house. Um, People can come and do their orders, and bring me their fabrics and shit without it clogging up my house. Um, so that's a good idea. But the truth of the matter is, use a house. I can buy a house and use it like a business expense on some real shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that'll be a legit uh expense. That'll be tax used on your taxes. So I don't know. But that's the best way to go, right? I think putting that money into a bigger home. I don't even need a bigger house to be honest. I just need a bigger kitchen. And to be honest, I don't even need a bigger kitchen. It just needs to be redone. Like that wall, there's a wall there that don't even need to be there. That shit was gone. It would open that whole area up, and it would be huge and nice. But I love this neighborhood. I'm gonna be honest, but I figured we could probably go to another nice neighborhood. But I really like this. It's so quiet here. Um, Even in the summertime with all the kids out. I, I need to, I don't know the geographic. I don't know how many people in this neighborhood. And we only been here 6 years. See, and we've been here 6 years, and so I only know a couple of the neighbors. My husband probably know a lot of the neighbors. I don't, because I don't go out much. Um, and then when I do go out, I'm not in this neighborhood. I go and still work in the neighborhood that I used to live in, and a couple other neighborhoods here in Delaware. I don't know but I was thinking about doing arts and crafts in this neighborhood, but this neighborhood doesn't need it. It's the neighborhood I come from that need, you know, the I could offer the sewing classes. I was thinking about doing that, but okay, so y'all already know me. I don't take no shit, and I don't lie. You know what I mean? Like, so I gotten into it. My organization got into it with another organization, with the people who work there, not the people who own it, not even the people who run it, but the people who ran a particular office in the same community in which my nonprofit is in. So anyway, not gonna mention their names because I've already mentioned their names many, many times before. And it never works out because people want to protect them. You see what I'm saying? But I got proof of everything I've said. Okay, so they're a nonprofit, but their agenda was different than mine. My mission statement is different than theirs, but it was to work in the same neighborhood. Now, before I started my nonprofit, I used to go to them and try to volunteer. I would go to this organization and offer to volunteer. I offered to do a newsletter for them. I was like, hey, there's some information that I think the people in the neighborhood would like to have, and, it would be beneficial. And, would y'all be willing for me to do a newsletter? Like and I volunteered this. And you know what that lady told me? Oh, we already sent out a newsletter. And I looked at it and I said, well, I've been by the time I went and talked to her, I think I had been there 10 years. 10 years, that's right. And so she said, well, we have a newsletter that goes out. I said, well, I've been living here 10 years and I ain't never gotten a newsletter from you all. So she blatantly lied to my face. And then when I said that, she did, the shit that these men in black manosphere do, you know. Now this is what's weird. The weird thing is I was volunteering my time. I even went and said, hey, here are some ideas or some things we could do, you could do. It would be beneficial to the community, to the kids and the adults. And she would ignore me. Now, see, my problem is I should have went above her head, but I don't know. I didn't know what I know today, or what I found out later. I didn't know it. I thought I was going to a place where you could volunteer. Not anyway. Long story short is this: these organizations sometimes they sit in your neighborhood. They go to neighborhoods that need assistance, right? The neighborhood that I lived in was one of those neighborhoods, um, where people can benefit from help, even if it's just knowledge of certain things. So they ended up in that neighborhood, and then the people who worked for that organization are thieves. That's right. So a, a corporation might come and donate some coats, and the coats are supposed to go to the people in the neighborhood, right? And then the people who work there would actually take the coats. They'll take the coats for themselves and their children. They'll take the coats for their friends. And the coats rarely ever go out in the neighborhood. And if it did go out in the neighborhood, it would be a particular group of people who they would choose to call in to inform, hey, we got some coats. You know what I mean? Now, that's not how shit's supposed to work. If a corporation donate, well, the, they donated it to that organization for that community, not for the motherfucking workers. And they've done this several times with many different things. They get donations and they keep them. And see, the thing is this, the reason I know even more than I should know is because they thought just because I had an organization, that I would be like them. But see, I am unlike them. And that's why they don't like me. You understand? You're not going to tell me, hey, they're not going to ask me, do I want to be involved in your nonsense and think that I want to steal coats. I'm not stealing no coats from no kids, even though I had kids. See, now, and this is the thing. If I needed coats, I would go and buy my motherfucking kids a motherfucking coat. The coat was given, brand new coats, by the way, brand new, was given for those who cannot afford coats. So I would be a fool and no good, dirty, low down, nobody to steal from people who do not have. Okay? Even when listen, I lived in that neighborhood, which means I qualified for coats if I wanted them. Because that's all you have to simply do is live in that neighborhood. I lived there. But I didn't need no motherfucking coats. Okay. And if my kids needed coats and I couldn't go and get them coats, then I would have gotten some coats. But them bitches didn't even live in the neighborhood. They just worked there. And they thought that they can take coats, not just one coat, but a couple of coats. Damn near all the fucking coats. You know what I mean? And it's not even just coats. It's been a lot of things. And that's why people like me and trust me. Okay. That's because I'm not gonna steal no shit. And then I volunteer my time because I enjoyed doing it for the children. Anyway, I'm getting off of here because I've been told y'all too much of my motherfucking business because I'd be ready to call their asses out. I've been on Facebook and when they piss me off, because some shit that went down I never told y'all about, but when it pissed me off, I go to Facebook and I will put their name out there. And then some fool will come and take it down because the organization I'm talking about is a big one here in Delaware. And but I'm not talking about the owners and I'm not talking about everybody work there. I know exactly who I'm talking about. Okay. But that's okay. If you believe in God or your higher power, some of these motherfuckers gonna get exactly what is coming to them. You supposed to be working for an organization that helps people because you want to help people. And even if you work for the organization just for your paycheck, you still working for an organization that helps people. These bitches are nasty, trifling ass whores. One of them, like I was about to beat one of them's ass because one day, baby, they did some shit that was foul, and they thought I was fucking stupid. See, I'm nice. I'm really quiet. If you don't say nothing nice to mean to me, you'll only get nice smiles from me. Like legit, I'm smiling. Some people have said they didn't trust me because I was always happy. Like I've heard kids tell me that. Other people say when I first met you, I just thought you was fake. And I was like, why? Because you was always smiling. I said, but I smile at people. I'm from the South. I'm a Southern belle, bitch. And so that you catch me smiling. You ain't do me anything wrong. So Why would I do anything but smile? So when you men talk about the women mean mugging you, well, I've gotten the reverse. I've gotten people not trusting me because I smile too much. Anyway, I'm smiling. I had to go to a meeting. There was a meeting there because I was in this like a brown bag club. And so there was a meeting, and I go to the meeting, but I was running late. Because I was doing my exercises on camera. Y'all know I was on camera. I was cam ho, right? That's what we termed it back in the day. And then I realized, oh shit, the meeting about to start. So I just hop up in my short shorts, but it wasn't that short, but because I have a big butt, kind of short. And I had on my leotards and some shorts. And so I just run over there, go to the meeting. Now this is the shit. All of a sudden, I'm standing there and I'm looking at a bitch, phone pointed at me. Right? Now this was before the smartphones. Um, this probably was like 10,000. This probably was 2010. So around 2010, 2012, somewhere around there, right? No, 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 probably around 2010. Anyway, um, and I know goddamn well I hear click. So I look, and I'm looking right at this bitch. Now she acting like she talking on her phone, but the way she holding the phone, I could tell this bitch is taking pictures of me. So I'm not even lying. Like nobody has ever heard me cuss or get loud. All these people ever heard from me would say, I can help you with that. Sure, here's some information. Let me donate my time. Hey, you want to come and, I'm going to be doing this, setting up this. Like they've never heard nothing negative from me ever. And I'm always smiling. And I look and all of a sudden, I see when I start talking to myself, that's when everything is about to blow the fuck up. When I start saying, I know God, like when there's nobody around me, and I say, I know goddamn well. See, that's me talking to myself. I'm like, I know goddamn well this bitch ain't taking pictures of me. And everybody look at me like in shock. Everybody look and say, who's she talking to? I said, I know goddamn well you're not taking no pictures of me. So then I go through, I said, I know you ain't taking no pictures of me. Oh no. I'm not taking no pictures of you. Um, I said, I'm not stupid. No. I know she's saying no, but I know what the fuck just happened. So I'm starting to talk to myself even more. I'm like, I know goddamn well this bitch is about to make me fuck up. So then the cuss words come out, and I let this bitch know. Bitch, if I find one photo of me on the motherfucking internet hole, I'm coming kick your fucking ass. And everybody looking at me like, calm down. I said, this bitch just took pictures of me. She don't have no right to take no motherfucking pictures of me. And I let her know. One bitch, one motherfucking photo. They shocked as fuck. They ain't never hear me speak this way. Like I told you, I don't cuss. I don't cuss like that. Y'all wouldn't know it because I cuss so much on here. But in real life, I don't do that shit. And I'm just a cusser. And then I know I'm about to fuck her up. And then she goes, it's like, so she goes in the building, right? It's really not a build. It's a business, but it's a house, right? um in the neighborhood, but it's actually a nonprofit. Okay, she goes in, and then somebody comes out and say, "Well, she deleted them. We deleted them." Now I hear her say, "We deleted them." Oh, so it wasn't just her taking pictures of me? Okay, listen. I I let them know if one. I don't listen. I'm not even lying. If I found a picture today, this shit happening like 2010, right? If I find the picture, I remember what I was wearing. Still got that outfit. You know, I remember what I was wearing. And if I find that picture today, I'm going to that neighborhood and I'm gonna fuck them bitches up. I wasn't joking. The fuck they think this is? I don't know. When I gotta remind a bitch or when I ain't gotta remind, when I tell a bitch I'm not from Delaware and I don't know where they do this shit at, that means I'm ready to fuck you up. I'm about to put down a southern ass whooping on your ass. Okay? I'm nice, but I'm not no pushover. And I will fuck up a bitch. Okay? That's all I got to say. They gonna come talk about we deleted them. Bitch, I know you. And then they gonna come apologize. I did so much cussing, them bitches come to apologize. What the fuck? But I just want to know who the fuck they thought they were playing with. See, that's when I know I've been too nice for too motherfucking long. When a bitch thinks she can play with me like that, fuck out of here. I'm gonna sign off this shit before I start searching the internet to make sure no pictures of me. It's a cute little outfit, but you know what I'm saying? Like them bitches will always look. I got a big ass. You know what I'm saying? They get mad when the men talk to me. They got mad when the men help me. If something was too heavy, you know, these men would come. But I always chucked it up. Come on, I know I got a big ass. I know men looking at it, but I play like I'm stupid, and I'll just say it's because I'm nice. But the women who watching their men help me, them bitches know why they helping me. But I just play it off like I'm just nice. I'm nice to all of them, okay? But don't try to play with me, because I will bash a bitch in the fucking head. I'm violent. Fuck out of here. I'll bash a bitch right to the motherfucking white meat. I'm not even joking. We'll be scrapping out there for real. And these whores probably be windmilling and pulling my hair. But that's okay, bitch. I'll make sure that I got on a wig that day. So when you grab it, it'll come the fuck off. And then I'm going to stump your ass in the ground. Fuck up out of here. Okay? Anyway, that's a good thing about wearing wigs. Don't attach them motherfucking wigs to your scalp if you a scrapper. A bitch be pulling your hair and shit. And got you all on the ground because she pulling your hair. I had a bitch rip my goddamn hair from the roots, and while I was thumping on that hoe. You understand what I'm saying? Fuck out of here. I can deal with a little pain in my head while I'm just a bashing this bitch all in her face, and she got me by my hair. I'll never forget it. This bitch had me by my hair. This bitch done twisted her head all in my motherfucking hair. This bitch done started pulling out bumps on my whole motherfucking hair. But that's okay. Cause I took a piece of her motherfucking nose. I'm punching all in her face. This bitch just a twisting my hair. God damn. Mm-mm. When we was done, my fist and her face was bloody, and I had a patch of hair missing. I was bald headed for like 3 weeks and shit on one side of my head. My hair grew kind of fast, so it really wasn't 3 weeks. Hair had to grew back the next day. You could see the but the bitch had to she had to scalp me and shit. The bitch had to uprooted my hair from my motherfucking head. But that was okay. Okay. I think she had them black eyes for a lot longer than 2 to 3 weeks. Fuck her. But I was young, y'all. Okay. And that was before I went into the military. That's how long ago it was. But I had not had a physical fight since. Okay. And but I ain't scared to fight no motherfucker body. Okay. My old ass would be out there out of breath and everything these days though. But it's okay. Okay. Um damn, what is this I'm watching? My wife watching this shit, but it's on. Let me grab this remote. See, this is look like Lincoln or some shit. Was Lincoln married to a black woman? There was a black woman in his bed. Let me see info. Died. Yeah, that's what's called Lincoln. I guess Lincoln had him a black woman. Huh? Anyway, I don't know. And I don't give a fuck. Okay, y'all, I'm gone because I'm rambling like I usually do. Usually I'm jumping on somebody here on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Um, but see, and that's why the women didn't like me. See how this picture is with her thong showing? So all I wear or used to wear, because now I don't wear underwear at all, but there was a time when I wore underwear, it was all I could put on was a thong. Because my body's so big and and them granny panties, that shit didn't work. It didn't work for me. It wasn't comfortable. It'd be too tight in certain areas, too loose in certain areas. And so I wore thongs. What I didn't know though is that when I bent over, my pants would go in the thong, or my thong would be higher than my pants. That just was perfect. The fuck? And I guess that just wasn't the look. I don't know. That was kind of the look for a while. It was kind of the look. So I just had to go underwearless. That's all. No underwear at all. And then nobody will see a thong. Okay? That's that way anyway. I'm gone. Y'all have a good day.